Good morning, viewers, and a very warm welcome to Shongweni Club for the 2024 Show Jumping South African Youth Championships. It's Championship Day. We're in for a treat with South Africa's finest young pony riders and juniors showcasing their talents today. I'm joined by Shaitan Henricks in commentary, and we're going to be bringing you the action.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you for having me, and I would just like to thank Discover Sport for giving us the opportunity to live stream from the show. And yeah, it should be a good day of show jumping.
Guys, we're going to have a short break. The show organizer decided just to delay the start a little bit. The sun's still a bit low. They wanted it to be as fair as possible for all the jumpers. So we're going to take a short 15-minute break, and we are scheduled to start at 7:45. Welcome back, viewers. While we wait for the sun to rise a little more, we're going to go through our list for the Western Shop 130 Championship, which is our first class this morning. It's a field of strong riders. We've had Ryan Sanders here this week building some tough tracks, and I must say these young riders have really held their own. So in at number 1, we have first for horses, it's Mr. To You, a new ride for Chazelle Shaitan.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, she won the opening class this weekend with this lovely thoroughbred. Then second in is Rotoflow Caracas with Janine Kutsia under the Rotoflow banner. And then we have Salome Nell. She rides out of Pembroke with her sister Siska. She brings in Callahoo Consina. I think we'll see her later on with another horse in this class. And then Sten Hamza Minty.
Yeah, I mean, he's been in fine form. One of the top qualifiers for the 135s later as well. He brings in Callahoo Corrida de Rebel. Then next up, straight after him, his brother, Utman Minty, Capital Cole. At number 6, Gianna Hayden Smith.
Carlson DH.
Then 7, Michaela Martin, again out of the Pembroke setup, riding Pembroke's
Sherlock. And then we have Julia Bald. She brings in Nigella Rebel. And Olivia Roberts, a KZN girl, brings in another thoroughbred called Gallantry Canoe. And then we have Sarah Capizario, and she brings in an Aldo that you said you saw earlier
this week, and it was really, I mean, that's an impressive horse, one to look out for in the future, I think. Then next up at number 11, Hannah Gerber, riding Capital Hudson. Hannah now with Chad Cunningham, training. At number 12, Jamie Williamson, riding Ratsteed Rocket Power. 13, Chazelle Smith comes back again with Frischkovat Golden Dancer. At 14, Isabella Sanders, MRM Support Bastille.
Then we have Pippa Square. She's the daughter of the eventer Linda Square. She brings in Spanish Skyfall. Then Julia de Villiers, a student of Johan van Achtenberg. Then we have Charlie and Crockett's student Zara Leary on an imported gelding called Napolitano Z. And then Jenna Kirk brings in the very competitive Elmo. And then we get to the lower riders there. Salome Nell again brings in Capital Casino. And then we have Catherine Frank bringing in Hello Wow Z.
And at 21, I think Blue Steel Equestrians Bocelli with Tara Visa.
And then 22, we have African Artisan with Olivia Roberts again. So those riders having 2 rides.
So Shates, it's a strong field of riders. Nice to see. I saw in the 135 class a lot of the top 3 riders, all young boys, young men.
Nice to see
in
them.
a sport dominated mostly by the ladies.
Yep.
So it's gonna be an exciting day. As you can see on your screens, that's what we're waiting for at the moment, just for that sun to get a little bit higher above the judges' box. I mean, we always want to give everyone the fairest chance. We know here at Shongweni, early in the mornings and late in the afternoons, the sun always plays a pivotal role in how the horses jump the individual fences, Shaitan. I mean, we know we've dealt with those shadows a bit ourselves.
Yeah, and I think this just makes it a little bit more fair for everyone, especially the riders who come later in the class. I don't think this class was a qualifying class, so it's not that the riders come in order of qualifying. So to make it fair for everyone, I think it's better that we wait for the sun to rise and we see the ground jury and show organizer in the arena all discussing the sun.
We saw it. We were here just 2 weeks ago for one of the World Cup qualifiers. And I was here in commentary with Brendan, and it was amazing how early on in the class there was a certain jump. I think it was a purple hollard jump that just kept falling. Like 3 out of 4 riders would have that fence down. Then the sun rose, and that fence didn't fall the rest of the day. It stayed in the same place. That fence didn't fall the rest of the day. And later on, as the show went on, there was another fence, a little grey oxer, which none of the horses have ever really had a problem with. And that, in the afternoon shadows, that seemed to take its toll on the horses. So really the show organisers, the ground jury here, like you said, just doing the most to make it fair for everyone.
Absolutely.
It's a big event, this, for these kids. you know, I've watched all week. I've been here since last Thursday, and it's amazing, especially with the younger riders, the pressure of the title, being South African champs. Something you would know a little bit about, Chayton. You've been second in the adult South African champs at that beautiful venue in Sonera.
Yes, I was very lucky enough to be there in the 2018 SA champs, and I think it's every rider's dream to win a South African title, and the South African Championships is one of those. And I think, if they could all think about it as just a normal 130 class, I think it would be a lot less pressure on them. But it's hard for them. They're young.
Yeah, is that what you would tell your 14-year-old self? I mean, we look at some of those riders. Luca Watson's here. He's only just 14.
It's amazing.
A lot of these kids younger, and I think the pressure really has taken its toll this week. But I'm hoping that they've managed to settle their nerves by this time, and even though it's championship day, they know where they're at with their horses. They know the form that their horses are on. They know how they're riding. So they'll have a good feeling for where they're at for this class.
Definitely. And I think you can also see the difference in some of the riders who have dual licenses and are allowed to compete at our adult shows. And they get to compete under that sort of pressure. So they're a little bit more equipped with it for the junior classes. But I think the experience comes in, and like the more you do, the better you get. And
absolutely. I think it's one of my sort of coaching mantras. I say to my kids often, I mean, I'm not taking anything away from good flat work and all of that, but often I say to my kids, the only way to get better at jumping jumps is by jumping jumps. And jumping jumps in the arena, I know Barry Taylor, one of the greats of our sport, always says, he can give you as many lessons as you want, but one round in the ring is worth 15 lessons to your coaching. So
absolutely,
it's really good for them just to get into the arena and get the mileage, like you say. And there's nothing better than ring mileage for these kids and their horses.
Absolutely. And once you enter the ring, in theory, it's just you and your horse. The coaching comes into play, but it becomes something that's a partnership between you and your horse. So I think that's how you get experience, and that's how you learn to trust one another, and you trust your horse a bit more, and he trusts you. But we all want to win, and that's the pressure. And not only do we want to win, we want to do well, and we want to do good by our horse and by our coaches. So there is all of that pressure, and I mean, I still get it today when you enter any class, not just a 150 Grand Prix or World Cup class. When
it's amazing how that works. You can get into a 90 centimeter track at Burlington on a Sunday, and all of a sudden your back goes cold.
Absolutely. You suddenly start going through your track, and you think, what am I doing? But and I think it's why we still ride and why we do what we do, because of that, that rush and the feeling you get.
So guys, just in from our ground jury and our show organizers, this class is going to start at 8 a.m. So we'll have the first rider in at 8. We're going to take a short break for now, and when we come back to you, we'll have all the action of the day. Club. Hello and welcome back to the Durban Shongweni Club for this, the championship day of our Westown South African Youth Championships of 2024. We've had a slightly delayed start here today, giving the sun a bit of time to rise up properly. It's a nice 25 degrees Celsius here today. It's been warm all week, a little bit more humid, but sort of clear skies, no wind to speak of. Definitely like a summer's day here for us coming down from Gauteng, Shayton.
Yes, typical of the warmest place to be.
And the horses always enjoy the sea air down
Fresh
here.
air.
We know they always get a bit fresh, so yeah, we're just gonna. Shayton, you had a chance to walk that track.
I did. So Ryan Sanders has built what I think is a very good track for the juniors. It eases them in. Like jump one is a nice small oxer. You can come off the left or right. I think we'll see riders come off both. And then you turn back to 2, which is the one insurance vertical in the middle of the arena. You make your way up to the judges box at the top of the screen there to jump 3, and then this is your first related distance. It walks a comfortable 9, but yeah, the riders will obviously do what they feel is...
That also depends on who you're talking to about your first related distance. I know sort of the more experienced riders that have been around for a while would say that wouldn't be a related distance. They wouldn't count that, but I would definitely count. I mean, I can count up to 11 sometimes if I'm nervous.
Exactly, and I always try and tell my students that if you count in a distance like that, at least you know where you are. You don't have to
100%.
necessarily do the 9 or do the 8,
100%.
but at least you know where you are.
And I think just going over those first few jumps, like you say, a little bit spaced out. Ryan's given them a chance to get into the course before it gets a little more technical.
No, absolutely. It's your first double there as well. Oxer coming in, vertical coming in, Oxer going out. Then you make your way, I would say, around jump number 1 to the Western Shop Oxer at number 5. And then another related distance, this one is for sure a related distance, to number 6 on 6 strides. And then you would probably slip inside number 3 and make your way to the what I think is a new Langley equestrian jump with a nice gold filler underneath.
I saw the Langley girls, Helen Kritikos and Courtney Webber, setting that up yesterday with Thomas van Rijkersworsel giving them a hand.
Beautiful jump. And then it's a related distance on 5 to a water tray.
Quite a spooky water tray, Shayton. I see he's put blue water. They've got some colorant in there, so there's blue water inside, some pot plants, big water trays on the side as well.
Definitely. I didn't notice color in our water at the last World Cup show, but
Ryan wasn't building. We had Kevin Splatley.
Exactly.
Ryan has made that number 8 slightly kind of height-wise.
Yeah.
So we're just getting a view there of that new Langley equestrian jump. It's quite a spooky filler.
Yeah, and you can see now with the shadows, it's also not that water tray behind.
You don't need to speak
8,
to me about shadows. I nearly killed myself in this arena about 4 years ago jumping, where my horse took off at the base of the shadow, and she never returned to the sport, and I only just returned to the sport after that. So after that, it walks one step long, but we'll probably ride a normal 5 coming down there. But then the next line after that water tray coming down towards us here, this brown rustic double. What did you think there? I thought it was quite a forward 8.
I think this line of 4 jumps starting at number 7 is going to be like dominoes. If you ride number 7 properly, I think then 8 will come up
nicely,
easier, and so will the 9.
And were you thinking 9? And what were you thinking? 8 or 9 strides to 9, from 8 to 9. 8.
I would do 8 because you have double of verticals.
So
2
there
strides.
on your screen, you see the jumps we're talking about. Just 7, 5 strides in a straight line to 8, and then it's a right curve, which walks a little bit long on 8 steps from 8 to 9. But I think coming down this hill, we've had some. We jump in this arena quite a lot, and coming down the hill there, that 8 will probably ride nicely.
I think also if you have a bit of a spooky horse, you might do the 9 after the water tray because they might jump it a little bit funny. But I think we'll see 9 times out of 10 they're probably going to do the 8 to this double of verticals. And then you go from...
There's nowhere to take a breath because you go straight from this double
to number 10, which is that grey oxer we spoke about earlier with the shadows. It's probably the biggest oxer on track.
For sure, and going up the hill.
Up the hill, we'll ride a little bit bigger than it walks.
Later on in the track, going to take some jumping, and I was mentioning earlier that the adult show 2 weeks ago, that jump took some prisoners. So
yes,
that's going to take a bit of jumping. And then
then
did you walk that distance up to the last?
6 strides on a slight curve to your last jump, which is the Callow vertical. It's positioned quite carefully because I think if you turn too soon, you might clip it with the back legs. So I think you got to be really disciplined there as a rider to make sure you stay straight till you have all 4 legs on the ground. Like I said earlier, I think a fair track. We'll see how it rides with some of the riders. And then we can...
And quite an exciting jump-off planned later by Ryan, but we'll get to that when we know who's going through to the jump-off.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
quite an interesting and exciting jump-off with a big gallop up to the last. So that's going to be quite cool.
Yeah.
So we're nearly ready to go. It's 8 o'clock. We'll have our first horse heading down to the arena. Who is first 4 horses? It's Mr. To You, ridden by Chazelle Smith. It's a new ride. Chazelle hasn't been on this horse for that long. A horse originally produced by James Curtin from Burlington Stables. He's a real smart little guy, thoroughbred. Shaitan has been interesting this week. I've watched a lot of the horses. There's been a lot more thoroughbreds in the classes with these juniors, and boy, are they clever. They are so sharp and organized, these horses.
And I think that's so important because I think when you're a junior, there's enough to contend with. So I think to have a horse that's a little bit more quick thinking and thinks for themselves makes your job much easier. And I think this was a very, very, very smart buy. I saw this horse with James many times and thought, I don't know why a junior hasn't picked this horse up. So I think a very smart buy on behalf of Chazelle. And like we said, she won a class earlier this week, so it's clearly they're coming together quite well, and we'll see what they make of this championship class. Okay, that's the official bell to close the course now, so we should see it's Mr. To You making his way down to the arena shortly.
Chazelle trained by Diane Snodgrass, or Boertes. Okay, sorry for the delay, but the sun is up. It's getting hot in here, and I think the action's about to hot up as well in the arena. Coming down to the arena, we have Chazelle Smith. She's just making her way in. She'll be going to the judges to salute and on behalf of this class. Just taking advantage of showing her horse around a little bit. 1 or 2 new fences. As we mentioned, that water tray a little bit spookier than normal. Ryan Sanders, the course designer, is sort of known for trying to add some excitement to the classes and always keeping it fresh.
Yeah, and I think he's been fair. Yeah, I think if we want to say spooky jumps, they come towards the end of the track. So by then you're comfortably in the track. So I think the horses should jump this track quite nicely. I'm sure they've seen these jumps during the week. So yeah, first up we have First for Horses. It's Mr. To You and Chazelle Smith, and she's gonna make her way now to jump 1.
She'll be setting the tone for this class. Nice lady to watch and sort of pitch your round on. Just going back to what you said there, Shaitan, about, you know, the spookier fences being later on. Anne-Marie always says that they try not to ask too many questions at the same fence. Mr., or they call him Sir, as nicknamed Sir, having a little play on the way here to number 1.
And now we can go through the track quite nicely with Chazelle. She makes her way to number 1. Good jump.
Time hasn't been a factor this week with Ryan. He's been quite lenient with the juniors and the ponies, giving them time to organize their horses. Riding that first sort of serpentine 1, 2, 3 really well. That
She
yellow,
did the 9.
and that little yellow wavy board at the bottom of that jump can sometimes cause some problems, but it's Mr. To You, very organized and experienced horse. 7, a little tight up there on the 7.
Yeah, turn back now to your
I
Langley
think this
jump.
is really their first big question, hey Shade?
Yes.
4, 5.
She rode that beautifully.
5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, if you were wondering how you should be riding that line,
Yes.
that's exactly it.
Little look at the shadow there, maybe.
And you called it though, Shayton. That's quite a big oxer coming up the hill.
What
An
a pity.
unlucky rail
He
late on in the
almost
course.
had a look a little bit last minute
like
at
he
the
dodged
shadow,
a
and
bit
she had
to
to
the
put her
left.
leg on, and then he just touched it behind. But what a beautiful round.
So the time allowed 76 seconds. Chazelle came in almost some 12, 11 and a half seconds under that. So like we say, time not a factor today.
And I wonder if Ryan will bring it in after the first few riders.
I think there's enough pressure on these kids. I don't know that he will. So next up at number 3, Salua Minel and Calaho Consina.
Yeah, she brings in this very competitive Concorano daughter. This pair has won many classes at this level. Oh, what a silly
I
rail.
was going to say, quite a good positive, strong rhythm to number 1. And a rail that we wouldn't usually see from this combination.
No. She keeps up this forward pace, because you never know what's going to happen after this. There could be no clears, so she's carrying on.
I think another thing to mention, Shayton, is it's been quite a week for these horses. There's been a lot of jumping. There's been equitation on the go. A lot of them have competed in a lot of events. And I think Salumi just taking note of that, realizing her horse isn't feeling himself today.
Yeah. A mature decision to retire and
she
call
knows
it
on 2 down she's not going to be on the podium. And a young lady like that who's so talented would know that would be her goal for today, to be on the podium. She does have another ride.
Yeah, she'll
come back for sure.
Next to go, we have number 4, Calaho Corrida de Rebel and Hamza Minty. I don't want to put the markers on him, but he seems to be the man of the hour. He's the highest qualifier for the South African Championships.
You took the words out of my mouth. This guy can ride a horse. He's been superb all week on every horse he's ridden.
Yeah.
And this horse is a little champ. I was actually his underbidder on the auction. I remember having a go at this horse, and he does such a magnificent job. Yeah.
Good taste. He rides his horses very connected, in a very positive way. He was second in the equitations 2 days ago, in the open equitation, so a very stylish rider.
I mean, not just stylish, but that like you say, stylish, but he's... his body control just makes him so strong. He's able to help the horses all the time around the track, wherever they need a little bit of guidance, a little bit of balance. His posture is amazing. His leg position is amazing. So he really does a good job at getting the best out of these horses.
They come from KZN, so he knows this arena very well. This horse was basically produced in this arena, so you can see she's not looking at a thing.
What a gentle rail.
Tiny, tiny rub. And we talk about riding waves. Then this boy was the winner of the Junior President's Cup. He was the highest qualified Easter Festival, had an unlucky rail in the first round. Jumped some successful
Jayton,
140 classes.
Slow down. This guy's going to think he's got a fan in you. But I mean, he does. He's a magnificent rider. Unlucky for Hamza and Corrida Durabel there with just the one down, but a really good round. Still waiting for our first clear.
Yeah.
This championship is over 2 rounds.
Is it?
Was it
sure.
just the Pony Rider 110s and the Junior 135s?
I think it's just a jump off round. I think
Okay.
it's a 1 round and a jump off.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but we're just waiting for the next horse, having a bit of trouble coming in at the gate.
Just mentioning again, Shayton Corrida Durabel would have been off only 2 years ago, the auction. So it's been quite a rapid production job, a really good professional production job.
Yeah, it was originally bought in for his brother Utman, who we see now, and then he gave the ride to Hamza.
Now this horse had an amazing production job, I know, because I did some. No, I'm joking. I rode him as a young horse, and he really is a little superstar. On track now, Capital Cole with Hamza's brother Utman Minty. Cole.
Having a little look there. There's a bit of a shadow still in front of number 2. He was quite positive at number 1. Cole had a little bit of an issue coming in at the gate, so I wonder if Utman's just a little bit
Flustered. Maybe.
Gets him over number 2.
Making sure of it second time round.
Having a little look there and having to put a little bit of pressure on him, so he gets the front rail there, and I think he's elected to retire. And
Cole maybe just looking like he's got big eyes this morning.
yeah.
Usually such a solid guy, but not feeling it today.
Horses, this is what happens with horses. They also wake up and have bad days, and this will be an experience that he will learn from, and I'm sure we'll see him back here.
Next up at number 6, Carlson DH, ridden by Juliana Hayden-Smith. Shayton, you've done your homework a little bit on this young lady and this horse.
Yes, she trains out of the King Cardine stables with Jan van Achtenberg. She competed in the Philip Smith. This horse had an early production with Shannon Smith, was brought into the country by Quinton Janssen. It's a beautiful, beautiful Scopie gelding by Kitoki. Let's see what they make of this round.
We had many very successful Kitokis in this country. Campbell is the first name that comes to mind.
I'm a big Kitoki fan. I don't have to tell you why. But I think they also jump in their own way. They're not really the most flashiest, but careful they are.
So just in a little correction on my comment earlier, this is just a 1 round and a jump off. So it's not a full-on Grand Prix.
Here comes the first test for this horse. Big horse, runs down the hill a little bit. Gets over that water tray.
A little touch on the front rail, but gets away with it.
She rode that line beautifully. She stayed out for that.
Gave the horse space there. Yeah. Come on, keep it together.
Nice ride at 10. Whoa. Hold his head. Super.
Well ridden, and we hear a big applause from the crowd. The Kincardine team have been here in full force this week. They're all really supportive of each other. So nice to see with these younger riders. And she'll be back for the jump off.
Juliana rode a perfect round. I was walking the course while she was walking the course with Joe, and she literally rode the line that she walked, and she made that 8, 9, 10 look quite easy.
Very easy. Hey, next up at number 7, Pembridge Sherlock, ridden by Michaela Martin for owner mom Belinda Martin, riding out of the Pembridge setup. This young lady, like you said, one of the more experienced riders. She rides with a dual license, so she competes at a lot of the adult shows. knows how to ride under pressure. She has her South African colours.
She does. This horse I wouldn't say is a tricky horse, but I want to say is slightly spooky. She does a very good job managing that. I've recently seen her do some training with some cubes and clicker training with the spooky fences. And
you mentioned that. I saw him here at the last show.
Yes.
He was a little spooky at the water tray, am I
Yes.
correct? So this line coming up just now from 7 to 8 is going to be a bit of a test.
She sets up, takes a bit of a breather.
Yeah, and
Well
her training's
ridden.
paid off.
She kept him together. Maybe paid the price for adding a stride at the water tray. Maybe was a little bit open afterwards.
But I must say, hats off to you, Michaela, because the last show I saw him here 2 weeks ago, he wasn't going near the water tray. So that was a really good job, well ridden. Just an unlucky 4 faults there at 9A.
Next in we have number 8. It's NB Hospitality's EC Nigella Rebel. It's a bit of a mouthful. With Julia Bald.
Julia trains with Ryan Andrews out of the Kilo Park Stud stables. He said this is a horse that's really just trained on as it's sort of grown up the grades. A smaller horse, but quite a stocky little guy. Mare.
I think in our modern day sport now, we're starting to see smaller horses more often than we used to. I think the old
For sure.
old sort of idea of having this big scopy horse has kind of gone away a bit, and we're seeing more smaller, careful horses. And you see how this horse jumped number 3.
Yeah, I mean, the breeders are breeding sharper and sharper, smaller and smaller, and more athletic. I mean, not to say that small is the goal, but these horses, the smaller, faster horses are the ones that are the most competitive at the moment.
Yeah.
The only downside of that is what often comes with it is the horses can be a little bit sharp and sensitive like that.
Shame. Julia just getting a little close to the Langley jump there.
Yeah, Nigella Rebel almost like hanging to the gate a little bit,
Yes,
maybe thinking
yes.
it's been a long show already.
Wants to go home. So all in all, we've seen some good rounds with one fence here and one fence there.
Again, another rider well within the time allowed. Yeah, like you say, fences falling sort of all around the track. Mostly 7, 8, 9 is what's causing the problems. Next up at number 9, Gallantry Canoe, Olivia Roberts.
Sten, you can tell us a bit more about this horse.
She'll be looking to give us our first clear round of the class. A young lady that's more than capable. Canoe's been around for quite some time. Olivia is the niece of Joanne Roberts, lady who rides up in Johannesburg with us. She produced this horse, and he's been a real stalwart in our sport. Super organized guy. As long as you keep him happy, his little hamster can fall off the wheel every now and then, but they look like they mean business together.
And that's, once you get a good thoroughbred, you hang on to them because they are gems in the sport. And like we said earlier, for juniors, it's just the best thing to give them a thoroughbred that wants to do the job and just loves doing the job.
Wow, it really is causing some trouble, this 7, 8, 9.
Another one on 4.
And a quick round, 63.03 seconds. That's one of our fastest rounds. That is our fastest round that we've seen so far. So with 9 riders down, no clears yet.
One clear from Carlson.
Oh, sorry,
Juliana,
sorry,
one clear.
sorry, Shayton. We've had it clear. Yeah.
I can't see if Millbrook enough said's in the arena. There she is. Next up, we have number 10, Millbrook enough said, with Sarah Kate Capozorio.
It's a really special horse, this. I loved the look of it the other day. This could definitely be one to join Juliana in the jump-off.
I saw Sarah compete at the World Cup show in the Rising Star class with this horse, and careful horse. He didn't like the look.
Oh, well ridden.
Well ridden. He didn't like the look of the blue wall that was in. So it would be interesting to see what he makes of this water tray at number 8.
There's no wall today.
Careful horse.
Looks quite lit up today.
Perfect. Little wiggly to the double. Oh. Didn't look at the water tray and then looked at the jump afterwards.
There's little rustic boards underneath, maybe.
Shame. Up until then, Sarah was doing a brilliant job keeping it all together, which on a horse like this looks a little bit tricky because he does look a little bit looky. Shame.
Enough Said is by Aldo out of an Acclaim, man. The Acclaims have been, we've had some super Acclaims in this country, but they have often been a little bit careful and sharp.
And that
aware of those fillers.
Yeah, that obviously comes into play when you start adding these fillers in.
Sure, and I think this double also jumping towards the bottom corner of this arena, quite a tricky line.
She'll be back.
So next up at number 11, Capital Hudson, Hannah Gerber, riding for owner Alexia Gerber. Hannah is a really good sportswoman. And I think it just puts her, I mean, she's good in any sport, and I think that puts her in good stead here in the show jumping. She's got such a strong sporting mind.
She rides 3 horses at open level under Chad Cunningham's Shamborne team, and they're 3 like relatively different horses.
You took the words out of my mouth. 3 different horses, none of them orthodox, and she does an amazing job on all of them.
Absolutely.
Hudson enjoys a little bit of space, I think, at the jump, and she does it perfectly. You watch her body control, she's very tall over the fence, always giving the horse every opportunity to clear the fences in front.
And although she never seems like she's in a rush, but she's always there or thereabouts, and with the time.
Against the clock, yeah.
Yeah, so a very mature rider, and obviously rides a lot with her head and thinks about what she's doing.
And a diligent rider. Chad mentioned to me the other day, I mean, she's always there training every day of the week, doing her horses, putting in the hours. Wow, that 9B really is, well, that whole double at number 9 is really taking its toll on the horses. Shame. Just another round really good up until those last few fences.
Yeah. She'll be a little disappointed with that because up until then it was super. Like she
jump number 8, she was looking like we had a clear round in the bag.
Yeah.
Next up, at number 12, Rusty Rocket Power, Jamie Williamson in the saddle. Another smaller horse, Shaitan.
It's super interesting still to see some horses come out of the Rasdi stud. I'm not too familiar with Jamie. Did you watch her all this week, Sten?
She's had a good show so far. Rusty is by Ruben out of a Wiedekant mare.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Ruben was a Rubenstein, which is actually dressage based. I don't want to say dressage bred. So it's quite cool to see one of his offspring competing at the junior SA champs in the 130s.
Maybe some of that dressage blood coming into play here with such good rideability.
Yeah, and careful in front. She's the first person to go around number 3, but we said earlier the time hasn't been...
Time's definitely not a factor in this class. Oh, having a little spook.
Good to still get the 5.
Come on, keep it together here.
I think you just got to sit up.
I was going to say got away with a little rub at 9A, but 9B falls.
I wonder if the horses are having a little look at the first filler and then just not having...
Maybe over jumping and losing balance.
Yeah, and just need a little bit more support.
Well, that message will definitely be getting back to the warm-up arena. Coaches will be telling their pupils that is the fence to clear.
I see some arbitrary information. There's a bri going on next to the Langley jump just to add
a little bit of smoke,
some effect there to that jump, but doesn't seem to be causing a problem at all. So next up we have Frischgewacht Golden Dancer with Chazelle's second entry. This used to be a stallion, now recently gelded, and I believe has some offspring in Namibia. She bought this horse from Diane as a 110 horse and has produced him up to the 130s. I think he's relatively new to the 130s.
You mentioned he used to be a stallion. Being a bit of a stallion there, wasn't he, to number 1? I mean, we've seen many of the best stallions in this country sometimes have a moment like that. Boys will be boys.
Yeah.
She's all doing a good job, though, just to keep her cool and show her experience. Now looking like his ears are pricked and his mind's on the job.
Yeah. Like I said, we said earlier, she holds her Protea colours. She competed in Algeria in 2022. So for our viewers who are not familiar with that sort of thing, they get to qualify for a class like that in South Africa on their own horses, and then they our riders get to go to whatever country is nominated that year and compete for South Africa, and they get their colours and they go and compete on horses they've never seen or ridden before. So I think it's super interesting because it gives you a level of experience that you don't normally get in this country because we're always riding our own horses.
Yeah.
So I think
Chazelle will be disappointed there after Golden Dancer being a little bit of a cheeky boy there at number 1. Jumps the most beautiful round. If not for that little mind lapse at number 1, that was a clear round. Well ridden, Chazelle. Next up at 14, we have MRM Support Bastille, ridden by Isabella Sanders, coached by Rogan Askin. I've seen the team down here this week. Anton van Wyk, her cousin, I believe, is also down here.
Okay. I've seen this horse. Again, I saw it at the World Cup show a few weeks back in the young rider class. I don't know if it's clipped this way or it looks Palomino.
So,
or is it just a liver chestnut that's clipped?
So Bastille is a Bovenier bred the stallion from Fran Laren, and so many of them have come out with that flaxen mane. A lot of the Boveniers have been chestnut with a flaxen mane. He does look Palomino though.
Yeah.
Bovenier has been an amazing stallion in our sport. They've all his progeny have been super competitive. You can think of Bo Biggles, competed by Tracy Davids in the 150s. And they all go in this sort of unassuming canter that doesn't really look like they're going to have a big jump. And when they get to the jump, they leave the jump up and they are quick against the clock. They love their jobs. Rogan was chatting to me the other day. You know, he loves his breeding. And he mentioned, and I agreed with him, I mean, Bovenier has been such a successful stallion and definitely one worth breeding with in this country. I mean, they've just been so competitive. Another horse finding that.
This double seems to be the bogey.
The mockers on her.
Actually, a really, really good round.
This is a tough
held
sport.
It all together.
This is such a tough sport. I mean, you jump the most perfect round, you have one little error, and that puts you on 8 faults there.
And sometimes you can't even see the error.
When I say error, I mean this is a sport where you're not riding a motorbike. Horses have a mind of their own, and You know, sometimes they make mistakes. Well, Isabella rode a beautiful round there.
Sometimes it's easier to just, well, I think it's easier to just pick up a tennis racket or a hockey stick because you can put it away and come back 3 months later and try again.
We all know that we've all thought of that at some point in time, haven't we? All right, next up. At number 15, Spanish Skyfall, Pippa Square.
Pippa is the daughter of an eventer, Linda Square. It's funny, Linda knows me from when I was like probably 12 years old, and we see each other every now and then, but it's very, very far and few between. And I was walking the course this morning and I tapped on the shoulder and said hello, and she's like, oh my word, so nice to see you. And I can't believe her daughter's here jumping in the 130s, because I might have been 12 and then she was also
Probably a newborn.
yeah, so it's so nice to see them here.
Giving away your age here, Shayton.
I asked
In fact,
them,
if you were 12, she wasn't born, this young lady.
I asked them if how the show's been going and if they had a good show, and she replied the girls have had fun. So
Fantastic.
as long as they've had fun, and
The show organisers really have put on a good show. She's riding a good round here.
yeah,
It's just finding 1 or 2
of
rails
course, had a
early
really,
on.
really, really big jump.
Yeah.
Um,
I think so important what you just said, Shayton, for these kids to enjoy the shows.
yeah.
I mean, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. From the 60 centimeters yesterday that I watched their championship class to the 135s, so important that these guys come here, enjoy the sport, love their horses,
Exactly.
and enjoy the trip.
You have many, many, many years to take it very seriously.
Absolutely.
And even then, you still need to have a bit of humor, because if you take it too seriously, I think we'd be picking up those tennis rackets.
Yeah. Spanish Skyfall. Good round, really. Just a few rails down along the way. But gets a big pat. I saw he also got a hug round the neck before she started.
Shame.
Shayton, I did the maths in my head. If you were
Instead-
12, this young lady definitely wasn't born, because they can't be older than 18 in these classes.
Getting
Next
big,
up,
getting big pats as she leaves the arena.
next up at number 16, Odeba, Julia de Villiers.
Another young lady who rides, you'll see her saddle cloth with King Cardine, with Joanne van Achtenberg. Joanne runs a very successful pony rider and junior setup in Kailami, and trains a lot of young riders.
They've
the sport.
been well supported at this show. They've got a big crowd of kids and very successful riders, and we've seen so many successful riders come out of her training program. Kiara Byrne comes to mind.
Yes,
I've seen her here helping the team this week.
yes. And this is their only third 130 show. They're really, really new to this height. This horse has a very big jump. I had a little look
Unfortunately,
there.
at number 7, I think this horse might have pulled his shoe.
Through
at
a shoe,
number
I saw it
7.
fly in the air there, but shame. Just losing her stirrup as well.
That can sometimes be quite disconcerting for the horses. That horse was jumping a picture-perfect round till
Yeah,
there, and maybe
yeah.
just throwing that shoe and not feeling quite himself.
Like you said, it's been a long week. These horses have jumped a lot. There's been equitation on the go. I know Joe also is a big supporter of equitation, so her riders do both. They've had to travel from Joburg here.
Yeah, as we see them giving her her shoe, and
She's
that's the
retiring.
horse obviously feeling. You could see straight away the horse not feeling himself.
Yeah.
Any good thoroughbred like that, when they start to change form straight away, you know it's affected them. That's really unfortunate, because she's jumping a beautiful round till there.
So Sten, we still sit with one clear round.
Come on, we want to jump off.
We need to jump off.
Next up, Zara Didiluri. Could she give us our jump off riding Napolitano Z? It's amazing. You've just mentioned Joe van Achterberg. Napolitano Z was also from Joe van Achterberg. Really involved in these junior classes.
This horse is a fantastic horse. Brought into the country by a former South African champion, Catherine Neal.
Yes.
Then sold to Joanne van Achtenberg, actually. And then
Yes, that's what I was.
and now sold on to the Luries, and I think she's had him for over a year now.
So they'll be starting to really form and solidify their partnership, these two.
Yeah.
Zara trains with Charlie Crockett out of the CCE Equestrian.
A very competitive yard.
Jeepers. They are a competitive bunch. Zara looking on the money here this morning.
Zara was recently spoilt at the Callahoo stud.
I saw.
And her dad and her parents, shall I say, acquired a horse for her called Super Vela. So we'll be watching them with keen interest.
Full sibling to the poster boy next to us here, sitting by the
girl.
Sorry, poster girl sitting next to us here by the commentary box.
Yeah, Sequoia Vela.
Oh.
He really said no at the last
almost looked
minute.
Like he wasn't looking where he was going.
I think he seems to look like he's quite a sensitive horse. You'll see our viewers can take note. She wears an ear veil, so he's obviously a little bit sound sensitive. And then I think you were right, Sten. I didn't think he was jumping that jump.
It's quite an awkward jump with where it's positioned here, down at the bottom of this arena. The horses don't love this side of the school. Oh, again, so close.
She's still very happy with that round.
Zara giving him a big hug.
Yeah.
Oh, again, number 9 taking another victim.
I think it's fair with a handful of riders to go that's definitely the bogey.
Definitely. Bogey fence.
Yeah. And next we have a fantastic horse called Elmo with Jenna Kirk. This horse is a very, very, very experienced horse, quick across the ground. He's won a few championships with his previous rider.
Caslia.
Yes, and
who competed him out of that RH equestrian setup. This horse has been a real rock star.
Jenna rides with Sandy Manassi.
And also a relatively new partnership.
Yes, this horse is like a typical, you would call him a horse that really tries his hardest to be careful. Oh, shame. I don't know, she was a little deep coming in, and he tried to do 3 strides in there where there was only 2. Oh, that's a pity. She's just making a circle and regrouping. Gives him a little pat and says, sorry, boy. Oh,
she'll be looking to finish with a nice confident round now. Elmo out of the amazing mare Rocket that Ronnie Healy was so successful on.
Absolutely.
And wow, he's a fantastic horse.
And by a stallion that is called a Sorrow, that John O'Clark rode for a while, a very, very competitive son of Harley, where you get the heartbreaker coming in. Oh, she's just electing to retire. That's a pity. Shame. Like we said, there's a lot of pressure on these young riders, and it takes so much out of them.
I was going to say, just the magnitude of the event and of the day, you can see it really just
you can see how much it means to them.
Yeah, they really are trying their hardest.
And I think more so than ever, it's the disappointment that they feel they've given their horse,
For sure, we all know that feeling when you think you've let your horse down.
Yeah.
Next up at number 19, Capital Casino. Salua Minel comes back. She retired on her earlier horse. Wow. Casino. Showing some shape and form over number 1.
A winner of the second 130 class this week. We said earlier, trains with Belinda Martin in the south of Joburg. Wow, this horse really gives the jumps some airtime.
Originally bought by Jodie Wallater off the auction, and then I think produced by Nariska Prinsloo, sold on to Salumi.
And she had a fantastic mare called Lavita that she jumped in the open classes and won the President's Cup, Junior President's Cup. And this horse reminds me so much of that mare. And I know they lost that horse tragically, and this horse must give her a similar feeling.
Another overachiever.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Ren, come on, this is looking...
There we go.
This could be it.
2 jumps from
home. Could this be our jump off?
Come on.
Yes, not going near that.
Steady.
Come on, Salumi.
Yes,
yeah,
we have
gets
a jump
away
off.
with a little rub at the last, but we have a jump off, Chayton.
Yay.
Sure, and she's going to be one quick against the clock.
Yep. Okay, well, we deserved a jump off, so I'm glad we have one. I think Ryan's also breathing out.
Ryan's been super consistent this week. He had 2 or 3 clears the other day in this 130 class, I think in the second qualifier. So 2 or 3 clears today. consistency is key.
That was
I
a
guess.
very good round. You could see by the way he jumped number one, he was not going to touch a fence.
They meant business. And you almost think Salome, after retiring her earlier horse, she wasn't going to have that again. She was going clear.
Next up, we have Hello Wow Z with Catherine Frank. Catherine, also part of the Philip Smith group that competed earlier this year in the Final Four at Easter Festival. In my opinion, one of
the most beautiful riders.
Beautiful riders, and I think a rider for the future. I think you'll see this girl jumping around World Cups in a couple of years.
Yeah, I think in the not so distant future, Shayton. She's a beautiful rider. She just does everything right.
Yeah. This horse relatively new to the 130s. I think Katie, as we call her, does a very good job. A big horse, quite keen. You see she goes with a net over her nose, the mare. Hold her a little bit. Yeah, well done. And that will help just get her nose in a little bit. Oh, come on. Excellent round. Excellent round.
We have one, we have two.
Yep.
Two more to go through to the jump off. So at the moment, sitting on 3 horses in that jump off.
She'll be very happy with that. Coach Chad sitting there at the gate, chuffed with himself. Good job, team. Yeah, like I said,
beautifully ridden.
Yeah, excellent.
Anything more stylish than the way the horse was turned out is its jumping style.
Exactly.
So next up at 21, Tara Wise, Blue Steel Equestrians, Bocelli, LC.
Tara trains with Marie Lamont in PE. She's been in the open grades for just over a year now. This pair was third in one of the classes this week.
Unfortunately rubbing off number 1, but looking really good.
I didn't even see that.
Looking really good now. These horses really have. It's been quite a show, and you think like these horses that have travelled from the Eastern Cape, from the Western Cape. It's been, and a lot of them, Shayton, you know, for our horses with the adults, our horses travel 2, 3, 4 times a year from when they're 6-year-olds.
Yeah.
These horses with these juniors, I mean, they've got that small thing called school that they also have to do. So these kids, their horses aren't used to this sort of travel, being away from home and whatever. And I think it definitely is showing that takes its toll towards the end of the show.
Absolutely. So she finishes on a score of 20, which is a bit, it's a pity because it's the way she rode the round, she didn't really deserve to have a score of 20. But again, put it down to experience. She'll be back.
So with 33% clear at the moment, coming in our last horse, number 22, African Artisan with Olivia Roberts.
So we spoke about Olivia earlier being a very stylish rider. She rides here in KZN and trained by another stylish rider, Jenna Odell. So they would have had their prep. They know this arena really well. She's another young girl that has a dual license, if I'm not mistaken. So gets to compete at our adult shows, which, like I said earlier this morning, it plays a part because
the mileage and the experience that they get from that Shayton is just invaluable.
Exactly. And there's been a few times that I've had the privilege to commentate and watch on the sidelines as well, where these young riders have actually given us adults a run for their money.
I mean, if you've got a young rider in your jump off, that Langley Equestrian fence going down. If you've got a young rider in your jump off, you know you're going to have to put your foot down because chances are they're naturally faster than you.
Yeah. So the 3 clear rounds are basically guaranteed a podium finish at this stage. Which is a nice feeling coming into the jump off.
Takes the pressure off a little bit.
Absolutely. Olivia there finishing with 8 penalties.
Again, well inside the time, Shayton. So time not playing a factor today. We'll see if that spills through into the next few classes with course designer Ryan Sanders. But yep, that was quite a track.
I think so.
Listen, I say quite a track, but the results in the 130s have been quite consistent throughout the week. It's been tough but fair. I mean, we didn't see any falls or major spills or anything. So just like you say, a lot of four faults, especially at the double at number 9.
Yeah. And I think, like we say, it's a championship class. The level has to have stepped up just a little bit.
For sure.
You've been prepared during the week, jumping your 2 warm-up rounds, shall we say. So there should be a bit of a bigger test. I think Ryan would have probably liked maybe 2 more clear rounds if I were to ask him. But 3 is a good field for the jump-off, and I think, it's a really nice feeling to come into the jump-off knowing that at worst you're still on the podium.
Yeah, it takes the pressure off, and I think it also sometimes can make for a more exciting jump-off because the guys sort of, it's all or nothing. Do you know what I mean? You're on the podium, so you can just go hell for leather and kick up some real speed.
Yeah. So we spoke about this earlier. We said, let's see if we get a jump-off so we can talk you through the jump-off track.
Which is quite exciting. I think this is going to be a crowd pleaser, this jump-off.
And it's going to be interesting because what we called the bogey fence in the first round is part of the jump-off.
Now, Shaitan, just as to how sensitive horses can be, that double at number 9, that rustic double at number 9 is now jumping the opposite direction. And I'd almost put money on it that it's going to jump better jumping away from this corner of the arena than jumping down into, well, let me see, maybe I put the markers on it, but I think it's going to jump much easier going up the hill now.
I definitely think as the jump off goes, I think you have to kind of, if you clear after this double, you have to risk it all and just gallop to the last.
I think close your eyes and kick.
Yeah, and just like it's a vertical up the hill.
Pretend like you meant it when you get there.
Yeah, and then
so
see
Shaitan,
what
I don't know,
happens.
do you remember the jump off that they went through?
I hope I do. So I think, let's just see, where do we start? 3. We start with 3, which is that oxer nearest
so
the
they jump
judges'
number
box.
3 up at the judges' box, left turn.
Then they come to 2, which is the red and white
vertical,
one insurance vertical.
Yeah.
On a dog's leg now, to which was number 8, which is the water tray that we spoke about. And then they go to 1.
Number 1, yes.
Then they make the turn back now to the 9A and B, which is turned around and become jump 13.
14 going up the hill.
Yeah, and then a gallop.
Big gallop up to
the
6.
hill to 6, which is the vertical that stands there in the middle of the arena saying hello. Come to me.
Yeah, have a kick.
So there's your riders in the jump off.
Yeah, at number 1, Juliana Hayden-Smith. Carlson DH, sorry, a lady that I didn't mention earlier that was clear, and she is clear, and I think that's going to be a top contender. At number 2, Salome Nell, Capital Casino. If she can stop him from jumping 6 feet over every jump, she'll be quick against the clock.
Yeah.
And then the ever stylish number 3, Katie Frank.
Yeah. Sten, what would your plan be if you were in this jump off as one of those 3?
Well, Shaitan, I always think, and we've watched some of these young riders like Thomas van Rijkersworsel and all the top guys. I think really important to start quick. You know, go through the start at the pace you want to be sort of galloping through the finish almost. Those first few fences, so number 3, that oxer up at the judges' box, I think you want to have a good strong canter coming away from the gate. I don't think it's an option to go inside the Callahoo vertical to number 2, but these youngsters are brave. They could prove me wrong. I think it's going to be quick to gallop around the Callahoo back to that red vertical at number 2. Then just trusting your horse's care and keeping the inside line, quick down the hill there to the water tray oxer at number 8. Again, you've got to almost be on the jumping that oxer on the inside line. We saw the master Ronnie Healy 2 weeks ago showing us how to shave those lines. So then landing right again to number 1, jumping that a little bit on the angle. Then I think showing a bit more respect and care at this rustic double here at number 9. And then don't hang about. Land. Give your horse a little encouragement up there to number 6. Hopefully you get the ride with a bit of space on the gallop up there. Keep kicking through the finish. and wave to the crowd and take your winning rosette.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be my plan.
I think, like we said, they all guaranteed a podium finish, and I think if I were them, I would give it a go. Like
First or third, I mean, yeah.
you've had a good show regardless.
Worst will be to have a really neat, gentle round and come second. I wouldn't be going for that.
Yeah. I wonder how many of them walked the lines from 2 to 8 and 8 to 1 when they walked the first round. I don't know if they did, if any of them did.
Did you?
I walked from 2 to 8. I think it's going to ride 7 if they stay middle to middle.
Okay.
They might do 6.
So we could see a brave 6.
Yeah.
We could see a nervous 8.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think...
those lines are really open to interpretation, the way you ride those
Yeah.
sort of right-angled curves like that.
I think for me, the number 8, the water tray, and probably the double are the 2 jumps I would pay the most respect to.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want your horse falling in
No.
on that line to number 8 and
Yeah.
having the front rail.
Yeah.
And then this double, just because it's fallen so
Yeah.
much this morning, I think that's going to take some jumping as well. So, taking that bell, Juliana, Carlson, DH. And for me at number 1, you've really, this is, you've
nothing to lose.
There's nothing to lose.
Yeah.
The others are going to chase you. So you've
Yeah.
just got to put your foot down and go as quick as you can. And look, she listened to my message, starting off
Yeah.
nice and strong through number
Big
1.
jump
Big
at number
shot. That's exactly what you want. It's not a tight turn there.
Keep him away from this. 6, 7.
There you go. Like you said, like there, I think she could have been a little tighter, but she's keeping forward.
Now
Good
she's
turn.
got to pay this a lot
Yeah.
more respect.
Shoulders up.
Whoa.
Good ride. And gallop. Shame, just falling. But the others are going to, the others could have one down.
Oh, hit the last.
And then at the
She
last
risked,
as well.
She gave it her all, and I think you've also got to be aware that when you jump this this double of verticals going the other way, there's far less space behind that because of jump 8.
Yes.
That the horses are thinking left.
You've got to make sure
you've got to make sure you get out of
straight.
that
and
clear
I
and
think as
then
much
gallop.
as I think you're right, and as much as you're thinking of that gallop to the last, you've got to allow the horses to land
And then go.
gallop.
Okay, Salome now, she's a speed queen. As high as this horse goes, it
She's
can
given
go as
herself
fast.
some space to really pick up the gallop. I think this track is going to suit Casino.
Yeah, he's careful, so if she can think fast, I think she's in with a very good shot. Wow.
Good jump, showing great technique there.
Let's see if she does the 6 or 7, yeah?
Oh, she'll be on 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh.
Maybe just falling victim to that trap of falling in a bit there.
It looked like she wanted to do the 6.
6, you're right. You're right.
But I think the 6 going to such a spooky jump with a horse that's
And
this
jumping
careful.
towards the stands like that obviously just caught him out.
Yeah.
But can she keep it? I mean, the
still
other
trying
rider
to
so
keep
far,
it in the game.
Juliana, had 2 down. So if she can
Yeah.
keep this with no time faults,
She's second at worst.
at worst.
Big gallop to the
Shoo.
last. Steadies.
Disappointing, but it does put her into the lead.
Yeah, so she's still...
So just the 4 faults in 41.50. That's amazing. With the stop, she was only 10 seconds slower than Carlson.
So now, if Katie can keep her head together,
So Katie is in prime position.
she needs to jump clear. She can go as wide as she likes.
That equitation that she did the other day, she needs to ride around as beautiful as that, and she'll be our 130 champion for the day. Go well. All of a sudden the
All
show
of a
ground
sudden
goes
it's
pretty
quiet.
quiet, yeah.
Keeping us on the edge of our
Yeah.
seats there.
Deep at number 1.
You can see her plan is to be clear. She sets up for the 7.
Shaitan, even if she
Come
has
on.
one down, she has, Salome had a stop, so there was quite a lot of time added. So she can be, okay, she
okay.
has had
So
one
she
down,
has
so
to
now she
clear
has to
this.
be inside 41.50
Whoa.
and clear.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Ah.
So
She had a
that
brilliant
puts her
ride in there.
third.
She had a
It's gonna
brilliant
put her
ride in.
third. As we mentioned earlier, these horses have done a lot of jumping this week, maybe taking its toll on Hello Wowzy. But unofficial result, that is Salome Null takes the win today.
We called it. We
Yeah,
said
you said?
clear, careful.
Yeah, and I mean, she never touched a rail.
No,
But that little
no.
miscommunication there in front of number 8,
Yeah.
so finishes on the 4 faults in a time of 41.50. Second place, Carlson DH, Juliana Hayden Smith, 8 faults in a time of 31.82. That was quick. And taking third place, Katie Frank.
Hello, wow, Z. And you know, we spoke about the pressure that these riders face when they're in these sort of championship classes, and I think you can see there from Katie, not that I think she fell under the pressure, but it's a lot of pressure knowing that the two riders before you had faults, and
Yes.
all you have to do is jump clear. It sounds so simple, but
it's like someone says to you, red, 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 don't think red. All you can think
all
about
you think
red.
is red.
Shame.
So I think it's
And I think her horse just sort of getting a bit tired towards the end. You know, big ups to her. She had a plan. She was going to jump a steady clear and stick to that, and it didn't pay off. You know, it doesn't always work out the way we want. But yeah, massive congrats to Salumi now.
Yep. No, absolutely.
And the whole Pembroke team. I mean, Belinda's been their coach for years and really grown those riders, Salumi and her sister. And just such a nice result for them. You know, there's hours that go into this. It's not just rock up at the show and sort of wing it and see how you go. These riders do it day after day, day in and day out, and they're at shows every weekend. And just huge congrats and
Yeah.
nice for these riders. Massive thank you to Western Shop, the sponsors of this class.
Western Shop are a big supporter of show jumping in general, a very big supporter of the youth of the sport. They always, wherever you see there's a show or an event or someone, Western Shop come to the party. So thank you so much to Western Shop for always being so supportive to our sport in general.
Daryl and Dion, I mean, so involved. They're not just, you know, they're givers of the sport. They've got their shop that does so well, but they put so much back into the sport. They both have families in the equestrian community. Daryl, I see all his grandkids always on the ponies and that.
And every time
Dion,
you walk
Jess,
into the
his
shop, he's
daughter.
there to greet
Yeah.
you, and he's, hi, how are you? By your name, he knows you.
You walk
knows
out
the
with
horses.
3 more bags than you were planning on when you walked in. But yeah, I mean, just a huge thank you to Western Shop for the support of these young riders. Been a really important day for them, such a lovely event. And then also just maybe a group of people that are sometimes not mentioned, the parents. I know these kids,
Yeah.
early mornings before school riding,
Yeah.
late afternoons. I mean, you'd rather be sitting with a cup of tea reading the newspaper, I'm sure, by the afternoon. But with the sun's going down, there they are at the stables. These kids heavily involved with their horses. Often we try and produce them to be hands-on with the management side, and I will assure you that these kids that are at the top of the sport here today, that they're all heavily involved in the management of their horses. They'll be bandaging, treating, blanketing, getting involved, forming partnerships with these.
And we know from experience with both our wives riding that it's also the worst place to be on the showground when you are a parent or a spouse or even a trainer watching them in the arena, because you want it so badly for them, and you know, it's such a tough sport, like we said earlier. So it's definitely like probably the worst place to be as a parent on the side of the arena watching your kid. I think the result is not one of I want to win or I want them not to win. It's just like go well and come home in one piece kind of thing, you know?
For sure.
And it's so interesting to see the final result of this class. We saw Salome come in early in the class with another ride, having to retire and dealing with that sort of disappointment.
The mental strength to come back from that.
Absolutely. And then you just see how if you just stay true to yourself and, you know, brush it off, there's always another day. And then you come out and you win it on your other horse.
Yeah, and you mentioned it just now, a massive congrats to the 3 coaches of those riders on the podium. Belinda Martin,
Joanne
van Achterberg and Chad Cunningham. I saw a meme the other day saying trainers, they lose sleep over other people's children. And it's so true. These guys put so much into their riders, and it's a big day for them. They've worked hard towards this for months and months, and sometimes even years forming these partnerships. So huge congrats to Chad, to Joanne van Achterberg, and at the top of the podium today, top trainer Belinda Martin from Pembroke Equestrian. Take a bow.
Yep.
Job well done.
Very well done. We are waiting now for the prize giving, which is very, very important. It's like your little, your small time
Your 30
window that you
seconds
get
of
to
fame.
enjoy, because
Yeah.
you got to get off this horse and onto the next and forget
sure.
about what's happened and concentrate on the next. And these moments, as much as we work hard for them, are far and few between. So hopefully these three girls getting to enjoy this moment. And Sten, earlier you spoke about three young boys on the podium, and now the girls showing them up.
3 young ladies today really showing their worth. Yeah.
We had, of the 22 riders, we had 2 boys, 20 girls. So I think
That's good odds for the
I don't want to
boys.
sound biased, but yeah, the odds were in the girls' favor.
For sure, but it's good odds for the boys at the social events. I'll
Yeah,
tell you that much.
yeah. I see there's a neon party tonight, so
I see. I don't know how whether it's still allowed these days, but they haven't had the Mr. and Miss SA champs this year, which is sometimes easy pickings for these guys. But yeah, they'll have to make their way to the neon party tonight. Some good results today, boys. Will put you in good stead.
good stead. Yeah,
tonight
the
with the
girls are
girls, I'll tell
currently
you that.
showing you up. So
Looks like the boys are going to be doing the chasing tonight.
yes, some of the lower placings coming into the arena to get their recognition as well. The grooms you see there with their horses proudly standing there. All top 3 horses beautifully turned out, plaited, shining. Yeah.
So just to run through our prize winners quickly, our 6 prize winners in the arena. Taking the win, Capital Casino with Salome Nell. At number 2, we have Carlson DH, Juliana Hayden Smith. Taking 3rd place on the podium, Hello Wow Z, Katie Frank. Just off the podium, Gallantry Canoe, Olivia Roberts, in a time of 63.03 that first round, just the 4 faults. First 4 horses, it's Mr. To You, Chazelle Smith, taking 5th place. And in 6th place, NB Hospitality's EC Nigella Rebel, Julia Bald.
Nice to see those 2 thoroughbreds in the lineup. You could see, like, just from their first round times, that they were just naturally quicker than the rest.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't even think those 2 girls tried to be quick. I think they were
I think
just
the
trying
horse
to
is
be
just
clear.
naturally competitive like
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Always nice to finish with I call it an arena finish.
Yeah.
Nice for your horse. I like it just for my horses to try get them in the arena, that they get their little moment and
Yes.
they get to be proud of themselves. Shaitan, not just a podium of girls. I think full 6 prizes of girls.
Yeah.
These guys are going to have to shape up a little bit.
Yeah. Hamza just missing out on the top 6 there. But we will see him now in the next class.
Nice to see the grooms being recognized, coming in for the prize giving. These guys put so much time and effort into their horses. No better supporter of these horses, and no bigger critic of the riders often than their grooms. They often have a word for us to tell us how we've let their horses down, which
Coach
I love.
2.0.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, they're actually right.
They're right. They nail it.
Often we see them on the grandstands here next to the arena. They have their own grandstand that they take over there, and they watch all the big classes, and they have little bets between
Massively
each other.
involved. Yeah, there's always betting going on, and these guys are proud of their horses.
Yeah.
They're amazing as well. They'll have their own horse in its first World Cup, but they'll put on, like, the odds will be 100 to 1, and they'll still put money on their horse because that's how proud and sure they are of their horses. I mean, these horses immaculately turned out. Look at those 2 bays. Their white elastics, just
Salome giving her horse a well-deserved hug there. And good for her, because after that little spook in the jump off, she kept her cool and said, like, I'm still in it. Like,
For sure.
quickly, let's
she
get
could have
over
easily
this.
sort of shrugged her shoulders
100%.
and just given up, and she didn't. She
No.
cracked on. She knew the other rider had already had 8 faults, and she gave it a go, and it paid off in the end.
So the 3 girls making their way to the podium. I spoke about it earlier, but interestingly enough, 2 of the girls, Juliana and Katie, previous Philip Smith contenders this year. So I see they are making their way to the podium now.
Just a little feather there in the cap of the equitation
Yep.
discipline. It's amazing to see how many of these very successful show jumpers have gone through the equitation ranks, been successful in equitation, and how much it pays off for their riding.
And Sten, you went to America not so long ago, and doesn't it form a big part of their base there?
Massive.
The American riders all have a base there.
Yeah, and it's something that I've come back and really tried to instill in my pupils.
Yeah.
We see Salome starting to get her. She's going to have a bag full of awards
Western
by
shop
the end of
stuff.
this. Yeah.
Oh, looking in there, seeing what's what. I was lucky enough at the last show to grab one of those goodie bags. And there was a beautiful halter in there and some
Western
shampoo.
shop really going all out.
Really going all out. And now again for the youth championship. So they're receiving their medals there from Regina Hobbs.
I love a medal, but the only thing I love more than a medal is a sash, Shayton.
No, everyone wants a sash.
I think everyone loves a sash. Yeah.
Everyone wants it. It makes the photos look better. You can hang it up. It's like the rosettes get lost, but the sashes are like proof, you know?
Yeah, that's it. Three very happy young ladies there. Sandy Cox going forward to present her trophy. Jeepers, and I mentioned, a sash. The only thing better than a sash is a trophy.
Proudly there. I'm sure her
Great
parents
moments.
will be watching.
Yeah, amazing.
Also, a big feat for them. They have 2 girls that ride in the sport at the top level.
I mean, their nerves must be shot. They've just got through this class, and now they're going to have to get through the next class with Ziska.
Exactly. I hope you're going to help me pronounce Ziska's horse's name.
Can I give you the translation? Do you know the translation?
No.
The Lion King.
Okay, so can we just call him the Lion King? Can we just call him the Lion King?
Michelle told me I could just say the Lion King.
Okay, perfect.
Because
I think we need to have a word with them and they just register it as the Lion King rather. It would
exactly. That name deserves a name change.
Yeah. All the girls making their way back to their horses.
They're going to remount and then hopefully have a subdued lap of honor. I saw shame Gareth Neal and Catherine Neal's daughter Sarah yesterday. She got a prize, an arena finish in the 60 centimeters. I think it's her first big show, and they went to award her her bag, and as they gave her the bag, the pony got a fright, ran off at 1,000,000 miles an hour. You heard a shriek, and then Sarah fell. But it was the most amazing moment. Oh, here we see
the grooms.
Images of the grooms getting their medals.
Very proud grooms.
Smiles from ear to ear.
They spend hours with these horses. They travel with them in the horse box, coming here and going there, feeding them, blanketing them, keeping
early
them warm.
mornings, late evenings.
Very, very early mornings. We see the show starts at 7:30, but these guys are up at 5, if not sooner, getting all the things ready, plaiting. So they deserve their moment of recognition. So you were saying...
Just getting back to that about Sarah, she had a fall, and Dad of the Year over there, Sean Neal, sprinted. I've never seen a father like that. Sprint and almost caught her. He managed to grab her one hand, not entirely, but he managed to grab her. Shame. So that's why I get a little bit anxious now watching the lap of honor.
She's a toughie. I've often been told that she rides her pony at home and she tells the groom to tack it up and she rides it, and the pony has a time limit because otherwise Sarah would ride. And when it gets to that limit, the pony just decides, nah, and chucks it off and goes back to the barn, and she gets it again and gets on and it chucks off again. And she's a toughie.
I phoned Kat last night to check in on Sarah, and she said, no, she's oblivious. She just wanted to know what was in the goodie bag.
And we're about to see them go on their lap of honor. Salome not electing to get back on by the looks of it. Casino obviously a little bit tricky with the blanket on. Or is she on the podium again?
On the podium. She might.
Is she getting the?
I would go as far as saying she's
Victor
the Victrix Lorum. Yeah. Massive congrats, Salome Nell. What a show you've had.
Oh no, there she goes. There, I was thinking she didn't want to do the lap of honor. Sorry.
That's us thinking safety first.
Yeah. That's my adult brain.
Yeah. finding her pedals underneath that lovely day sheet. And there
Off
they go.
Again, huge congratulations to Salome Nell and the whole team. And this is the winner of the 130 Junior Western Shop Championship, followed by Juliana. And then you've got Katie Frank, Olivia Roberts, and finishing out with Chazelle Smith and Julia Bald.
So viewers, I hope you enjoyed that class as much as we did, but the action's not done yet. We've got 4 more classes today of action-packed show jumping. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back to you, we'll have the 135 South African Championship.
This is the big one of the day, so everyone getting prepared for this class, the arena getting prepared now, the jumps being changed, built, heightened. This is the one that they've all been waiting for the whole week.
Yep. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome back, viewers. We are still here on a sunny morning at the Shongweni Club for the Westown Junior Championships. And with me, we have Salome Nell, the winner of the recent class that just finished now, the Junior 130 Western Shop Championships. First of all, well done, Salome.
Thank you.
You had 2 rides in this class. Obviously, Capital Casino jumped out of his skin like he didn't touch a pole. He looks a little bit tricky in the ring. You managed that really well. You're used to that sort of tricky horses. Tell us a little bit about him and leading up to the show. How has he been?
Well, he's been really amazing, better than I expected he would be. I've got 3 horses at home, and I only brought 2 to the show. I wasn't quite sure who to bring, but I knew Casino is very careful, but I didn't know how he would manage everything because he's never been here and he's quite young still. But then, yeah, he jumped out of his skin. He jumped really beautifully. The first day he had a clear and 4th. The second day, I think there was only 2 clears and he had the fastest time, so he had a 1st place, and then today he just...
So an amazing show for him.
Yes.
Is this his first 130 championship?
No, he's jumped to 135 at President's Cup, but he had 1 down. And then I think, I haven't really jumped a lot of shows on him, but this is his first championship that is placed.
While we were commentating, Sten and myself, I spoke to the viewers and I said he reminds me so much of your special horse, Levita.
Yes.
He jumps in a similar way. Do you feel the same way?
When I got him, definitely not, but I ride him like I used to ride Levita, and that just made me think of her a lot. So
well done.
Really
he jumped an amazing round. Just talk us through your round a little bit. The first round, how did it feel? What was your plan?
Well, it wasn't my best round. I nearly thought I had the last one down because I was pulling, and I also didn't have the best warm-up, but I knew if I take him into the ring, he'll be fine. So I didn't have my best round because Consina also, she didn't have her best round, so I was quite nervous. So he really jumped amazing.
Well, I think you did a brilliant job because we spoke about it on air. We said it's very difficult for you young riders to have a round like Consina, which is a little bit disappointing, and then come back in the ring and have to shake it off and do what you did to jump a clear round. And there weren't many clear rounds in this class, so the pressure was definitely on. From your side, we as the commentators thought that this double of verticals here was like the bogey fence. Did you get to hear about it in the warm-up, or did you hear nothing of it and just came in and rode the round that you walked?
I heard about it, but Casino doesn't really look at any jumps. If you take him to a jump, I know he'll jump it. I just knew I had to get straight because he'll jump a little bit skew, especially with his back legs. So I think I dropped a stride to the combo just to get him forward and get him not to look at the jumps, and he just jumped it.
Perfect. You're obviously done now for the show. Do you have the team event tomorrow? No? So you're done for the show. What's the plan now leading up to the next couple of shows with him?
I'll definitely want to take him up to the 135s. I don't want to push him as he's still quite young, but he's definitely ready for a 135, and then hopefully some 140 shows as well.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations again. You really rode 2 super rounds, a little oopsie in the jump off, but
Yes.
you managed it perfectly. You kept your head. Well done, and I hope you had a good show. And we wish your sister the best of luck in the next class. I'm sure you'll be watching from the sidelines. And safe trip back, and
Thank you.
we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, viewers. We are preparing for the big one for today. It's the Junior South African Championship, sponsored by Langley Equestrian. These riders have qualified for this class, so they'll be coming in reverse order of merit. So you'll see your higher ranked riders later on. In a minute, we're going to go through the running order with you. And after that, we'll talk a little bit about the track. We've both had a chance to walk the track. So, yeah, first in, we're going to have Janine Coetzee. She rides the Rotoflow Entry Caracas. Then second in, Chazelle Smith. And she rides Milkwood Stud in Cadescene. Okay. And then third, we have our reigning junior champ, not on this horse, but a new ride for her in the 135 level, Capital Clarabelle, Holly Smith. Then we have number 4, we have Zara Didiluri on Iliano. Hannah Gabe brings in Freedom at number 5. 6, we have Jade Anderson on Bakato. Bakato, a former winner of this class.
With Bianca Pitt.
And then we have Tanit Williams and Lady Lorum. And then we have Olivia Roberts on Eagles Coast Watch. We have a Cape Town entry, Katie Bennett. She rides Capital Chapman.
Winner of the recent under-25 class here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, a few weeks back at the Quelle World Cup. Then at number 10, we have Luca Dominic Watson, and he brings in Carlson 113.
I think Luca, our youngest competitor in this
I was going to say youngest, and his first South African championship.
Okay.
At 11, we have a very, very competitive KZN rider, Georgie Scribanti.
Yeah, if you were a betting man, you'd have some money there, I think.
Absolutely. Number 12, we have Catherine Frank. She's a former reserve South African champion on this horse. Emily Kruger brings in a new horse to this level, but is having a fantastic show.
But a speedy combination that. They'll be ones to look out for.
Yes, we have Hamza Minty on Kalaho Kikasa, a small, tiny little horse with a heart of the size of, I don't know what.
Yeah.
And he's also the highest qualifier on another horse, Callao Conray, which we'll
So
see
he
later.
would have been higher qualified on Quickcasa. They've just given him some time between
given him
those
some
riders.
time, yeah.
For sure. Then Holly Smith comes back on Fran Laren Beau de Lune, another Bovenier. At 15, CDE Lawlock Picasso, Hannah Gerber again. At 16, Hannah Gerber, CDE Lawlock Picasso. 17, Jade Anderson, Maxstar Dark Knight, a real speed merchant is Dark Knight. At 18, Olivia Roberts, Coscar FZ. 19, Janine Coetzee, Rotoflow Q Bellissimo Z. 20, Victoria Gravenstein, Sunny Park Classic Queen. Then at 21, Ziskanel, Loewe Koning 3 Boeken,
Well
which
done,
I believe
Stan. Well done. I
means
left that up
the
to
Lion
you.
King. The Lion King. And you mentioned to me the horse whisperer said he'd prefer to be called Bono.
Bono,
So
yeah.
we're going to call him Bono today. Keep him happy. Nicholas Deploy, a young man that's riding beautifully at the moment, coached by Kelly O'Connor, riding Quibi. Michaela Martin, Tackentog's Alzu Falcon. 24, Divan Bosman, Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro. And our highest qualifier for today, 25, Hamza Minty, brings in Callao Conray. So just a
This is a
little
strong
boast
class.
there about the boys.
Yeah.
3 out of the top 4 qualifiers being boys. They'll be looking to hold their own today. Shaitan, we had a moment to walk around this track. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we're gonna get off to a good start with Janine and Caracas. She'll show us the way quite nicely. There's a few similar lines from the previous class. Some have become oxes. And this line that we called the tricky line or bogey line still in play.
Now an Oxer jumping in at number 6. At number 5, sorry. Now an Oxer jumping at number 5, that Langley equestrian fence. So that's going to take quite some jumping that line. But this class has been quite competitive this week. They are a competitive bunch. A lot of these kids, as you've said before, have competed in the adults classes. So they're mileage riders. So I think we can expect a lot from this class. Maybe a few more clears for sure.
That would make it interesting for the second round, and if we are all lucky, we might get to see a jump off. But like you said, Sten, a few of these riders have jumped some 140 classes with their dual license at adult shows. So all in all, should be a good class. However, this is the South African Championship. It comes with
happen.
pressure on its own.
I'll go as far as saying that we're going to get a jump off today, Shaitan. I'll put my money down.
I hope so.
So taking the salute on behalf of the class, Janine Coetzee riding Rotoflow Caracas. Let's see how she gets on. Good shot at number 1. After mentioning to you that Ryan had been lenient on the time, I see he stepped the level of intensity up a little bit. These guys are having to go at 375 meters per minute. And he's measured inside in a few places.
She did the 7
the
there.
short 7. I
There's
think
an
that's
option to do the 6.
I think that's going to be the way to go, the 7, Shaitan, unless you have a really big stepping horse. Caracas, a hot guy. She'll be looking to keep the lid on him.
Steadies there on the 8 big time, way more than they had to steady in the first class. This was an Oxer now, a triple bar up the hill, straight line 4 strides to the Callao upright. Now they make their way to the treble. Interesting, it's a vertical in and a vertical out.
And that catching him off guard. I did walk the course a little bit with course designer Ryan Sanders. That car on display in the corner makes the riders, they only have 3 strides on the approach, so they've got to be super accurate. Caracas is a gelding that's known for battling a little bit to contain his jump in the doubles
Super
and the
keen,
trebles.
super
Sometimes
keen.
he jumps in a little bit big. He tries too hard and then runs out of room.
Yeah.
Janine does a great job on him, but he isn't the easiest.
And you see they come out of the shadows there. So they go into the shadow and then they come out of the shadow into the treble with a whole lot of yellow and red poles in front of them.
And then the small matter of 700 horses being at the show, that makes about 1,500 parents sitting on the embankment there.
Oh, he's not liking that.
Not his day today.
That's a pity because at a couple of World Cups, at Bajan World Cup, she was a winner of a 140 class there, and the 140 classes are getting hotter and hotter. So just today, not her day. She will obviously come back later on with her other ride in this class, and being the first one in, obviously had a bit of a tricky time qualifying. So Caracas just finding this atmosphere at the champs a little bit stressful.
Yeah, he's been a bit off colour this show, not his normal form of results. So next up at number 2, Chazelle Smith, riding Milkwood Studs Incandescence.
We saw Chazelle on 2 rides in the previous class. She, I think she finished up 5th or 4th.
Always nice to sort of have a couple rounds under your belt before you come into a big event like this on the morning of. So she should be a little more relaxed and looking confident here.
We said this in the previous class.
Ooh.
Oh. She's trained by Diane Burtis out of the First for Horses stables in PE. Socks, as they nickname him. Just didn't like the look of that Western shop. I wonder if the turn inside came quickly for him.
100%, I think, puts a bit more pressure on these riders. And the horses have to really be focused on their job. This now an Oxa. Oh. Maybe not quite enough impulsion there to Oxa.
Yeah. And with that big filler, the horses kind of back off that jump a little bit. And now, like you say, with an Oxa, it's a little bit more daunting.
More of an effort.
It's not as square. Ryan's been a little bit kinder by dropping the front rail 1 hole. But still, it's a big Oxa, and it's early in the track.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's away from the gate.
You
and
know,
it's
earlier
against
it
the
was
side.
7-8 now. Now it's 5-8. 5, 6, 7. Sorry, I went to government school. My math's not so great. Counting's a bit difficult sometimes.
Next up, we have Capital Claribel and Holly Smith. I said earlier when we went through the running order, she's the reigning South African champion. On her other capital horse, Capital Clarissimo.
Today she brings in a younger horse.
A younger horse.
7-year-old mare.
I'm sure couldn't have jumped more than a handful of 135 classes, let alone a championship.
I watched her jump her second qualifier. They really gave an exhibition. So she'll be expecting a lot from this mare today, even though she's only 7.
Wow.
Sure. Good jump over number 1.
The viewers will see she goes in a gag. Gags are often known to just keep horses' heads up a little bit. Holly's a small girl. This is
very small girl.
A big horse for her. Positive ride at the Western shop. Does the 6. Easily does the 6.
Holly rides with Dominique Alexander. She'll be well polished and practiced and prepped for this round. Dominique is an amazing...
Wow.
Yeah, come on.
Got to have a little leg on there. Wow.
Well ridden. Just going back to that, Dominique is so good at filling his pupils with confidence.
The mare didn't lock on there. It almost, you could see it from stride 4, 5, 6 that she wasn't like quite...
I know she can be a little spooky sometimes. Looks a little big-eyed on this big occasion, maybe.
Yeah. That's the thing with these younger horses.
Cut out to see the finish here. Yeah, and Claribel just saying maybe today, not her day, but she'll be back.
She went really, really high over 4, 5 and 6.
Those 2 Oxes, I mean,
and
she jumped.
Could have maybe just given herself a bit of a fright. Holly did a fantastic job getting her through those 2 Oxes. And then I think this tricky line to the double, like we saw in the first round, just causing a little bit of issues here.
She does have another ride at number 14, Fran Laren Beau de Lune, much more experienced 15-year-old. So we'll see her back in just a moment. Next up at number 4, Zara de Lurie, Iliano, 16-year-old stallion by Toulon out of a Canadian river mare. Shaitan, this horse was in the class when you were second in the Adult SA Champs. Had a really good show that outing.
Yeah.
Zara and Iliano building a good partnership together now.
If I'm not mistaken, he's on loan to her by Kelly O'Connor. And Zahn Bosman and Kelly O'Connor both rode this horse around the 150 classes, so experience he has. And I think he's here to give Zara some experience. So let's see how they get round. I see no one, the course builder went round 8, but inside.
Yeah.
But all of them have gone inside both of those jumps to 3.
Nails that turn.
6 strides up the hill.
She's making sure she stays on the forward step. That'll suit this horse. I had the privilege of riding him quite a bit when he belonged to Zaan Bosman, and he really is a Rolls Royce. Zara showing great body position through those 2 oxes.
Does the 9 and gets away with it.
A little rub here and there, but she's looking good for it.
Now you can press a little bit more, that this is a triple bar. You can press a little bit up the hill, but then the risk comes in at this vertical. Now they've got to balance up.
Come on, Eliano.
This is the first rider we get to see go through the treble. Get up.
Uses her voice to help him. You heard her saying, whoa, she obviously knew he was going to have a big step there.
And just ran deep on the 8 there.
Shaitan, I think that's going to catch a lot of them. That 8 is steady after the treble. We mentioned that. You even thought possibly 7 for some of the riders.
Yeah. Good round.
Finishes on the 8 penalties. She'll be pleased with that. Iliano showing he's a great SA Champs class jumper. And what better horse to gain some mileage at this level?
Yeah, we spoke earlier about Ryan stepping up his game in terms of the time, and we see Zara getting 4 penalties for time there. So finishing on a total of 12. So it will be interesting. She's the first rider to finish the track. Whether he shortens that or whether he keeps it like that or lengthens it will be interesting.
I think he's got to leave it. Oh, I don't know, because she did go inside from 2 to 3.
Yeah.
So let's see. Next up at number 5, Jade Anderson, Bakato, former winner of this class with Bianca Pitt. Jade Anderson, very accomplished rider herself. They'll be looking for a good outing today.
Yeah. Jade, a former pony rider, South African champion and junior South African champion, so she knows her way around these champs.
Also electing inside there, Shaitan, keeping it tight.
Very good to 4, slips inside number 1 there. This is quite a fast horse, so I don't think she has to worry too much about
I was going to say, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Bakato, a little bit of a hotter horse and can get quite keen, so she'll be looking to keep the lid on him.
Yeah. She almost steadied a little too much there for that oxer.
He's quite a tricky rider, isn't he? You don't want to put too much leg on to set him off, but you still have to keep, at this height, you have to keep them traveling to the fences. Right by the gate there as well, that ox is quite a question. The sun is quite a bit higher now this morning, and it's quite impressive. We can see the horses not battling as much with that 9 A and B now that the shadows have gone away. She makes this tight turn here to the treble. Good shot in. Oh. Such a slight rub with his hind leg there. Does really well getting him back for the 8 strides. Oh.
Interesting to have that vertical after 11. It's almost like you kind of feel like you finished after 11 and then you turn back to a vertical.
That stop proving costly. 14 time faults added to her 3 down, finishing on score of 26. So next up at number 6, Tanit Williams, Lady Lorum.
Tanit trains with Marie Lamont.
This is one of our thoroughbreds in the class, Shaitan.
Yes. Thoroughbred by 7th Rock out of an Al Mufti mare. We see Al Mufti a lot in the show jumping ring when it comes to thoroughbreds. And this pair are actually the current Eastern Cape Junior show jumping champions. So a competitive
and experienced couple, yeah.
She elects for the 7 there. Thoroughbred again, we spoke about it earlier, very keen. You see her just keeping it all together at the base of the jump. Got a little close there.
Showing good care over the water tray.
Just getting a little close to 1 or 2 of these jumps. He's getting a bit keen.
Yeah, we always want them to enjoy their jobs, and sometimes it's hard just to keep them from enjoying their job too much, isn't it? Lady Lorum just sort of setting sail here a little bit, making Tanit's life a little difficult.
Yeah, there she steadied up nicely for that number 11, and you see her take a wider turn to the last jump, just making sure she gets that clear. Yeah, finishing on 20 penalties. I think a few poles where she wouldn't have liked some of them, but she got through the finish. A few riders failed to do so before her, so yeah, I think all in all, not a bad round.
Just watching that triple combination is obviously going to be a bit of a difficult part of the track. Of riders, I think, finding that short approach quite tricky. Next up at number 7, Olivia Roberts riding Eagles Coast Watch. A 13-year-old gelding by Concerto out of a Ramirez Fury mare. This horse originally produced by Amber Rathbone.
Won a good class in this arena some time ago, at 135 champs, I think.
Super stylish rider, followed, and the reins have been taken over by another super stylish rider, Olivia.
We spoke about it earlier. She's trained with Jenna Odell. She's KZN based. Jumps with a dual license. I watched this pair jump in the 135/140 Rising Stars class at the World Cup earlier, and they had a super round. I think she touched the last jump, but had a super round where I think there was only 2 clears. Positive at the water tray.
Really good ride there, Oxer to Oxer. Now gets him onto his hocks for the double. Yeah, beautifully ridden.
Yeah, Olivia moves on when she lands and gets herself organized after every fence. Whoa. Steadies up for this. Yeah. Now she can quieten down a little bit.
Yeah, she's got to be careful through this turn.
Don't want to be too quick in. Hold his head.
Yeah, equitation through there. You can see she uses the width of that curve to give him some space.
She stayed beautifully on that line.
So tempting to fall in there. Could this be our first clear?
Just keep his head.
Yes, fantastic riding. Well done, Olivia Roberts.
Super.
Time allowed 76. She comes in 72.67. Olivia Roberts and Eagles Coast Watch clear.
You could see the whole time she was thinking of the time, but being very organized about it. So
very organized round. Super riding.
Excellent.
Next up at 8, Katie Bennett riding Capital Chapman.
Katie was also at the Quelle World Cup that was hosted here a couple of weeks back, and she was the winner of the Rising Stars class.
The 130 class, I believe it was.
130 class. This horse originally ridden by a young rider who now is overseas. I'm not too sure if he's riding.
Jacob Peach.
Peach, exactly.
Then bought by Oliver Bishop.
Yep.
And then competed by Kerry Muir, jumped some 150 classes. And Katie really has got a magnificent tune out of this gelding.
He is a horse that looks a little bit lazy. Big jump there. Yeah. But he, funny enough, has had 2 male riders and 2 female riders, and he definitely goes better for the girls.
We were actually speaking about it the other day. It's been amazing how much he definitely prefers a female rider. He's been super talented. I mean, with Kerry Muir, he was outstanding. And Katie getting the same good tune out of this horse.
And he's by Conlank, Capital Conlank, and Conlank was a former winner of this class with a very talented young rider, Matthew Morrison, who now bases himself in Ireland. So nice to see some of that offspring. She was just a bit positive there.
Not getting him back enough on the 8.
I think the line out of the treble is a super disciplined line, and a few for time.
Just outside the time, so 3 for time, and the 2 late rails, the second last and last fence falling. Big step up though from that last class that she jumped 130s at the last show, so she'll be happy with that, I'm sure. Next up, Shayton, number 9, Luca Watson, riding Carlson 113, a young man that you know very well.
Yes, I have a very close relationship with him and his family, and a young rider who is 14 years of age, as you said. Doesn't look it, but he is. His first South African championship. Takes his riding very seriously.
Quite a thing to see Not so long ago, I remember him still on ponies, posting on social media about how he got to spend a day with the great Shaitan Henrik, seeing how it all works. And now to see him at the top of their sport like this at such a young age, what an achievement.
And this partnership, I mean, this was a fantastic buy on behalf of their family. This horse was produced in the most meticulous manner by Bronwyn dos Santos, who I'm sure is watching carefully now.
Absolutely.
A little horse again with a huge heart.
And plenty of personality. I had the pleasure of riding work for Bronwyn for quite a few years, and this guy is spicy. He does an amazing job on him. His will and want to win is just incredible.
And they match each other because Luca also, he really wants to win, and he takes it, like I said, very seriously. He's not just a rider, he's eating, he's soft rub. Mental side.
Keep it together though, yeah? Because Shaitan, there is a second round. You know, one down and you're still there.
And he asked me yesterday if I had any advice for him, and I said to him, you know what, one jump at a time and one round at a time.
Good round. At 14 years old, one down in your first round of the South African Championship. I mean, there's big things to come for that combination.
Fantastic. And in the South African Championship, one down, you're still in.
That's what I'm saying. One down is nothing because you've put the pressure.
He'll be chuffed with that.
You know, he puts in a good second round performance, and the pressure will be on the others to go clear. Next up at number 10, a lady that needs no introduction, Georgia Scribante, riding Capital Crawford. Georgia's other two horses actually got a virus before the show. They both had puffy legs. Those two horses could have been jumping at this level. So I was chatting to Dad Dino the other day. Bit disappointing, but she's taken it in her stride like she always does. A big smile and a positive attitude, this young lady. Let's see what she's got in store for us today with Capital Crawford.
She hails from KZN, comes from a very horsey family. I think the mom rides a little bit. And
the father used to ride as well. Yeah, the sister now at varsity, but she rode and was so successful on Kalahokwi Kasa.
And trained by Grant Langley, and also a girl that has ridden with a lot of maturity in the last couple of years.
She has a South African colour. She rode in the Tri-Nations team. Yeah, you're right. Good shots. Come on, Crawford. I might be slightly biased towards this one, Shades, and we're good family friends. I really enjoy the Scribantes. Always a good laugh.
And you know, I've always noticed that no matter what her round brings, she always finishes the course with a big smile on her face and gives her horses a big pat. I don't think I've ever seen her been mean to one of her horses.
No.
She's got such a cool
Look at his expression. Look at that horse's expression.
And he just wants to be clear in his own way.
She gives it.
Come on.
Oh, touches the back. Okay, keep it together. Leave the last up. So unlucky. Just the back rail of that number 10 coming down. Beautiful riding from Georgia. But again, like we said with Luca, this is SA Champs. There's another round.
Absolutely.
They're not out of it yet with that. Oh, disappointing, but a good round there for Georgia.
Next up, we have Catherine Frank on Caratu Z, and we saw Catherine in the previous class placing third on her other horse. And I said earlier that she's a former reserve South African champion on the same horse.
She'll be looking to go one up on that today.
Yeah, she's a equitation specialist. You'll see in the way that she rides.
Beautifully.
There's not an equitation class I think she hasn't won. So let's see how she gets around this South African championship.
You know, and I mentioned earlier, always nice to ride a class before your big champs class during the day.
Definitely.
Only thing better than that is riding a class and being on the podium in the morning before.
Exactly.
Just shows the type of form that this young lady is in.
Recently moved to Chad Cunningham and coached under the Shamborne flag. And Chad has coached many riders around these South African championships. Oh, she's got a kick up, yeah.
Yeah, good reactions.
Gave him a little growl at the order there.
Oh,
just a little deep on the 9.
I think that slightly deep ride at number 5 just put almost, like you said earlier, that line is like dominoes. If you don't hit the first jump perfectly, it affects the rest of the line.
Yes.
I mean, her reaction times were amazing between 5 and 6, but unfortunately, if you don't hit that number 5 perfectly, it does make for some difficult riding.
And often you see, we spoke about this, and we said, like, when they ride a normal 135 class, they're a lot more like into it, and you can definitely see that they are being a little bit more cautious.
The title's just sitting in the back of their minds here. If this was the 135 championship at the World Cup show where there was nothing nothing to lose for them against the adults, they'd be wiping our clocks. Whoop, a bit big at the last, gets away with it.
So
finishing
the time,
with a handful of time faults.
Time getting to her there.
Obviously with that stop. So 11 riders down, 1 clear round.
2 on
with
4.
Olivia Roberts with Eagles Coast Watch. And like you say, the 2 sitting on just the 4 faults, Luca and Georgia.
Yeah.
Obviously with a lot of strong qualifiers still to come.
Yeah.
An exciting combination up next, one that you said you've been enjoying, Shayton, at number 12, Emily Kruger with Callao Valmarie.
Yeah, this is a daughter of Callao Victory Forever. There's not many in the ring at this level, but this mare with Emily has come on in leaps and bounds. She bought this horse as a very competitive 130 ride, but very new to the 135 level. I think Emily and Valmarie jumped their first 135 a couple of months ago at Stain City. And I think, if I'm mistaken, she came first and second.
Yeah.
So, and I've watched the results leading up to this class and had some nice rounds. And she trains with Lorette Knowles-Taylor.
I was going to say, trains out of the Farnham stables, and I mean, they know how to win championship classes.
Yeah. Emily, a very, very gutsy rider, wants to win.
I think that personality well matched to Valmarie's character. A horse originally produced by Kaylin Fensham.
Whoa.
Just showing
just
there,
a
but
little too strong there.
Yeah.
But she could keep it on the 4.
Did she just easily hack down on 7?
She did.
Yeah, you called it.
And the last. That's the trick with the last. You think you're done.
And I think also those keen horses, to try keep it together towards the end of the track proves difficult.
So, from one Callao to the next, we go to Callao Kikasa and
Speed
Hamza
Merchant
Minty.
of note, Kikasa. It would be exciting to see that pair in the jump off.
I think this horse can't be bigger than 15.2 hands.
When she's excited with her chest puffed out and big shoes on.
Yeah, at Callao we are lucky enough to have a daughter of hers in breeding, and we follow this pair closely. We have a lot of love for Kikasa.
Who's recently jumped some 140s, Shade, and successfully.
And successfully jumped some 140s.
Sure, showing there that he's got all the scope.
We spoke earlier about how he rides his horses and how he gives them a good ride. And
it was amazing earlier how I mentioned to you how he gives the horses such support and balance when he was riding bigger horse earlier, and now you see his finesse and his feel when he's riding a slightly hotter, smaller horse.
Yeah.
He really is a man of talent.
And like there, you see he trusts that he's got the jump. Wow.
Made a plan, did the extra going down there, quick thinking.
And she just gets up off the ground so easily.
Unbelievable springs.
We said he's come in a bit early on her. He would have been qualified a bit higher, but he has
for sure
his other horse Conray later on. And let's see what she does with this treble.
He does really well to
get
deep into that corner. Yeah, well done.
Oh.
Good riding. Make sure of the 8. This could be our next clear.
Keep it together. She's a keen.
Yeah. Well done.
Brilliant.
Super riding and a quick clear as well. 71.45 clear round for Hamza Minty. That is our fastest clear round so far.
So our 2 clear rounds, both hailing from KZN. I wonder if they have home
ground advantage. Yeah. Impressing their home crowd. Back in next on her second ride, number 14, Holly Smith, riding Fran Laren Beaudeloon. Bodaloon is a Bovenier, 15-year-old now, so he's well mileaged.
He's been an incredible horse for her. I watched her when she was, I want to say tiny tot. She's still a tiny tot.
She's still tiny,
when she was much younger on him, and she was so small she used to battle to get the distances, and so these two have grown together, and he's been an amazing horse for her, and he's kept her in the game. And
I think purchased for her when she was still riding with Lorum Pretorius.
Absolutely.
And Lauren, I mean, pat on the back, a better junior horse you couldn't have found.
Yeah.
Maybe sort of now in the twilight years of his career, but
Yeah.
you know, this pair will be looking to put up a big performance today.
And you can see that he just turns around the corner, canters to the next jump. He's not fast.
Watch his head. You haven't seen him shake his nose once.
No, he looks at
Ears
the jumps. Another one that falls.
This rustic double really has caused some problems
Yeah.
today. Makes light work of that triple bar
Yeah.
to the vertical. Another lady getting nice and tight into that corner on the approach. Oh,
Oh.
she almost felt... No, she is going to come back again.
I almost thought she was.
I almost thought she
gonna
was
retire.
retiring, yeah. So much pressure for these young riders. Having a little look.
That jumping in with that wavy
That
yellow
little wavy
plank.
plank. And also, Shayton, it's set. It's not. We would normally have that at the base of the jump, and Ryan has hung it middle
Little
of
bit
the
higher.
jump with quite a substantial gap between that and the top pole. And I don't know if that's affecting what the horses see. So unfortunately, really just towards the end of the track there, rails starting to fall. But like you mentioned, Holly, a very young rider still, and she'll have a lot to come still in these classes.
Next up, we're going to have CDE, Lorlock, Picasso, and Hannah Haber.
You mentioned earlier about her having 3 very different horses that she rides, and rides all so well. There's another slightly unorthodox type.
Yes. She's had him for a while now. They are an experienced pair together at this level. She's won some good classes, been in the placings of some others. Recently moved to Chad Cunningham.
I believe she's jumped some 140s on this horse as well, Shayton,
Yep.
and been successful podium finishes. So she'll be looking for a good outing here today.
I think this is her last junior South African championship. So, and I believe she's possibly going off to study. Sadly, that's the way of life.
It comes back. These riders that are this involved in the sport, they always come back just touching off the front rail behind there.
That jump hasn't fallen as often as I thought it would.
Yeah, maybe because Ryan's made it just that one hole lower than the rest of the fences. It's super spooky though.
Let's Picasso go with his head a little bit up in his own way. We said earlier how well she rides her horses and lets them be who they want to be.
She's on quite the inside line there on the 7.
Steadied up. Let's see if we can just finish it on the 8. Yep.
Yeah, well done.
It should be back because if any of our 4-faulters have a rail in the second class, it will put them on level pegging.
Yep.
So
she could easily
get a
leapfrog
prize.
them in that second round. So still in it. Next up at number 16, Jade Anderson riding Maxstar Dark Knight. Dark Knight originally ridden by Jenna Glancy here in Natal with Grant Langley, so a horse that would have a bit of home ground advantage that we were talking about earlier, a horse that knows this arena well.
Yep, and this horse was third with Jenna in the South African Championships up at KPC.
Yeah, I mean, a speed merchant of note, super careful horse. Now with Jade Anderson trained by Chad Cunningham up in Joburg. So probably enjoying a bit of a home visit.
Yeah, some fresh sea air.
Also
That's where you see his footwork. Where he just gets a little close and gets a little bit quick.
Shows
in
his
front
front end technique.
Gets over that where she had an issue with Picato. So now the rest of the track is new to her because she hasn't had the chance to get here.
Looks
Right,
like she's
that
canted it
beautifully.
12 times already. That was
Beautifully.
beautifully ridden.
Again, super there. Had a good ride to the triple bar, balanced up. Dark Knight, as they call him, DK. Fancy footwork. See what he does with this. Yeah. Oh,
Another one getting caught by that C element of
does
the
the
treble.
7. Also was on the inside line.
Nice. It's quite cool to see how the coaches have trained. Like, you know, every
Yes.
one of Chad's
Have done 7.
pupils have all done the 7.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
When I walked the course, personally, I would, for me, I would have ridden it on the 7.
Because you have big horses, Shaitan, I can tell you, my little ponies would have all been going outside lines.
But you've got to
line eight.
trust the front rail there
Yeah.
at 11, because you need a careful horse on
Yeah.
the 7.
Yeah.
Just so
Absolutely.
that you don't fall short of the.
See him just trying to make space. He almost
touched
jumped a little left, shifted left,
Yeah.
jumping out of that
Maybe
treble.
Jay just thought about the 7
Thinking
a
about that
fraction
inside
too
line.
early.
Yep.
So next up we have Coscar FZ and Olivia Roberts. She's already got a clear in the bag with her previous horse Coast Watch.
She'll be looking to double up on
Yeah,
that.
that's a good feeling to have 2 horses clear. So
Coscar, a horse that started his career in South Africa with Lara Neal, if I'm not mistaken.
Martine first,
and then Lara.
Lara,
Yeah.
and a gelding by Carpaccio, by Corland, then comes Carpaccio. Sorry, Martine will be watching and telling me I don't know my breeding.
I'm impressed you managed to do that without looking down at your page. That was quite impressive.
Steady's up for this. Also a little bit of a tricky horse, sensitive. Sometimes can also have a little spook now and then. So you see it. Whoa,
Big
whoa.
in there. Gets
Well
away
done.
with it.
So she's being a little bit positive with the fillers.
Spookies, yeah.
She's got to really steady up for this treble.
He is quirky, but I mean, a 16-year-old now, he would know his job.
Yeah. So you mentioned when you walked that they had 3 strides off the turn with the car.
Yeah.
And she just got a little deep on the 4 strides
yeah,
in, you know,
yeah.
not that it's a set stride, but
It just affects your ride in there,
Yeah.
that car, definitely
Yeah.
making that a question for these young riders. But I mean, we're not quite at our top qualifiers yet, so we'll be looking for a few more clears. I think Ryan will be holding his breath. So Coscar finishing on just the 8 faults, time 73.95, well within that time allowed still. She'll be looking for a good round in that second round. Next up, at number 18, Janine Kutsia riding Rotoflow Q Bellissimo Z for the Rotoflow team.
Sten, is this horse still a stallion?
I don't believe so.
Okay. He had a small production job with Dominique Alexander.
Yeah, he went off to boarding school there and spent
Yeah.
some time at Sellerhof, I think.
Yeah, waited for Janine's legs to grow.
And I mean, still, they're a fraction of the length of Dom's knees. You see her keep that turn really tight back to the oxer. She'll be mindful of the time. He's got a big jump, spend some time in the air. And even at such a young age, Janine's such a professional in knowing how to
Yeah.
ride these tracks.
Beautiful
Wow.
jump there, over 5. He goes for me in a little bit of a for pleasure
Yes.
style. I'm not sure the exact breeding. I mean, he's probably not related to for
He's by
pleasure.
Breitling LS out of a Quidam de Revel mare.
Kidam, there we go.
Yeah. Just jumping a little high over number
Yeah.
5 and going down the extra to 6, not getting him to shorten quite enough. But on the 4 fault, she'll be looking to leave the rest up and put some pressure on the rest to come.
I hope she's.
Just short jumping.
Yeah,
the
put
Oxer
his
a
feet
little
down
bit.
too soon. I hope she's a
It
bit.
is very square, that Oxer shade.
Wow, and then he gives an exhibition over 11.
Makes up for his mistake.
I wonder if she's going to get into any time.
I think she is just inside.
Oh, one for time.
1 foot time. So she finishes on the 9 on the
It's
9
a pity
faults,
because
1
that
foot
just
time.
puts her out of that little bit of
Yes,
breathing
yeah.
room there on the 8 falters.
Yeah, unfortunately, and just a 1/10 of a second outside that time. So could prove costly, that. Next up at number 19, Victoria Cravenstein, Sunny Park Classic Queen.
Another thoroughbred in the class. Victoria trains with Nicholas Syme Riley. You can see out of the Sunny Park stables. And she's had a cracking start to her year. She's the winner of the
Outdoor Grand Prix.
Junior
I watched
Outdoor
that
Grand Prix.
round. She was in a league of her own that day. She really rode beautifully.
Clearly has had a good show here, qualifying well.
I almost think that I saw trainer Nicholas Syme break a smile when she won that class.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
good
that
on
takes a
you.
lot to impress
Good on
Nicholas.
you,
So
Victoria.
good job, Vix. Let's see what she's got in store for us today.
Going round. She's the first one to go around here.
I think it's nice to go later on in the class just to know what what's expected of you. They do need to go at that 375 meters per minute, but Ryan did measure around there, so she can look to make up a little bit of time in one or two other places. She'll be able to keep the lid on this horse and just keep it steady.
And I
and
think
clear.
she obviously knows she's sitting on a thoroughbred. They're naturally quicker, so she's
Don't spend as
probably-
much time in the air generally.
Yeah, so she knows she's quite tight here to the triple bar.
Yeah, inside line. That's a good shot at that.
Oh, that was like a late rail.
Commentator's curse. I'll tell her to come speak to you after the class.
That was like it almost fell and she was 2 strides away from the jump.
And then again falling victim to that approach to the treble.
This is a pity.
You mentioned she's had a really good show leading up to this in the qualifiers, and sometimes that can take it out of the horses a little bit.
Oh, that's a pity.
So finishes with a few down.
So I think she finishes on 16 or 20 penalties.
Yeah.
That's a pity. She really didn't deserve
today.
Let's see now in slow-mo.
The lightest touches behind on that back rail.
Oh, one. Yeah.
Yeah, she'd almost
Whole
taken
stride
2
away.
strides before that pole fell. Next up, yours, Shayton. Your favorite. At number 20, we have Ziska Null and...
The Lion King.
There you go. Or Bono. Or Bono.
We saw her sister Salome, the winner of the previous class, and now...
It'd be nice to keep it a family affair today.
Yeah, now the sister comes in on the highly qualified Lion King. Wow. I'll leave that up to you. You can say that all day.
I'll be practicing.
We said earlier that her sister trains with Belinda Martin, so Ziska under the same tuition. Hasn't had this horse long. Imported
from Michel van Eck. I actually spoke to him 2 nights ago and mentioned that I'd seen this horse jumping really well at the show. He really believes in this horse. Said to me, he thinks it needs another 6 months or so and it can jump a World Cup.
Wow.
I did say to him, did he realize it's only 7? I don't think it's allowed. But obviously full of confidence in this horse, and why not when you see a jump like this?
Yeah. A stallion, one of the very few in the junior classes. We don't often see juniors on stallions, so it just says a lot about his rideability. A little bit on the inside line there.
She does that 3. We've seen a few others, Shayton, sort of fall out and end up on a deep 4 triple. And then, makes light work of that 7. He's got all the step, all the scope, this guy.
Good ride to the last.
And well inside the time, that gives us our...
There's your third clear
round. Big pat.
Unlike the previous round, we have a second round in this class, so not a guaranteed podium finish just yet.
Not yet, but the Null family in fine form today.
Yeah, the Pembroke team have worked hard, and clearly it's paying off.
He looks proud of himself too. Good boy, Bono, as he told the horse whisperer. Next up at 21, Nicholas Deploy, Quibi. Nicholas, a young man that I must say, coached by Kelly O'Connor. This young guy has come on in leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. Really riding beautifully. He's been fantastic this show. As you would expect, riding with Kelly, they know how to win classes. can see he's really setting a good rhythm to number 1.
And Nicholas won a Gauteng Champs class a few weeks back in the Bob
Fantastic,
Charter Arena on this horse, and qualified well, yeah. And our viewers might not know that to get to this sort of qualifying, you have to have had 2 good rounds, not just one. So he
And Shayton, they've been competitive this week. They've really, I mean, you've had to jump clear rounds to qualify, basically.
and quick.
Yeah.
So
Here I'm using his voice there to encourage the horse.
whoa, steady up. There we go. Gets over that.
Yeah, he really uses his voice a lot
Yeah.
with this horse.
He's going to have to just steady a little bit coming
Just
in
settle
here.
down a bit.
Steady, steady. Oh, Quibi doing a super job. Yes.
Yeah.
Doing a super job. Wishing he's 1 jump from home.
Come on, leave it up.
Yes.
Well done, Nicholas. Fantastic
little
riding.
fist pump through the finish.
Glad I didn't jinx him, because he really has. He's been in fine form this week, Nicholas, and just showing there why I said that. He really is riding well, and Quibi up to the task today.
Brilliant. So we now head into our top 3 qualifiers. All 3 of them with a dual license. All have a lot of experience at this level. We see Michaela in her green jacket, her South African colours. And she sets off to jump number 1.
On the very successful Vulcan, Takentog's Alzu Vulcan.
Yeah, I think this is a son of Verdi.
Yes, again, without looking at the sheet, Shayton. Very
I hope
impressive.
I'm right. A son of Verdi that was with Charlie Crockett before. And
Another horse originally bought by Joanne van Achterberg. So
Ah.
Joanne, good eye for a horse, good
Yeah.
taste. And now mounted by a very talented young jockey, a superstar in the making.
wow, good jump over 5. And you know, I don't know, she's coached by her mother. And I don't know who has a bigger task at hand, because we know coaching our relatives and spouses is not easy. So kudos to this team.
And Shayton, they really are a team. Like,
Yeah.
they're a pair that you see, you know, often we know the couples and we know the trainers and children that do seem to butt heads. These 2, this is the most respectful young lady I've ever met.
Yeah.
They get along well. She values her mom's input.
And a young lady that's deserving of a South African
A harder
title.
working
of any,
young lady.
Any,
you'd look,
any kind.
Yeah, you'd have to look
Well
hard
done.
to find,
Well
and
done.
showing us why.
Well done.
Our 5th clear round, Takentog's Alzu Falcon, Michaela Martin.
We've had 3 in a row now.
Yep, and I mean, that's what we have come to expect of these riders here at the top of the qualifiers.
Yep. So 2 boys, 3 girls, 2 more boys to go.
Come on, guys. Bring it home for Team Boys.
I understand that this is his last South African championship,
Divan?
Divan. So I know he's a former young rider South African champion, if not the reigning South African young rider champion, not junior. So I wonder if this title is the one he still needs.
And I mean, he's a young man that's been winning a lot. I know at Maple Ridge he won every 135 class.
Yeah.
So next up, 23, Divan Bosman, Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro.
He also rides with a dual license and was at the Quelle World Cup. He won both 135 classes,
Yeah.
and I was in the
Fortunate rail.
I was in the 135s, and when I heard he had a rail in the jump,
Yeah,
I
everyone
kind of puffed
bri-
my cheeks and thought,
Exactly,
okay.
everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Trained by Anton Hook, who's produced many good riders.
Yeah.
Fills his riders with confidence and is always competitive. A kind of man in the sport you won't find.
No.
And Divan, absolute professional, quiet demeanor, a little cheeky every now and then I've seen, but I mean, which young
Yeah.
man isn't? And a real super talent. This horse originally ridden by Kelly O'Connor.
Yes. And been very successful with Devon. He's got his own style. Devon.
We were actually talking about this the other day. He, not unlike Oliver Bishop, but with just amazing feel. If you watch his hands,
his balance over the jump,
as he's displaying to us so well here.
He sits so still. And there we go.
That's our next clear.
Yeah.
This is hotting up to be quite a class, Shaitan. Oh, I think we're in for a treat of a jump. I put my money on it. We're going to have a jump off here today.
I hope so.
And I don't think 1 or 2 riders. I think we're in for a good 3 or 4.
I hope so.
Hope we don't have to edit that out later. But I think that, yeah, we're in for quite a jump off here this morning. Next up, the man of the hour, number 24, Hamza Minty, riding Callao Conray, a partnership so successful here in the 140 a few weeks ago.
Wow. A son of Concoriano out of a Stolzenberger Scudo mare.
Okay.
Yeah. The Minties recently purchased his full brother on our auction a couple of weeks back.
Callao Concalito.
Concalito.
And sorry.
You can imagine why.
Yeah.
So very exciting.
Worth taking a chance on.
Very exciting.
And he's a man whose name at the moment is just synonymous with success, isn't it?
Yeah. He thinks on his feet, this boy. Like he makes a plan when he needs to, but it's like trains with Chad and therefore has a strict plan, I'm sure.
You can see his eyes, you can see with his eyes, he's always one step ahead of where he's at with the horse. He's planning ahead, he's making, and then, like you said, now he's quick on his feet. I mean, he always has plan B. His plan B riding is amazing.
Yeah. And with the sport that things come so quickly, you have to have plan B.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. Come on, keep it on this last.
Needs to be clear.
Yes.
So he's got 2 clears now in the bag. And let's see when he finishes up in terms of time. A little bit slower, so he'll come in on Conray, if I'm not mistaken, first, if they're going according to times.
Let's just see. We're waiting for the official results, but at the moment we do have 7 clear rounds going through. So it just shows the standard of this class. These riders are absolutely riding at the top of their game.
Yeah.
We mentioned earlier it's a strong field of riders. A lot of them been applying their trade in the adults classes, so they know exactly what's expected of them. We're going to take a short break now while we get our running order for the second class. These riders are going to be allowed to walk the course for their second round. It's a shortened track over 8 jumps that Ryan Sanders has set. The rules have recently changed for this SA show jumping class for the juniors. So it's a shortened track, not another full track. And then if we have equality of penalties, we'll go through to a jump off. So I think, Shaitan, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to go walk that second track.
Yes.
And viewers, when we get back, we'll have all the action from the second round for you. This stream is brought to you by Discover Sport. Thank you so much to the team from Discover Sport. They've been so professional and so nice for all the parents, friends, grandparents that couldn't be here at the show to be able to watch these riders apply their trade and show us their talents.
Yeah, it's a very exciting platform for sports in general. And if you register on discoversport.com, you can keep up to date with what's going on there. And there'll be a lot more action brought to you by Discover Sport. So have a look while we break now for the second round. And we'll be back and we'll see what happens in round 2. And the pressure gets more and more.
So grab yourself something to drink, come back to your screens, and when we get back, the Langley Equestrian South African Championship.
Welcome back, viewers. We are getting ready to see the second round of your Junior 135 Langley Equestrian South African Championship. We will go through the running order with you now shortly. Sten, good class so far.
I'm still putting my money on it. We're going to have all four going through to the jump off. We have heard that Bakato and Jade Anderson and Fran Laren Bodaloon will not be coming back in. Holly Smith and Jade are out. So first in we'll have Karatu Z and Catherine Frank. Second in Iliano Zara Didiluri. Third Capital Chapman Katie Bennett. Fourth Rotoflow Q Bellissimo Z Janine Kutsia. Fifth Callahove Valmarie Emily Kruger. Sixth CD Lawlock Picasso. Hannah Gerber, then Koskar, Carlson, 113, Capital Crawford.
And then come your clear rounds.
Yep, and then all of our clear rounds. So making her way in, Michaela Martin. Sorry, correction. Coming in to start our second round, Karatu Z and Katie Frank.
So starting off our second round, we have Catherine Frank, and she brings in Karatu Z. I think this partnership's coming in here for some mileage. She didn't have the round she wanted in the first round, but having a good ride here. A little close at number 3.
Oh.
Big jump at number 4.
Now they turn back to that black and white oxen, number 11 going the other way. Number
Good,
10, sorry, going
good
the
ride.
other way. 11.
Gives him a little tap on the neck. Good ride at the double.
Oh, just touches it off,
Commentator's
jumping
curse.
out.
And she's got one jump to go, which was jump number 1. Now it's your last jump. Good round.
So just the 4 faults.
One down in the second round. Good round, Sten. I think she'll be happy to finish on that. I think it was a good call coming into the second round.
Yeah, nice just to finish on a positive note for Katie and Karatu Z.
Yep.
So, awaiting her turn, we have Iliano Zara Didiluri. Now the combination, they had just the 12 faults, bringing forward the 12 faults from the first round. So they'll be looking to improve on that, put in a good performance here, leave all the rails up, nice clear round.
Yeah. We'll go through the track with you. So they start with what was jump 3 as jump 1, and they do the option here on the 6 or 7 up to this jump, which is jump 2.
She rides up beautifully on the 6 there.
6. Was that always a plank on the top of number 2?
They've changed, the plank
I
was in
thought
the
so.
middle, yeah.
Good jump at number 3.
5 strides down the hill to the water tray.
Zara, very good body control on landing.
Right turn to number what was 11, going backwards.
Now they jump this double of verticals.
Which is number 6 going the other
She's
way.
got a little
now.
close to the first element.
Yep.
He's getting a bit keen now.
Zara showing good body position there over the vertical to help him stay clear over that.
Just balances up for the last. Just looked like he got a little keen here to the double.
Oh, getting a big hug. I mean, that'll be amazing for Zara to get that sort of mileage at this level. She'll be super happy with that.
Very good. Next up, we have the Cape Town entry. This is Capital Chapman.
Katie Bennett, she comes in on 11 faults. She had just the 2 down and 3 for time in that last round.
Those late rails in the first round, given him some energy juice, and hopefully he's got some energy for the second round. Gives him a big kick there to number 1.
Already here on 11 faults, Shaitan, if she can jump a nice clean round, she could be in with a prize today.
Yeah, because as the class gets on, the pressure just becomes more and more for those remaining riders. So she can keep all the poles up.
She could be in with a shot at a prize here. Time allowed for the second round, 56 seconds. So they'll be mindful of that. You wouldn't want to get any more costly time faults.
She just pressed him a little to get out there because she was a little close coming in, and he just put his front feet on it. Otherwise, a very good round. And she must have stepped up a grade because I saw her in the 130s at the last show.
Yes, absolutely. Like we said earlier, she was the winner of the 130 under 25 class. So big step up for that combination. And they've held their own here today. Really good riding from Katie Bennett.
So I think next up we have Jade Kutsia on the Rotoflow entry.
Rotoflow Bellissimo, yeah.
And she had the 1 for time, so she's coming on 9 penalties, which is a little bit frustrating because it just puts her behind those 8 faulters. But I think she'll want to jump clear and put pressure on. Gives them a nice room there at the plank.
Also a really young lady that could do with this mileage. Amazing to be jumping at this level of the sport already at her young age.
Yep. She trains with, she trains with Charlie Crockart, and Charlie's always had a lot of praise for Janine and has always said that she's a talented jockey and just needs the right horsepower.
Yeah, and we've really seen that in recent times. She's enjoyed much success. She'll have to be mindful
of the time again.
Yeah, he's not the fastest horse. Time of 56. She's got 13 seconds to get home.
I think she'll get there.
I think she should be fine.
A little bit wide. Keeps him up.
So the other riders could have watched there and seen. I mean, she was quite wide, and this horse not the fastest horse. Well within the time, 54. Yep. So a good 2 seconds inside the time, or just under 2 seconds. So there's no pressure on these riders here at the time in the second round. The track, you know, the second round usually slightly less technical like this.
Jumps
so they
more
need
open.
to keep a calm mind, leave the fences up. Our next rider looking to do that, Emily Kruger, Callao Valmarie. She brings in just the 8 faults. So she'll be looking to put some pressure on those 4 fault riders and maybe possibly even our clear round jumpers. If she can put together a nice clear round here, the pressure will be on.
Yeah. She jumped a very, very, very good first round. I see she's the first rider to come off the right rein to jump number 1.
And the shorter track will suit this horse, Shayton, because she sort of got a bit hot and busy towards the end of the class. That last round. She
does the 6.
6. Yeah, you saw it planned from the beginning.
Yeah. Tight to that jump. I'm not too sure if time plays a part here. I don't think it does, but she's being positive.
I think order of riding in that jump off, it will play a role. Yeah.
I'm very, very, very impressed with Emily's riding. Like, she really has come on so much.
And to have learned this slightly tricky mare so quickly is unbelievable.
And competitive.
Jockey.
Her lines have been shorter. Well done.
Good and quick. 41.19.
Very good round.
Leaves her on the 8 faults that she brought forward from the first round. And at the moment, that puts her into the lead. I know we have lots of clears to come, but strong second round from Emily, showing what she's made of there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really strong performance. So next up we have Hannah Gerber, CDA Lawlock Picasso.
No, I don't. Oh. No, this is Olivia Roberts. Sorry guys, we're getting a bit mixed up here. This is Olivia Roberts, and she brings in Coscar FZ. And Coscar on the 8 penalties. She's got a clear with her other horse later on, so I think that's why she's coming in a little bit earlier.
Yep, sorry, that's what confused us. So far, good round here.
Yeah, little touch at the hollard. Balances up.
Just the last to go. Leaves it up.
Good job.
Really good round. So she stays on the 8 faults in a time of 49.24.
Okay, good round, finishing there with all the poles up, leaves her on the 8. So these 8 faulters putting the pressure on the
rest of the class
riders
for
to
sure.
follow. Now we have young Hannah Haber, and she brings in CDE Lorlock Picasso. And again, she's one of our 8 faulters.
This is the last of our 8 faulters. So again, she'll be looking to leave them all up. Like you said, keep the pressure on the other riders.
Yep. She gets a good canter to number 1. Good jump.
Also choosing the 6. The horses have really shown care at that plank. We
I was
haven't
going to
seen
say
anyone
now,
go
yeah,
near it.
they've jumped that plank quite well.
Big stepping horse gets
Yeah.
that 5 so easily.
Hannah's very good at giving these horses space.
Yeah,
And then trusting the
as
scope.
you said it, her job is the front rail, his job is the back rail.
Very good ride in.
Little touch at the B element, gets away with it. 2 from home.
Space again.
Yeah,
She's got 1 jump left.
she's good for time.
Well
Space
done.
at the last, clear round,
round.
leaves her on the 8 faults.
Okay, so
So
now we start with our 4 faulters from the first round, and we've said this multiple times. These guys are still in
really
it.
in the
They're
hunt.
still
I
in
think
it.
this bunch of riders, these 3 riders on 4 faults, definitely still in the hunt. Next up, we have Carlson 113, Luca Watson.
They just have to keep their heads and jump a clear round and put pressure on the others.
Did you say they just have to
Just,
jump a clear?
it's like as
just
easy
keep
as
your-
that.
Just keep your head. Just keep your head. Jump a clear round. See, this young man can keep it together here.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
rode up quickly
Yeah.
in the 5.
He made that decision early. Good to balance up afterwards. Okay, he's got to be a little careful here at these verticals. Whoa. Oh, Sunny being a champ. Okay,
Good. Nice
balance
settle
up.
to the last. Yep.
Yes.
Oh,
well
fantastic.
done.
And now we're talking about
Fantastic.
pressure on the other riders. Now
Yeah.
there really will be pressure on the other riders, because with just the 1 down in the first round, that leaves Luca on a score of 4 faults in a time of 45
And quick.
35. Yep.
So,
That's quick.
if I'm not wrong, if they all have a pole, do we have a 4-fault jump off, or
I'm not sure. We're going to wait for the ground jury. Sorry, as the wind picks up here while we
takes all our papers flying? That was a really, really well judged round, and Sunny coming to the party there for Luca. But next up, we have Capital Crawford. Sten, one of your favorites.
Yeah, she'll be looking for much the same as Luca. A clear round performance in a quick
Yep.
time, put the pressure on the others. This horse naturally quick. You did say he jumps it a little bit in his own way.
A very economical jump.
I was sitting with Georgia the other day. She said she calls it when he jumps like a spider. He jumps with his front legs out in front of him.
A girl that's used to pressure. She, like we said, was part of the Tri-Nations team. So this is not new to her. Talking to him, yeah, she comes past us, saying, "Whoa." These riders have definitely given this jump a lot more respect.
Yeah, yeah. She's just amazing hands, this young lady. Her
Yeah.
hands look like they're tied to the neck. She's just always in contact
So
with the
much
horse's
feel.
mouth. So much feel. Yep,
Wow.
as you would expect,
Super.
in fine
And
form.
slightly quicker than Carlson, but clear in the second round, and she's also on 4.
Puts her in a good position. That's nice, quick clear. 4 faults, finishing on the 4 faults in a time of 45.27. Georgia, big smile, as you mentioned earlier, always when she leaves the arena. Big pat for her horse and a smile from ear to ear.
So this is the last of the 4 faulters. This will be Jade Anderson.
Max Star Dark Knight.
Yeah.
A horse we would expect a clear round from without putting pressure on her, we would. This pair super accomplished.
Had a very, very soft rail coming out of the treble in the first class. Luckily that's not in.
Electing for the 7-1-2, just knowing her horse well.
Yeah, he's a bit smaller,
Yep.
and I think she knows to just keep it all together. Needs to push up here a little.
Which she does.
I love this horse's expression. He
He almost just overreacted
Reacted
to
to that
her there
steady.
when she took a little steady.
That's a pity.
Oh, that'll be heartbreaking for Jade.
Oh, just thrown off her game a bit.
Yeah, and I think the horse a little flustered from that.
This is such a tough sport. You jump a
Pressure.
good first round, you
Yeah.
come in and you think, you know, I'm halfway there, and like you said, the first time we'll maybe get to watch it on the replay. She just steadied a little bit when she was a bit forward to the water tray. I think she thought, I need a steady, and she
Yeah.
did, and he kind of went,
Thought he almost overreacted.
Yeah.
You never know. It's so difficult with these horses.
Okay, so now we start with our clear rounds, and this is where the pressure really, really starts. We have 7 clears.
Olivia Roberts on Eagles Coast Watch will be our first to come in. They're just giving her a bit of time, I think, to change over from her previous ride. They will want to stick to program order. This is the South African Championship for these juniors, so they will stick strictly to program order. It's been packed here all week. I mean, you try find a table there at the catering. The Durban Shongweni Club has been amazing. The catering here, fantastic. Always a good family vibe. Great show jumping on display.
You can
all
see that
week.
dad there's had a long, long, long week. He's had enough of this show.
Yeah, no, it's been hectic. There's 2 show jumping royalties there, Liam Stevens and Chris van der Merwe. Looks like they're chatting to each other on the phone.
Yeah, in their jeans.
Yeah.
No riding for them.
Day off. Yeah, and it really just has been just a big shout out to Shongweni Club. It's been amazing this week. The show jumping's been top class, and the support from the parents, the family, the friends, just been outstanding. I mean, 6 days of wall-to-wall show jumping, back-to-back classes.
Yeah.
Been really exciting and just amazing to see our sport at the level that it is, so strong, so well supported.
It's very exciting for the future of the sport, because all these riders are our future. And I think a good time to, again, just thank Discover Sport for bringing the people who were unable to be
Absolutely.
here, the live streaming for today's champs classes.
Absolutely.
I'm sure there's lots of grannies and grandpas, if they've figured out their technology, watching.
For sure.
And yeah, thanks to them for bringing this to the rest of South Africa.
So next in, Olivia Roberts is here on Eagles Coast Watch. Rearing to go, sets off at a good rhythm here to number 1.
So she was our first rider to give us a clear in the first round.
And she'll be looking to leave it that way, double clear.
Yeah, if she could just put the pressure on and just jump clear. Like I said earlier, just jump clear. It's that
No,
easy.
But that's exactly, these riders won't be too fussed about the time. They'll be mindful.
Yeah.
But their job here is a clear round.
Yeah. Okay, now you got to settle up a bit. She
You
takes,
can see land stays a little straighter, really gets organized for this oxer. Beautiful ride there.
got to be a little quieter at this double. Just a little bit quieter.
Picture of concentration coming in. Oh, and it fell so late.
Oh, I didn't even see it fall. These cups are so shallow and these poles are so light that just the tiniest touch.
But in fact, Shaitan, even though she went a little wider
See,
in places,
she's slower than
she's only just slower than the others. Time of 48.89, finishes on the 4 faults. That means that Georgia Scribanti and Luca Watson go first and second on the log for now. That puts them ahead of Olivia.
And that's
Eagles
what we said
Coast
earlier, where the 4 faulters are very much in.
Still in this for a good prize.
So next up we have Hamza Minty. He brings in 2 clear rounds for the second round, and this is the little firecracker Kalaho Kikasa.
He'll be looking to just keep a lid on this
Yeah.
there while
Yeah.
he goes around. He'll know her job's this round for her is not done. He'll be looking for the jump off round, I'm sure, where she'll be lightning quick.
Oh, he does 7 there. Gets away with it. 7 in the 5.
You
Gets
little
away with it.
magician, you Kwikasa.
Come on.
He's going to have to fill her with a bit of confidence here.
Yeah. Luckily, he's got verticals that remain.
Yep. Good.
Okay. What a mare.
Yeah,
One jump
good.
from home. Don't turn too tight. Just stay out.
He got you in his ear.
Come on.
Oh, well
Yes,
ridden.
boy. Well done.
Word, making us hold our breath
Wow.
there, 5-6, but getting away with it. Hamza Minty goes clear. Our first double clear. Kalaho Kwikasa take a bow.
Puts him at the top of the log, and he's got another clear, so the pressure's off him for
So
now.
what would you call that? Plan C riding?
flip, I don't know. He was a little deep at 5. She jumped up and down. I thought, oh, he's going to do the 6 because he did the 6 in the first round.
which worked so well.
And I think she came back and she just shows you like her care, and she just finds jump.
Heading to number 1, we have Ziska Nel now. Leuven Koenig 3 Bukken.
Well done, Sten. I stay
Bono.
silent.
Bono doing the 7 there. Getting
That was maybe a
tight.
late decision on,
Yeah.
on Ziska's part.
That's fine.
This is when
She again
the
will just be looking for that jump off.
double clear. This is where the double clear comes into. Oh,
Damn. Well, again, now she'll be looking
Oh.
to leave it on the 4 false.
come on.
This horse looking a little lethargic now. This
Yeah,
second round
I don't know if
straight.
she's just being a little too careful. But he just
To
looks
me,
like he's not
looking
got that stamp off
he
the
hasn't got
ground.
that same kick off the ground, looking a little laboured.
Big horse.
Yeah,
It's much warmer than it is in Joburg.
absolutely. I mean, it's a good 10 degrees warmer than
Yeah.
what we've had at home.
That's a pity. She'll be a little bit disappointed with that.
Visibly disappointed, but I mean, yeah, you know, this is show jumping, not show winning, and it's a hard lesson to learn for all of us.
Yeah.
That horse gave an exhibition the first round, jumped out of his socks, and maybe just coming back a little tired in that second round.
So now a very, very, very big moment for the next rider, Quibi and Nicholas Duploy. I think, you know, this is definitely his biggest class. He's jumped with pressure like this. So let's see what the little Zorocco Blue can make of this track. Good shot at number 1. Kelly's obviously told him, keep your reins short, contact, because his reins are so short and he's
Yeah.
holding. That's
Good
it.
kick there at that oxer. Does he get
Well
down?
done.
Well ridden, Nicholas.
Well done. Thinking on his feet.
yeah, and
Okay,
he's
now
positive.
settle up a little bit.
Yep, you hear him using his voice. Whoa.
Whoa.
Gets
Come on,
away with it.
Quibi.
Come on, 2 to go.
Keep it together. Oh,
It's
it's rolling, but it stayed in the cups. Come on, Quibi. Yes, boy.
Nicholas, well done. Amazing riding. That's definitely the biggest test that these two have ever faced. And
Well done.
stand up and take it in their stride. Well done. That's Shaitan. 2 for 2 for the
So-
boys team.
We have a jump off.
We have a jump off. Another 2 or 3 to go, I said.
The boys are holding it in there.
But 2 for 2 from our male riders. Up next, Michaela Martin riding the Takentogs entry Takentogs Alzu Vulcan.
She's no stranger to speed, although this round is going to take jumping clear more than the speed. But you see how she's getting a
just revving
positive
him up,
ride.
making sure he's awake. I think after watching stablemate Ziska's horse
Yeah,
be maybe
be
a little quiet
quiet.
that round, she's making sure her horse is awake and alive.
And I've actually watched her a lot with this horse. He's probably a slightly colder horse.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think she always has to kind of just make him think a bit quicker.
For sure.
But showing her maturity, yeah.
Yeah, she's been quite organized here.
Gentle rub on the back rail there.
Come on, keep your leg.
Well done. I think you're going to get your Or four-man jump
I
off.
think it's there, at least 4. She's going to have to be mindful. She's got 10 seconds to get home.
Big jump at the last. Come on.
Yeah,
That's
no,
it.
she's fine for time.
There we go.
Michaela Martin, another double clear, 48.28. Puts her into that jump off. And we're in for some jumping today. As the weather heats up, so does the jumping. A man that could be speedy in that jump off up next. Devon Bosman, you said, riding in his last junior South African championship. Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro. They'll be looking for a fairy tale ending to their junior career here.
Absolutely. See, his horse switches behind with the back legs, but it doesn't seem to affect him.
Absolutely relaxed about it, yeah.
The horse is very uphill. Devon almost ride with a loose rein, like you said, that Oliver...
I mentioned, Georgia Scribanti, maybe a slightly shorter rein, but the same sort of feel with their hand. Really, really just such horsemen.
And like you say, Stan, feel.
Oh,
it's something you can't buy or teach. You either have it or you don't.
Yeah.
Masterclass.
Textbook through the double there.
And you know, this is like also a testament to the fitness of these horses.
Absolutely.
They've jumped 2 qualifying rounds.
Yeah.
There you go.
Devon, true to the script, he goes clear. Double clear, 45.67. Another man joins that jump off.
Well, there we go. You called it. At least 4 in the jump off.
Yep. Three boys.
Three
so
boys.
far.
So a bit in our favor.
This is going to be one exciting jump off. So 1 horse left to go in the second round. Hamza Minty on Callagho Conray. They're going to give him a moment just to swap horses. Shoo.
Sten, remind me of my rules here. So if Conray goes clear,
Yes.
this is the top 5 placings.
Yes.
The 4 falters form part of 6, and then is it 6 on time or is it tied 6?
I'm not 100% sure of those. It's only the 2 4 falters. So Luca Watson and Olivia Roberts will...
I want to say it goes to time, but I hope it's a tie because it's a bit unfortunate if it is going to time.
Yeah, well, that was a quick changeover. We have Hamza Minty back already. Fit young man.
Now this is where the pressure gets a lot. He knows he's got a clear in the bag, but
I would feel that almost takes the pressure off, because who do you think he'd be quicker on in that second round? He would back himself to be as fast on either of these horses.
I agree, but like, you're the highest qualifier to go out on
this young man looks like he puffs his chest out and smiles for the camera and says, "Come guys, watch what I've got."
I hope so.
Same rider as Kwikasa, but elects to keep going on the 5, knowing his horse well. Yeah, good shot.
Take your time, yeah.
Clean through that double. That tricky rustic double. Yeah, good. 1 to go. And Hamza Minty, 2 for 2.
We said earlier he's
This
kind
is
of the man of the hour.
going to be a speed fest. If you like fast show jumping, which we all do, don't move a muscle. This is going to be one exciting jump off.
Wow.
So now do they go? They go in reverse order of time, hey? Yeah.
Do they? Or do they go in the order that they did?
Well, we'll see it now, I guess. Quibi was the fastest. I think they go that way.
Okay, I don't even know that jump.
Do you remember the jump when they gave us the form? What did I do with that?
Let me just ask someone to send it to me quickly. Welcome back, viewers. We are off to a quick start already. We have the first of our jump-off riders, and this is Hamza Minty, and you can see he's off to a flying start with Kalahoki Kasa. Wow!
He's coming a little early on this first ride, obviously.
He is leaving nothing to chance.
This is lightning quick.
Wow.
And just the last octave to go.
Where's he going? Come on!
Yeah.
What a jump off. Did he miss a jump?
If you blinked, you would have missed that.
Did he miss a jump?
25.50. He just did a turn that I don't
Are you
think
sure he
any of
didn't
us-
miss a jump?
Absolutely.
25 seconds.
He jumped number 12 and went inside that Kalaho vertical. I don't think
Guys, I've never seen that before. I'm like gobsmacked.
that was ridiculous. That was
I still wanted to introduce you to the course. And
crazy.
wow. Incredible, incredible, incredible round.
Like we said.
He missed a jump. Kalo Kikasa eliminated.
What jump did he miss, Shaitan? 8, 9.
He had to turn back to fall.
Oh, he missed the turn back to
He had to
fall.
turn
No
back
ways,
to
no
fall.
wonder he was so quick.
That's why I was like, he's so fast.
So Nicholas on Quibi is going to give us a probably
Oh,
better thing of where
what?
the time is at.
Now, that's where
why.
he turned inside.
Yeah. Oh, Quibi just not locking on. These boys are leaving nothing
Oh my gosh, he's going to kick himself.
nothing out here. They're really going for it.
And it's interesting because in the jump off, this turn back to number 4, it's a tight turn back because you've got 5. Ryan hasn't taken number 5 out, so
Yes.
you have no choice to go wide there.
Yeah,
You have
yeah.
to go on the short inside line. Wow.
Jeepers, 25 seconds. No wonder we were confused.
No, I was like, he missed a jump. He had to have missed a jump.
He almost came back in a little bit rushed. Hey,
That's what I thought.
could have given himself a minute just to regather before he started his round. Even caught our cameraman off guard.
Okay, so Nicholas is finished on 4 penalties. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that round, but he finished. He's jumped 3 rounds. He made it into the jump off in his first South African Championship.
And take about Quibi not touching a rail
Not
in 3 rounds.
touching a rail. And like I said earlier, I think that turn back to 4 comes really, really quickly. So maybe Quibi just a bit surprised at the turn back. Hamza's kicking himself.
So at the moment, Hamza finishes 5th on Kwikasa.
Yeah.
And Quibi and Nicholas Deploy can finish no worse than 4th.
That's amazing.
in
Your
his first South African championship.
You could be on the podium
Great
still.
result.
You never know what happens.
4 faults, 49.22. Is that his time?
Yeah. So next in, we have Michaela Martin, and she brings in the Tak and Tog's entry Elzu Velken. And we said earlier she's not shy of speed, so...
Shaitan, this may be not the fastest horse, but she goes clear here. She's assured a podium finish.
100%.
Really good
Tight turn
Come on.
there.
Yep, good going. Making use of his scope and care. Oh, touching one off. Now she has to be faster than Nicholas's time of 49.22. Remember, he had a stop, so she should be faster than him. Oh no, and another one goes down.
So Nicholas is on the podium.
Fantastic.
Nicholas is on the podium. Brilliant.
Good effort from Michaela Martin. 38.65. 8 faults. Puts her into second position at the moment with 2 riders to go. Divan Bosman and Hamza Minty still to go in their jump off.
Hopefully someone's run to Hamza and told him that he has to add jump 4 in before he gets to the double.
Yeah, it's so disappointing because they jumped their hearts out, that pair. Really sad. Making his way in, Divan Bosman next on Cornerstone's mid-guard, Zakiro. Anton Hook would have told him everything that's expected of him here. He's a level-headed, well-accomplished young man.
Yeah, he can ride under all sorts of pressure.
Ice in his veins, this boy.
It's nice to have a triple bar to start because it kind of like gets your pace.
Rhythm like that, hey. Good shot there.
And this is where it gets tricky. Do you go fast and
I'll tell you now, Hamza's going to be quick. So, that was a tight turn.
Wow.
Amazing, Divan.
Tight to the double. Very tight to the double.
Come on.
Wow. He did 8 strides there. And they took the third element out.
He dropped 2 strides, yeah.
He went round there.
That's fine. He is quick.
He's tight to the last.
Yes!
Pressure's on.
What a round. Divan Bosman, take a bow. The crowd goes wild. What a round. Good ride.
He's left nothing in it.
I'm not sure he could have gone any quicker on that horse. That's as quick as he could be. 35.20. Divan Bosman leads the class with 1 to go. Hamza Minty. We're in for a nail-biting finish here, guys. A big smile from Divan. Hugs his horse. Coach Anton Hook looking super proud.
Okay, now Hamza must give himself some time and not rush himself like he did in the first round.
Take a breath, ready yourself. Time to beat, 35.20.
He's showing him the jump, so he knows it's in the jump off.
There you go. Takes a deep breath.
Okay. Your highest, the highest qualifier for this class. He won the 2 warm-up classes. Oh. I'm nervous.
Easy on the 4.
I'm not going to say
much. Looks right.
Here. I'm going to leave this to you.
Good man, Hamza. Keeping it tidy. A little wider, but quick. Also gives himself a tiny bit more space there, but still quick.
I think
this horse is quick
Divan
over the
was
ground.
A fraction quicker.
Yep, for sure. 1 extra from Divan
there. Got to be quick. Okay, he went
inside. Let's see, does that make up that time? And he does this inside line. 35.20 is what he's looking to beat.
Slower. And the last.
35.87. Unfortunately, 4 faults at the last. Which means Divan Bosman, our new South African junior champion.
In his last junior championship.
Congratulations, Divan. Second place, Nicholas Deploy.
No, Hamza on 4 on Conray.
Sorry,
and then
Hamza.
Third is Nicholas.
Nicholas Deploy. We have
so the boys on the podium.
4th place, Michaela Martin. What a class. And more exciting jump off you couldn't have asked for. Good designing, Ryan Sanders. I think he pitched this perfectly for this group of riders. We're going to let them
Amazing.
tally up the final results, and we'll be back with it in a moment for you guys. But wow, exciting scenes out here. Great, great class with these young riders.
Wow, what a class. Also a lesson into how to ride a jump off, maybe.
A few lessons on how to go fast there. Wow, a really, really incredible riding. Well done, guys. We're just going to get those official results in, and we'll be back with you in a moment.
Welcome back, everyone. We've just witnessed a very, very exciting Junior South African Championship class.
Shaitan, a more exciting class you couldn't have asked for, I don't think. What an amazing jump off. I think
Unbelievable.
cheap is just amazing sport, and these guys are crazy.
Absolutely.
I haven't seen riders go that fast in quite a while, and I mean, we're used to this week in and week out. Those guys really lay it all out there.
Absolutely.
Divan Bosman, yeah, take a bow. So we have our official results in.
Yeah, in first we obviously have Cornerstones, Midgard, Sakiro and Divan Bosman. In second we have Callagho Conray. I mean, what a show that horse has had. He's been first and second. You can't sort of hope for, I mean, you could have hoped for better, but you can't be unhappy with that. Then in his first South African Championship, Nicholas Duploy, take a bow. Quibi, what a round. Then in fourth we have Takken Togs, Alzu Vulcan and Michaela Martin. And then in fifth we have...
Sorry, they're just busy changing our screen here at the moment.
For a sec. In fifth, I think we have Hamza Minty on his Callagho Casa, that unfortunate missing of the jump in the first round. And then rounding up our top six, we have Georgia Scabanti.
Yeah, great class from these young riders today. I think they've really shown... Quibi trying to find... no.
Yeah, Quibi trying to not used to this blanket story.
No, that's Nicholas Deploy. This horse trying to find its way back to jump number 4 there. Hamza comes in on the quieter Conray. Boys on the podium today for this 135. The girls ruled the 130s and the boys ruled the 135s.
You called it before the class. There's this neon party tonight, so they had to do some hard work today.
We usually call it red jacket fever, but with the sponsors and it being South African champs, there'll be some green jacket fever going on tonight. Just an amazing result there. You see Quibi's groom patting him frantically there, super happy.
So Langley Equestrian is the proud sponsor of this class, and you see Grant Langley there going forward to present the prizes. And again, Mr. Grant, he does a lot for our sport and Shongweni Club.
Massively involved here at Shongweni Club, massively involved in the sport, always giving back. Langley Equestrian Centre are. And they churn out talented young rider after talented young rider. It's just like a conveyor belt of talent coming out of their yard.
Absolutely.
Including some talented young horses that they breed. Grant making his way to 3rd place. Nicholas.
I think Nicholas is gonna. He's gonna watch back the live streaming just to make sure that it's real.
That it's not all just a dream. Hey. Wow, what a result! What a day!
Brilliant for Coach Kelly O'Connor. She's really done a good job with
amazing
Nicholas.
job. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. This guy's rise to this level of sport has been unbelievable, almost unheard of.
Yeah.
Somewhat like someone sitting next to me who went from the 120s to outdoor Grand Prix in 4 months. I mean, those sort of rises or improvements or whatever you want to say, development in someone's riding is just unheard of. He's had a magnificent day. Michaela Martin there in 4th place, outstanding result. Not quite her day. She would have been looking at a podium, but let me tell you, she's smiling ear to ear. 4th place, no mean feat.
Divan getting onto the top podium there. He's used to that by now.
And for the viewers at home that wouldn't have seen, Devon's been walking around with a big brace on his knee all week. He is injured. So even more to that achievement today. Typical boys fashion. They got the numbers wrong.
No, we can't count. Hamza has a problem with counting today. He forgot one jump out in the jump off. He's getting on the wrong podium.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being awarded the silver medal there for 2nd place on his superstar horse, Callagho Conray. And then the gold medal, the one we all want, Divan Bosman and Midgard Sakiro. Michaela Martin there. What do we call her? The rose amongst the thorn?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh.
Divan, that trophy's bigger than his helmet.
At the awards evening this year, I think him and his brother I don't think they had 20 minutes to sit down because every award they needed to
bring their truck to take take all their awards home.
Absolutely. Nice that all 3 get a blanket and a sash. We were talking about it earlier. We all want the sash.
Love a sash. Nice to see the grooms getting their moment of glory here. These guys put so much into these horses and just so nice for them to get all the recognition. You can see how much it means to them. The show organizers have really made it amazing this week. There's been no detail left unturned. They've looked after everyone. The grooms, there's been awards and prizes throughout. It's just been outstanding.
And you know, we get to see the main arena today, but like there's a 2nd arena and a 3rd arena, and there was eventing, there was dressage, there was showing.
There's a 3rd arena here, Shades. They've been using the grass arena as well.
I see the temporary stable, so it's not a small feat here.
700 horses and ponies at this show, so just a massive congrats to the show organizers, those ladies in the office. You've just done such an amazing job.
So now they're going to award the Victor Lorum, which I'm sure will go to
Hamza Minty. second today, but 2 firsts throughout the show.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. What a year this pair have had. I mean, like I said, they were the winners of the
We're not done yet. You're halfway
President's
through.
Cup. They were the highest qualified outdoor Grand Prix. They were placed at the Grand Prix. They were the highest qualifier. Yeah, second in SA Champs, Victor Lorum.
He's battling with
Who
the
did he
trophy
ride?
too.
Who did he ride in the equitation? Because he was second in the open equitation. Do you know?
I think, did he not ride a Toki? I'm sure it was a borrowed horse,
Okay.
just showing even more his talent. He,
Yeah.
he borrowed a horse for the equitation class.
And I
If
heard
it wasn't
that,
hard enough to win on your own.
exactly. And I heard the equitation this year was super strong.
I mean, it was unbelievable. The level of riding was just ridiculous. I felt bad for the judges. It was hard to make those calls.
And a big class. I heard like some
Massive.
40 riders.
Yep, yep.
So they're all getting back onto their horses.
Being awarded for his consistency this show, Hamza Minty taking the Victor Lorum. Divan congratulating him there. There's good friendships formed
Yeah.
here at these shows. Lifelong friendships formed at these junior shows. These guys will grow up through the sport together. Well, they have grown up
Yep.
through the sport
Yep.
together and will continue to compete with each other into the adult
I think a lot of
category.
the juniors are going to breathe a sigh of relief that he enters the adult classes now,
Yeah.
old Divan.
And a lot of us
And
adults will
us
be
adults are
whining.
going, oh,
Yeah,
are you sure he's not a year younger?
yeah, yeah.
Well, Sakira very happy with himself. Jumped 3 full rounds and still full of energy. That's a Namibian for you.
Yep.
And we're about to wait for the lap of honor. Oh no, so we're getting a special prize here, and this is a Shamborn prize for the most stylish rider of the class. And Olivia Roberts gets that award.
Presented by Chad Cunningham.
Yeah.
Coastwatch getting a big pat. He also
Yeah,
now
he thinks
knows
he's
done
won.
well.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Good on him.
This is the scariest part, is getting back on, and your horses know what's coming. Just wait for her to get back on, boys.
Those horses are rearing to go. Amazing, their level of fitness. You
Yeah.
touched on it earlier.
Yeah.
These horses are in peak performance at the moment. We're in the middle of our season, our show jumping season. Really gets busy now this time of the year, and these horses are in fine form.
Your new South African junior show jumping champion, Divan Bosman, and Cornerstone's mid-guard Sakiro.
Well done to Divan and his entire team, his coach Anton Hook, parents, groom, everyone there from the Cornerstone stables. I've seen his brothers in tow, the girlfriend,
Absolutely.
the lot on
Yeah.
this show. And so nice for them to be here to see that victory.
Yeah.
Great performance from all these riders today.
Interesting. I think 3 of these top 6 riders have their South African colours. So
Just shows you the
Just
level
shows
of
you, hey.
competition here. Outstanding.
great class. Sten, thank you for co-commentary.
Absolutely.
We'll see you later in the 120s. You have to step out now for the pony rider, so I wish you all the best.
Get a little nervous. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to have Divan Bosman in studio just now to have an interview with Shaitan Hendricks. So we're going to take a short break, guys. Thanks so much to Discover Sport for bringing this to our viewers. And when we come back shortly, don't go anywhere, we'll have an interview with our new South African champion, Divan Bosman.
Welcome back, viewers, and you've just watched the Junior South African Championship 135, sponsored by Langley Equestrian. And if you were watching, you will know the man sitting next to me, and he's now the current Junior South African champion. How does that feel?
I'm so happy. I'm super proud of my horse and everything, and I'm just so glad because this was my last junior show.
Yes.
And I'm so happy how it ended.
Okay, and you are a former Young Rider South African champion as well, hey?
Yes.
On this very horse.
Yeah.
So now you've won everything.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now we have to worry about you in adults.
Yeah.
Okay. Divan, tell us a little bit about the prep leading up to this class. I saw some of the results in the 2 qualifiers, like you kept it cool, but you were up there. You were obviously the second highest qualifier. How does that affect you coming into today?
So I just kept calm the whole show because I've had a few shows before this. So I didn't do that much before the show. And then I came to the show, was calm with all of the classes before the championship because I know the championship is the most important one. So I just kept it cool and easy on the first 2 classes, just going on the rhythm and everything. And then I knew on the last class in the championship I have to go for it and give my best.
And we saw your jump off, which was amazing. Your turn back to what was fence 4 was incredible. With the lineup of the horses that went clear, was there anyone you were like worried about or concerned about?
Yeah, probably Hamza.
On both these horses or just Conray?
It's on both his horses. He's a very competitive rider, especially on Kukasa and Conray, and it's my competition. So
yes, when we saw Kikasa go, I said she must have missed a jump because it was so fast.
But I was unlucky.
But well done to you, and I'm sure your family, they support you big time. Your brothers ride, you have multiple horses, and this won't be your last interview winning a championship class. How has it been in Shongweni at the junior show? You were here at the adult show a few weeks ago. The organizers, the sponsors, is there anything you would like to say?
I would just like to say thank you to all of the sponsors and for giving us such a lovely show, and all of the money they put in and all of the what do you call it?
Yeah, prizes and everything, just
everything.
the time and effort, hey?
Yes, and I just want to say thank you to my parents and my coach Anton Hoek for all of the support, and my sponsor Epol for all of the foods and all of the energy stuff and everything.
Your horse looked like he was full of energy in the prize giving, and he had jumped 3 full rounds today plus the qualifiers. And you thanked Anton Hoek. He's been a part of your career from the very beginning. Your whole family rides, well, your brothers ride there with him. How has it been being coached by Anton all these years?
It's been lovely. I think he's the best trainer for me personally, because we've been riding with him for 14 years, 15 maybe. So I'm so glad he helps me and gets me through everything. And
who keeps who calm?
He keeps me calm.
You both look very calm, but one of you have to be nervous.
I think it goes both ways.
Okay, good. Okay, Divan, well done. Viewers, thank you for tuning in and watching the South African Championship. This won't be the last time you see Divan Bosman sitting here, and good luck and enjoy this moment.
Thank you, I will.
Welcome back, viewers. You'll see that Sten has turned into a beautiful young lady. And with me is Lara Neal, and she will be co-commentary with me for the 110 Pony Rider South African Championship sponsored by Western Shop. Lara, thank you for being here. You've been here all week with your 2 kids and your nephew and niece competing in the classes. Tell us a little bit about the show and how it's been. And
gosh, it's been a privilege to be here. I must admit, it's incredible to see how much the sport has grown. We've actually been here since Friday because we did some equitation, dabbled in a bit of dressage, and now we're finishing off with the show jumping. And yeah, it's so wonderful to see how many people have travelled from the different provinces, and how well supported the show is. And I mean, on the other side, to also just watch in the arenas and see the caliber of horses and ponies that are competing in the riders is something quite exciting for our sport.
absolutely, Sten said some like 700 entries for the entire
Apparently,
show. It's
unbelievable.
Crazy. So next up is your, like I said, your Pony Rider 110 Western Shop Championship. So this is the Pony Riders top of the top. In front of you there you will see the starting order, and we have at number 1 we have Amber Buertis, and she rides first for horses Ra. There's Christian Horn, Annabelle Noakes, she brings in Precious Penny, and we'll see her later on another horse. And then we have Raised Abraham, Jamie Riley, we have Monet Stain, Felicity Tennyson, Anela Ferreira, Kerry Madison McFarlane, and then you got Shannon Conway on Ebb and Flow Nandi. You'll see Mirtha Malema again on Black Tiger, Charlouise Kun, Zara Popolado, she brings in Regenesis vet Roy Kras L, and then you have
Charlotte Kelsey riding Bling. We've got Annabelle Noakes Thompson again on Ebb and Flow Dragonfruit. We've got Malua Karina Lamberti on Milkwood Stud Mr. Mojo. We've got Jamie Riley again on her second ride, Sunny Park Scooby-Doo. Logan Hook on Cornerstone's Hot Shot. Amber Buertis on First for Horses Rasta. And
Beach Haven.
I think rounding off, you've got
Keegan.
Kira Madison McFarlane on Beach Haven Keegan.
Yep, and then you've got your 2 highest qualifiers, which are Ebb and Flow Creme de la Creme and Kaylee Ferreira, and your highest qualifier Sky Kingston, and she rides the Ebb and Flow entry Rivendell Wyamere Bay. Bit of a mouthful. So a big class. Like I said, these pony riders have qualified for this class, so they'll come in. Your rankings will be your last person will be your highest ranked rider, and you'll see. We will start off in just a moment with some of the lower ranked riders. And first in will be your First for Horses entry, Ra and Amber Buertis.
I actually think quite often it's quite nice to come in early in these type of events, to be honest with you, just on, for myself, events like this where you've had to qualify, and it's always such a sort of a big deal and a pressure week, and sometimes you come in here and you first to go and you maybe haven't had the greatest week, or you just haven't really put your mind to it, and coming in first is sometimes quite a relief actually, because you can canter around and often you feel a little less pressure on yourself and you actually deliver the goods a little bit easier. And
you stick to your plan, I think, because sometimes you can get caught up in what the other riders do.
It's so often then you can ride what you walk, you're not caught up, like you say, having watched someone look at a funny jump or a shadow that you maybe didn't look at when you walked the track, and then you think, oh gosh, now I've actually got to ride that differently, whereas when you walked it and you didn't actually think it was a problem.
Yes, absolutely. And like we forget, they are kids and they've had to qualify, and there's pressure and there's parents and
the jumps are huge. Walking it now, I thought, I don't know if my children are going to jump this.
And our course builder Ryan Sanders has started them off with a
rather large-looking triple bar, which I was a
And
bit
up
like,
the hill.
oh, okay.
But I guess it also forces them to get going from
Yes,
number one. So,
yes,
maybe
yes.
it's also not the worst thing that you're having to command a good canter from the beginning, and it lets them start off on a good note.
And I think this will be a good class. I think a tough class because some of these riders during the week have been doing some phenomenal rounds, but also some of similar lines that we saw in the junior classes now.
Yes.
So not that much easier in terms of technicality, but we'll see how it rides and
And how the ponies all tackle
how
it.
the ponies tackle it. I'm sure they'll be just fine. Like these sort of kids don't have the fear that.
No,
we
it's
have.
amazing. Like I say, my children are jumping in the 70s and 80s at the moment, and they come and stand on the side of the arena, and they're so excited. And I think, I don't know if mom's going to be able to handle the nerves of watching them
Exactly.
do this. Here we've got our first kids coming in. Amber Buerta's coming to do her salute, start the class off. So it looks like we've got Charlouise coming in early.
Does she have a second ride? Maybe that's why she's coming in early. I don't know. No, I didn't see that. Okay, first to go, we have Charlouise Kun, and she rides Bronwyn Banner Jupiter. Good start to number one. Nice 5 strides up the hill.
Easy 5.
Yeah. Tight turn back to number 3.
It's quite a tall upright there.
She's moving on. Charlouise comes from a very successful equestrian family. And her brothers are very competitive. Her oldest brother, Thomas van Rijkvossel, is very competitive in the bigger 140, 150 classes. And Friedrich rides in dressage. Good jump over that. So definitely a horsey family, and she's doing a jolly good job here. Oh, clever pony.
Clever pony. We walked that and we weren't sure whether the kids were going to come down on 8 or 9. And I see she went on 8 with a little bit of room, but got away with it.
She's being very positive. Oh, beautiful jump over that.
Very, and she's so effective at keeping the pony cantering.
Come on.
Oh, what a pity.
Super round.
Gosh, what a great round. She's going to be absolutely thrilled with that.
Ah, that's just a pity. Really, really, really good round.
Juniper flicking his tail and very proud of himself on his way out. That was a really good round.
I think every girl dreams of having a beautiful Palladino
I tell
pony.
you. And I think they've been actually very successful across the whole broad spectrum of disciplines, this pair. So
Yeah, she does showing, dressage, jumping.
absolutely.
Okay, next up we have first 4 horses Ra and Amber Buertas. Amber is trained by Diane Buertas in PE.
Making the long journey.
A very long journey.
This pair actually finished 3rd in the South African Equitation Championships on Saturday. And he is a great all-round pony.
He actually hails from KZN, so he's back on his home turf, and Amber just loves him.
Sure, she gave a bit of room there and had a good ride.
Good job. Laura, do you know the size limits that you have for pony riders? In terms of the
On the
horses,
heights of the
because
ponies.
you can see some are a bit bigger and others are a little bit smaller. And where does it become a horse? And
Yes, so I think there's been I'm actually not completely up to date on all the rules, but I know that recently they've been very proactive in getting official height certificates and measuring systems in place, which previously maybe weren't.
Oh, another one.
Oh, what a pity.
Shame, man.
Which sort of weren't maybe monitored or, I don't know, done on an annual basis. So it seems to be that 149.9 with shoes is the acceptable height, or 148.9 without shoes.
Okay. Oh, so Amber having a really good round. Looked like she was going to jump a clear round till the last treble.
Just so unlucky.
Yeah.
I think also by the time the ponies get to that last line, it is on a slope, and you go in with that little vertical with a good canter, and I think it's just catching them out.
Yeah, and what the viewers don't know at home is that, that when you talk about a slope, this arena's on a slope that triple combination is facing downwards. So also towards the end of the track, the ponies get a momentum, and then
Absolutely.
they run out a little bit of space.
And it becomes more difficult to hold their shoulders away from the front rail.
So next up we have...
Christian Horn on Cornerstone Rocket.
He looks like a rocket.
He does.
You see he's in what looks like a hackamore combination of sorts, because he's got some fluff on the nose, on his
It's
nose
like a very
band.
strong pony.
Yeah, like I said, like a rocket. Christian riding very positively.
So he's in a Cornerstone now. No?
Tiny little rub there. Cornerstone owned by Anton Hook, and he is he's the trainer of many
Successful children
riders.
jockeys, yeah, including his own son.
Yeah, and he was the coach of the previous class winner, the South African junior champion, Devan Bosman. So Rocket definitely gets fired up towards the end of the round.
Shame Christian's really having to work very hard here.
Again.
Shame, just not his day.
No, the pony
just
looks like getting strong.
Actually, very fresh, considering we're on the last day of
Yeah.
the show.
I think we need to ask Anton what he's feeding them, because I saw Zakiro in the prize giving bucking and jumping around after jumping 3 full rounds and
Still ready to go for
still
round
ready
4.
to go. Yes. Okay, so next up we have Ebb and Flow Rivervale's Precious Penny and Annabelle Noakes Dobson, and she rides with AJ Rademacher in George.
I think she's co-coached by Sue Copley as
Sue
well. I've
Copley
seen.
in Cape Town helps her a lot,
Yeah.
and they nickname Precious Penny Granny.
Oh, shame.
See her getting a good start to number 1.
Very good canter. Precious Penny has been around for a while and been a very successful pony.
And AJ and Anthony Kay, they run a really slick operation in PE out of Ebb and Flow, and have a lot of clients and children's, juniors, and this one another competitive pony rider.
Team of theirs, yeah. So Annabelle's 12 years old, and apparently this is her 4th South African Championship. Annabelle says that it's a dream come true to be competing Penny again. Apparently she had an injury a while back, and they nursed her back to health, and she's back at top sport, and she says it's just such a privilege to ride her.
She doesn't look like no granny.
No, I
She
tell you,
looks
she's
young
also
and fit.
locked on. That was a very lucky rub there.
It's amazing to see how all these pony riders ride with such like
Determination.
yeah, they're like confident, and they're like bring it on, and
they all seem to have very good rhythm.
yeah, they land, go forward.
Sure, she actually rode that
Oh,
treble beautifully. And was so
perfectly ridden.
unlucky
She's
at
very
the beginning.
happy with that.
Nice to have her old girl back.
Okay, we're waiting for our next rider. Okay, next is number 5, Warhorse Akajoe, and he's ridden by Jamie Riley. She's the daughter of a very successful rider, Nicola Riley. So she'll be well prepped for this. She's going there just to her mom, just to get a little word of
Quick
advice.
final advice. No. No, we seem to have somebody else on.
Sorry, guys. The
I'm going to say, I think this is Race Abraham. On Blue Steel Equestrians, Asagai Remanda.
Yes, I think you're right. Because
I can see the Blue Steel saddle pad.
Sorry, guys. They seem to be...
Kids are coming out of order.
I saw Race walking the course with Georgia Roerich, who obviously helps him. She also rides under the Blue Steel Equestrian Namna.
Also a very successful 150 jockey. It's nice for a race to have someone who's rides in this arena often. And
Ramanda looks keen as well. Can't believe how well these ponies have come out. Do you know if they had a day off yesterday?
Gosh, I'm actually not sure.
Probably have.
I would imagine.
Because they all look fresh and ready to go. Almost too fresh.
Sea breezes, doing wonders for them all.
You see Race getting really straight for the treble. A little bit deep in,
unlucky in the middle there.
Yeah. So he finishes on 12. He seems very happy, petting his horse.
Ramanda's still keen after that round.
Yeah.
Still full, tank full.
Okay, so now we have Warhorse Akajoe with Jamie Riley. And she rides under Sunny Park Stables. And like I said, she has a more than competent mom, Nicola Riley. I'm sure sitting on the side of the sidelines with a lump in her throat. Jamie's actually started jumping during COVID. And Nicola said, like, she was riding around on her pony and she said, "Oh, Mom, look, I'm jumping these poles." And one thing led to another.
You're joking.
Yeah.
I mean, COVID was 5 minutes ago and the kid has been tremendously successful.
Yeah.
That's amazing. But like you say, I think she's bred to jump.
Exactly.
A very good dam line.
A very good dam line.
In Nicola.
Jamie's lucky to have 2 rides in this class, so this is her lower ranked horse.
They say that Joey's very cheeky and he was actually bred for polocross.
But he
never grew, so he ended up being a show jumping pony.
Very stylish young lady. Takes after her mum.
Absolutely.
Pony has a beautiful jump. Looks fast.
Sure.
Don't want this one in the jump.
Really lovely. No, absolutely. The other's going to get worried, sure.
It's amazing how none of these ponies have looked at any of these fillers.
No, I must say, and I mean, even actually saw this morning that, gosh, she jumped that well. That Langley Equestrian filler I thought might be a little bit something that they might look at, and no one gave it 5 seconds thought.
Jamie's riding a beautiful round here. She's got to just balance up a little bit for the treble.
For this downhill.
You can hear Nicola saying, "Whoa."
Jamie says, "Shush, Mom, I got this." Oh.
Another one that just runs down the hill there and gets caught short.
Gosh, it really looked like she was going to jump a clear round. What a beautiful round.
We could see that she was the fastest of all the riders that have come so far. Out of the 6 riders that come, she's the fastest of them. So for the second round, that puts her in a good
position.
Standing.
So
with the forward penalty, she's still in it. Oop, there's a few ponies at the gate giving a bit of rodeo action.
we've got Miane Stain coming in on Cornerstone's Magic.
We see that Miane rides again out of the Cornerstone yard with Anton Hook. Lovely pony. Takes a nice wide berth to number 4. Good jump. I don't know if I was a parent, if I could watch my kids jump around this track.
I know it's quite daunting, like I say, but these kids all are so, I mean, they all look so competent and, like you say, keen and
And
sure, that was very well ridden.
I think that's why these ponies change hands so much in their careers when the riders have outgrown them, because you hold on to these good ones.
Absolutely, and there seems to also be some sort of like serious succession planning. You know,
Yes.
you actually have to get in line for these good
Yes.
ponies. Oh, what a pity!
Oh, that was looking like a
That
clear
was-
round. She just
yeah,
had a
it just got a bit
misjudgment there.
yeah deep going in. That was really pity.
Okay, so another one on 4.
That must have been quite a quick round as well. No, I see it was a few. Actually, not. It appeared quicker than it was.
Next to go is the KC Spirit and Felicity Tunison. Felicity trains her ponies with Joanne van Achterberg out of the King Cardine setup. She's also on horses at the moment, and she trains with Carl Bunzaya. She's only recently acquired this horse, I think in May. So a very new partnership. Spirit originally bought from Zimbabwe.
Apparently Felicity's only 11 years old, which I mean, you just can't believe this when you see how capable these kids are.
Good job. Very fast pony by the looks of it.
And very competitive rider. I've seen her in the week and she's been pretty untouchable.
7 strides down
No,
there.
amazing.
She's got some 4 jumps left to go. And she's maybe just got to put on the brakes a little bit for
Yeah,
this
just
treble.
balance down this hill because, oh, jumping in.
Good jump clear. Oh,
Gosh.
So that seems to be the bogey fence for the riders. I wonder if they're just getting a little bit keen, the riders themselves, and just not balancing
And
up
feeling
enough.
like you've already reached the end.
Yes.
Apparently that pair of Felicity and Spirit have only actually jumped 2 open shows together prior to SA
Amazing.
Champs. And I mean, it's quite incredible. Like you say, I heard that, or I've seen that she's actually got some horses already. So I'm not sure how long she'll stay in children's for, but gosh.
And how long can you stay in children's? I think you can start your juniors or finish off children's at 15.
I think I actually stand to be corrected.
Okay, whoa, next up, getting a flying start here.
Daniele Ferreira on Arctic Star.
So Anele is actually the reigning champion.
Yes, gosh, I watched her win SA Champs last year at Kyalami Park Club in Gauteng, and she rode the most extraordinary round.
So she won it last year on
a different pony.
On another pony, and so this is a new pony. And
A very good jockey.
trains,
Also brought up in a horsey family.
yeah, trains with her dad. And this pony actually owned by Kate Nolan.
Yes, I've actually followed their journey on Facebook quite. Kate's quite good at keeping everybody up to date, and it's quite a young pony, I think, or definitely young to the level. And Anele's done an incredible job producing her. Shame, maybe just making some green errors there, but
Yeah, like I said earlier, these pony riders ride with so much gusto that you think, wow. But I guess that's where they get their confidence from, and these ponies. that's what they're
absolutely. And
used
I have to keep reminding myself these children are all children.
Children.
You know, I mean, they are. That was very well done.
Oh, she made light work of that.
Shame, it's an unfortunate result, but on the flip side, for a green pony new to the level, I think that they must all be very happy with the pony's performance, and, you know, cantering around here, they did a great job, and I think that we will see many more great rounds from this pair.
So, next up we have Voodoo, and Voodoo is ridden by Kira Madison McFarlane. And the owner of this horse is Bronwyn dos Santos.
Yes, I watched her son Cody ride Voodoo a few years ago. So nice to see. Like you say, there's, you know, people get in line for these great ponies.
Yeah.
And Kira's the lucky next jockey that gets
next
to
in line.
have the privilege of cantering him around.
Kira trains with Chad Cunningham. A little close there, but Voodoo said no problem. And I asked Kira a few questions before the class, and she reminded me that she has a auntie that rides. And
Yes,
that's
of
Rochelle
course,
Cliff.
yes.
Successful
Successful rider and businesswoman and
Yes.
very busy lady.
And she says that Auntie Shelley is very supportive of her riding, so she thanks her.
Sweet.
And she was full of praise for towards Bronwyn for allowing her the opportunity to ride this horse.
Oh, come on, come on, good save.
Good job.
Apparently this pair have only actually been together since March of this year, which is quite amazing. So it's only their third show together, and she's, I don't want to jinx her, but
No.
come on,
I
Kira.
asked a few of the kids prior to the show to just send me something about their ponies, and
Whoa, come on.
Whoa, yeah.
Whoa.
Oh no!
That was so unlucky. When we walked that, we actually thought that might be a bit of a bogey fence, and people have made light work of it, and that was so unlucky.
No, man.
Gosh, what a pity. That was a beautiful round. And again, I mean, I understand the frustration, but she must be so excited for what's to come.
She just pressed him a little too hard there.
Shame.
Ah, what a pity. So, next to go, we have Eben Flo Nandi and Shannon Conway. Another Eben Flo entry. So, when we walked the course, we spoke about that triple bar, quite a big jump for number one.
I tell you.
But the kids have made light work of it.
Absolutely.
Like, haven't even looked at it.
No.
Oh, I don't know what happened there. I don't know if Nandi just didn't know where.
It's quite a tall vertical, that. Also so soon in the track.
Yeah. Maybe
Is on the
Shannon
downhill.
turned a bit tight.
Come on.
And just beautiful jump. Shannon looks like a very tall girl.
Come on. Oh.
No shame. Nandi just not liking the look of jump
No.
3 and 4 today. She gives her pony a pat. Ah, that's frustrating.
Oh, devastating.
That's the hardest part of the sport.
I tell you.
We all wait for this championship day, and then you come in here and your pony's just not
Got a
in
fright or not paying attention
Yeah.
or something's off, and
Okay.
next in, we've got Myrta Melema.
And Black.
She rides Black Tiger. Apparently this pony was actually bought from KZN also last year. Oh, that's always heartbreaking when you hit the first one.
Yeah, I don't know. What's worse, first or last?
Oh, I don't know, because, I mean, sometimes, like you say, now the pressure's off and she'll probably canter around and have a great round. Oh, lovely jump.
Pony had a little look at the fillers, but she gave her some
good
words
job.
of encouragement.
So this is also her second 110 show, apparently. So it's quite a relatively new combination. And this pair have actually done...
Oh, no.
They've had a multidiscipline show this year. Come on, good job. And they won the novice pony dressage class yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they were on the open pony showing team, the novice dressage team,
So she's been busy.
and came third in the pony intermediate equitation at this show. So she's been a very busy girl and had a very successful show.
A very gutsy little rider. You can see she's done
And
equitation.
a beautiful pony, gosh.
Oh,
Oh, what a pity.
big pat still.
She's still thrilled to be through the finish, actually having a very good result in her first 110 South African Championships. And I think exciting times ahead for this combination.
You'll see in your picture now, we have number 13, Regenesis vet Roygras L, and Zara Papalado.
The equitation queen herself.
Yes, she's the current. She won it a few days ago.
Yeah, in fine style. I must say she got a 20.
Wow.
Yeah, she rode the most beautiful, picture-perfect test.
Comes from a horsey family. Her mother's a small breeder in Reinkiesfontein in Johannesburg. She trains with Stenik Muchner. And I look at her, I can't believe she's at this level and grown up this much. She was a little...
Just the other day, she was
tough.
a tiny little kid, running around toddling, and here she is, winning the South African Championships in fine form and cantering around here like... Oh, gosh, so stylish.
I spoke to Sten about her, and he said very, very dedicated. She rides with a lot of maturity for her age.
And she produced this pony herself, I'm pretty certain.
That's amazing. And she looks like she's getting taller, so I wonder if there's a succession plan in line with this pony.
I'm most certain there is. I think if any pony or child would love to have the opportunity to ride Elle. What an unfortunate rail.
But like I said earlier, if she can keep
It's not
the
over
jumps
till
up.
it's over, exactly. We've got a whole second round. Oh, gosh.
As she jumped the middle element of that treble, I could hear Sten on the side of the ring
Saying,
go, whoa.
Yeah.
So I definitely think all the coaches are whispering in the ears of
Kids'
their riders
ears,
saying
you
the
need to
treble, you
sit
got to
up.
whoa and sit up. So she finishes on 8. So next to go is Charlotte Kelsey, and she brings in another beautiful Palomino called Bling.
And Charlotte learns with Laurie Manette here in KZN. And apparently this is only her second ever Grand Prix class. This pair have been together for 4 or 5 years. Laurie couldn't quite remember. Gosh, that was unfortunate. And they started together in the 70 centimeters. Bling was a previous 110 pony, and so he's helped her learn up the grades. And
Being a schoolmaster.
yeah, Laurie says that Charlotte is very competitive. And also, I think they've been on 3 teams this team event. They were in the showing, equitation, and the show jumping team. So they've had a very busy week.
It's amazing how in your pony rider career you do everything.
Absolutely.
And then as you go to juniors, you slowly start to sift through what you favor most, and then by adults you've kind of made your decision. But I think the ponies are so important for the future. Hey, it kind of cements what they...
Oh, and whoa, and whoa. Oh, well ridden, well ridden. Gosh, she must be absolutely thrilled with that result.
So she's still in it with 4 penalties. I think there's...
like you were saying, I think
4.
it's so wonderful that so many of these kids still do embrace the multidiscipline, and I do believe it's very important for them at the beginning of their careers to dabble in a bit of everything, Sure, this pony's beautiful.
So on track now we have number 16, Milkwood Stud, Mr. Mojo, and he had an unfortunate run out
I don't
there.
know what it is that they're looking at there.
Because this pony is the current.
on.
Doesn't like that. Look
You can tell
at
me
that. eventing
or something.
No, he won the Pony Rider Outdoor Grand Prix.
No.
She's the highest ranked pony rider in the country. And now Mr. Mojo is saying
Today's, I'm not interested.
No, lost his mojo.
Hey, like
She'll
you
be
say, it's
very
how it
disappointed
goes.
with
That's
that.
very disappointing. Okay, so next in we've got Ebb and Flow Dragon Fruit, and again Annabelle Noakes Dobson, her second ride. Hopefully, having been around, she's felt and feels what she needs to do to try and balance.
I definitely think having 2 rides is a huge advantage. And from the looks of Dragon Fruit, we are not surprised that he's called Dragon Fruit.
It's actually a very sweet name.
Oh, just got a little close to that hollard vertical. There's that hollard box underneath, and some of the ponies just are looking down at it a bit.
And the horses do the same. And actually, I'm not sure what it looks like now, but it's an hour ago or when we walked the track, there also was quite a big shadow before it. So, you know, you got to think of all these things. Oh.
Shame. She just got a little close to the first part of that combination, and then Dragon Fruit just thinking he needed 2 strides to get out of there. That's good.
Annabelle has produced Dragon Fruit from 80 centimeters all the way up to the 110, so also quite a feat in itself when you've produced a pony. Shame, what a pity.
I'd love to know the statistics of how many times that last jump has fallen. So she finishes on 12. So now we're going back into program order at number 17, and on my count, number 17 is Sunny Park Scooby-Doo and Jamie Riley. Scooby-Doo, a former winner of this class. And I think maybe because they're a little close together, we're going to wait a little bit. No, there I see Jamie making her way into the arena. Mom Nicola just giving her a little pep talk. And Scooby-Doo was given to Jamie last year, and she just thinks she's the luckiest girl ever.
I'm pretty certain I watched them last year. I think it must have been just before this South African Championship last year that they came together as a pair. And I mean, Jamie, I'm pretty certain, jumped around the 110s, probably her first show on the pony. And they've been a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely, and this pony
Jamie, and I don't know who's more competitive, Jamie or Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, and this pony is an absolute legend. But speaking to Nicola and Jamie just before the class, they said he seems like he's a push button, but he's quite spooky.
Yes, apparently.
And I remember always watching him saying like he has a jump like a warm blood.
Absolutely.
He doesn't look like a pony. Jamie having gone around this course already with her previous pony having 1 down. I think she wants to do just 1 better than that.
Come on, Scooby.
See the scope of the pony there. Moves on up. Oh, clever pony.
Well ridden. Having a little
Giving
look
a little
there at
kick.
that Hollard.
She's lost her stirrup.
Oh.
No problem. Mom's obviously taken away her stirrups on a couple of occasions.
Come on. She wants to balance here. And squeeze.
Ah, beautifully ridden.
Beautifully ridden.
And I often hear Nicola shouting at her, Jamie, shorten your rein. And then when she comes out, she's like, Mom, I was thinking about it.
And whoa.
Good ride in. Oh! What a pity.
That was a beautiful round. It really looked like she was just hacking around.
I know. I thought that was going to be our first clear round.
She had such a good, almost foot of room on the way in. The pony jumped
really
beautifully.
Good round.
Yeah.
So there's 6 riders on 4 faults. Oh, just a soft
what a
drive.
pity.
I think it was the overreach boots. Okay, so we have 6 riders on 4. So at this stage, we're going to have a 4-faulter second round.
Yeah.
So
next in, we've got Logan Hook on Cornerstone's Hot Shot.
We spoke about Anton Hook earlier in the class, and this is his son.
Apparently this pony hadn't jumped higher than 90 centimeters when Logan got him 3 years ago. And so he's actually produced the pony,
That's brilliant.
which I always think is quite a nice place to be, because by this stage you also know each other, you know. So the
Yes.
pony knows all of Logan's aides. So it's quite nice to be in a position where you've grown together and, like I say, know each other's
Yeah,
reactions.
and often with that sort of upbringing, that the pony will do things that he wouldn't do for other riders necessarily.
Absolutely.
Little touch
A
there.
real team.
He sits
Come on,
up.
Logan. Balance.
Logan giving him a little bit of encouragement in front of the fence with his legs. Come on, boy.
Oh,
Oh, well done.
Well done.
He kept his contact there. He's 3 jumps away.
sit up, boy. Oh.
Oh no! Another one!
The trap of that treble combination.
Ah, shame, man.
Did it look like he possibly even... Oh, got a bit deep there.
Oh, he did give it a little rub. I thought he would have gotten away with it.
Oh. But nonetheless, a good round.
So, we're still in search of our clear round, and we have our 4 highest qualified riders coming in next. Another lady who's been around this track before. We saw her go at number 2 on her other horse, Ra. And now they've just added a STA and they've got Rasta.
So statistics should say that let's hope that one of these will pull a clear out the bag for us.
Yes, we saw that in the previous class, the highest qualified riders all jumping clear. So,
But like we spoke about earlier, there also comes something, the pressure that comes with jumping at the end now
Absolutely.
is something. You've also watched everyone going around. You've seen how tough it is. Oh, what a pity.
although we've seemed to have had a lot of poles fall through the treble,
The rest have all been pretty scattered.
yeah, the rest have all been scattered. This, the pony riders have actually ridden this bit.
Then the
better than
juniors,
the
absolutely.
juniors.
This was the biggest trap
Yeah,
for the juniors in
yeah.
the last class, and these kids have made light work of it.
Yeah.
Sure, good ride.
Just balancing up for the last. Try keep it
And
on 4.
whoa.
And hold them.
And
hold them.
whoa.
Yes.
Oh, beautifully ridden.
Again, the one that has had the hollowed fence, and I think the ponies are just looking at that filler, because in the Pony Rider 110, that filler is much larger than it looks like when it's in the 135.
Absolutely. Although in the horse classes, I always feel like that hollow jumps way bigger than it
Absolutely.
is. And
Absolutely.
the horses do seem to get sucked into it. So I don't know if it's the purple, if it's the shape of the filler, or what it is. But
And that jump is also 3 meters long instead of your standard 3.3.
Okay.
So maybe that's
So it-
got to do with it. Okay, so another rider on her second ride. She had a brilliant ride earlier on Voodoo with that unlucky rub at the last. So now
hoping to improve on that.
Yep.
Come on, Kira.
now she brings in Beach Havens.
Also a
Keegan.
very stylish little rider. Come on.
She looks like she's being a little
Little
more
cautious
careful,
around here. Yeah.
having a little look at that, but jumps it nicely.
Come on.
Another one with the hollard.
It looked like she had a bit of room and
Yeah.
actually sat in for the jump, and the pony kind of
I
jumped
think
down at it.
I couldn't have told her to ride it any
No.
better. And like you say, none of the ponies have had a look at that landing
No.
question.
Whoa.
And these kids making light work of that line, which caused a lot of havoc in the 2 junior classes.
Come on, Kira. Let's keep it on 4.
She looks a little slower than on her other pony. I'm not too sure if the time's an issue. No, she's
Hasn't
fine.
been for the rest
No,
of the
she's
class.
fine.
It's still in.
She's fine.
Well done.
Time allowed 82 seconds, so she was well inside the time.
Okay, so it's all down to Kaylee and Sky.
Yeah, our
See if one
highest
of these can
qualified
pull out the
riders.
clear. Otherwise, the second round's going to be very exciting.
So next to go is Ebb and Flow Creme de la Creme, and this is Kaylee Ferreira.
They train with Nariska Prinsloo. I've seen them walking around through the week, and I saw that she placed third in one of the qualifiers early in the week.
And Narissa says she's an extremely talented rider, and she rides with a lot of
Guts and determination.
Yeah,
You can see
and you
she's
can see
means
that.
business today.
And Nariska says that you will definitely see her in the big World Cup classes in some years to come. Oh, beautifully ridden. I don't think we've seen one pony rider here be backwards in rhythm or not like they...
No, or not or look like they're kind of green or,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, oh, maybe cut the corner a little bit. I don't know. What a pity. She looked like she was just cantering around
Yeah.
and it was all so easy.
Yeah.
And then the trap of that vertical going into that last treble.
Ah,
Oh, devastating. Okay, so Sky Kingston
so
and Ebb and Flow Rivendell Waimea Bay.
she has got a running start. She started at the top of the arena and made her way all the way around. She's the highest qualifier coming into this class.
This pair was part of the Western Cape, or is part of the Western Cape team. I think that team event's happening tomorrow.
She was runner-up in the Pony Rider Outdoor Grand Prix. Up at, wow, beautiful jump. Up at KPC at the Easter Festival show. She's another lovely young rider that's trains with AJ Rademacher out of the Ebb and Flow stables.
And they say that he's an 18-hand stallion stuck in a 14-hand body.
How sweet. They won a qualifier. They won the second qualifier and must have been placed
on,
well in the
Sky.
first one to be the highest qualifiers. AJ shouting, whoa, on the side of the arena. Now she
Balance,
really
come on.
has to balance up.
And just take your time. She's very quick.
Oh, no.
She could have afforded to have actually even gone
Gone a
wider
step
and got
out.
straighter. And
So,
what a pity.
no clear
But
rounds.
no clear rounds and a very
Lots of
exciting.
fours.
The doors open.
Yeah.
I mean,
So it's basically on clear rounds anyway,
Yeah.
because there's so many on four
exactly.
that we have a lot of riders. Let's count it there. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Just we wait for it to come up on our screen again. So a very interesting class. No real crashes.
no
or
disasters.
No
and-
disasters.
and fully competent class, all giving it a full go and just getting stuck, or unstuck rather,
Yeah.
at the one or two traps that Ryan has set out for them.
Absolutely, the treble proving to be the jump to clear, or all three of them, because all
Yes,
three
in
elements
the
fell.
middle and the out has been a challenge to these little jockeys.
Yeah,
But again, we have to remind ourselves it is the South African Championship, and it has to be a grand challenge. And Ryan most certainly has set out a challenging track for these kids.
and I think a fair track. I think to see so many of them with just an odd pole here or there definitely has made for a good track.
Exactly, it's trappy rather than
Yes.
deadly.
Yes,
you know,
exactly. And they all will be coming into the second round filled with confidence. So I think we're going to have an even exciting second round.
very.
I see
very.
they're all waiting patiently at the gate.
Just
I wonder
bated
if they're
breath. I
gonna
think
get
you've got to
walk
try
the
and see
track.
and to see what order they're going to come in
Yeah.
at, because it basically boils down to their
Their
times now. Because, like you say,
And we
there's so
saw
many on
this
the
in the
same
last
vault.
class, how
it can change the, you know, in
Absolutely.
a heartbeat. Yeah.
Absolutely. So it's very important to think of that. So we're just waiting for the course to be changed now for the second round. So we're just going to take a small break. And then when we come back, we will have the second round of the Pony Rider 110 Western Shop South African Championship. Welcome back, viewers. We are busy watching the course walk for the second round of the Western Shop Pony Rider 110 South African Championship. And I think it's a perfect opportunity to thank Western Shop for their involvement in the show and our sport, and how much they do for the youth of the sport. And it's so important because in theory this is the future of our sport. So a big shout out to Western Shop, and thank you for always going above and beyond to make it worthwhile for our riders at the show and the show venues, and all the other sponsors involved. And I think it's fitting to also thank Discover Sport for giving us the opportunity to live stream these events today for the main arena. It gives an opportunity for people who were unfortunately not able to be here the chance to watch and support and be a part of the action. So thank you to Discover Sport for that. And yeah, Lara, now we wait for the course walk. They're all
Round
walking.
2.
I don't have the official running order with me yet, but there'll be at least, I think, 10, hey? Four
Gosh, I'm
porters?
sure.
I'm sure at least 10
And every
porters.
single one will come in because, I mean, like you say, I mean, it's almost like they're all on the same wickets here. So,
Yeah. And I think this also is an interesting class now, because we saw it in the last class that the four faulters came in, and then ultimately their time in the second round actually determined their placing.
yes, absolutely.
So there's a lot more on offer here than just jumping clear. You want to be a little
clear
bit quick.
and you've got to be a bit quick, yes.
Yeah. So, and obviously with no clear rounds, it's basically like they're all on a level
Yeah,
field.
and it's an exceptionally difficult challenge because they're trying to be careful. So it's a bit of a challenge to be careful and quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is our running order for the next class. So we will start with number 1, Christian Horn, and Rocket 88. And then we will follow on with Race Abraham, Anele Ferreira, she's the reigning champ, but on her other horse. And then
Bertha.
Malema with Black Tiger.
Amber Boertzes on First for Horses Ra, Felicity Tennyson on KEC Spirits. Then comes in Zara Papalado on Ruigras L, Jamie Riley on Warhorse AK Joe, Miane Stain on Cornerstone's Magic.
Kiara Madison comes in with Voodoo. And then we see the final 8 riders. So these will be your fastest, kind of highest qualified riders. Charles-Louise Kuhn comes in. She was actually first to go, so she set quite a good pace. I remember her round and it was fantastic.
Very good.
Then you have Charlotte Kelsey on Bling. Jamie Riley brings in the
second ride.
Scooby-Doo. Logan Hook had a good round. He brings in Cornerstone Hot Shot. Amber Birds is on her second ride, Rasta. And then Kiara Madison McFarlane again on her second ride. And then your highest qualifiers again, Kaylee Ferreira and Eben Flo, Creme de la Creme. And finishing off your 18 riders for the second round, Sky Kingston, Eben Flo, Rivendale, Waimea Bay. How do I say that?
Waimea Bay.
Waimea Bay.
Thank. Okay, so they stay the highest qualifier, which is quite interesting.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And now is the second round of the Western Shop Pony Rider South African Championship. And here you see the first rider in, Christian Horn, and he brings in the cornerstone entry, Rocket 88. So Christian is sitting on 20 penalties. So I think this is this round will be for experience. Rocket looking a little calmer now in the second round.
Yes.
Ara.
See, this treble's now been changed into a double. Made easy work of that. Sure, that's quite a line.
Yeah, S-bend. Christian's actually riding a beautiful round.
Beautiful round. Come on, boy.
Good round. Well done. So
He must be absolutely thrilled with that. Like you say, he's come in, him and the pony look a little bit calmer.
Yep. So
Delivered
he
a beautiful, clear round.
finishes on a great clear round. He'll be chuffed with that.
A super way to end your show.
Okay, next up we have Blue Steel Equestrians Astagai Ramanda and Race Abraham.
Comes in on 16.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
gosh.
Not the way he would like to have started that. Comes inside that, number one. Good jump. Picks up the speed now. Like we said earlier, there is some sort of speed that's involved in this round.
Exactly, elements, yeah.
To determine the final placings. Ramanda just getting
A bit
key.
quick and
Getting very keen now. Have to sit up for this 5.
sure.
So finishing on 24 penalties. Much quicker time than Rocket, as you can see, 47.94. Rocket's time 59.76.
Again, that's what was the middle element of the treble, still becoming a problem. It's still on that same slope, obviously the same position it was. You're just missing the third element now, but
Absolutely.
still a trap.
Anele Ferreira gets a running start here. Beautiful jump
Gosh,
over
what a
one.
beautiful jump.
Arctic Star. She goes round this.
Like we say, I think this pony's a bit greener. Just giving it a good ride.
Jump. Good jump over that. Now she balances up for the double.
Went nice and wide and got straight.
Good ride.
Whoa.
Good ride.
Well
Rode that
ridden.
beautifully. Balances up for this Western Shop Oxer.
It's
Nice.
like I said previously, it's quite a line. It's almost the angle of the Western Shop's almost a little bit unnatural.
Yes, yes.
Oh, getting deep and
Oh.
paying the price.
Pity.
Pity, but a great round for a young pony. First 110 South African Championships, and I think exciting times ahead for that.
So she adds the 4 faults from this round to her 12 penalties from the first round. But that puts her in first for now.
We've got Black Tiger coming in with Myrta Melema.
Getting a good canter to number 1.
This pony's got
Lovely
a
jump.
lovely way of going.
Also chooses to go round, shortens her reins, get a little bit balanced. A good positive ride there. Lets the pony run up the hill a bit. Whoa, gets a
Ooh,
big
getting
shot
quite strong
there.
up the hill.
Yeah, what a lovely pony. Tight to that double.
Very.
Almost 2 strides
Sure.
off the turn. Beautifully ridden. Little rub at the Western Shop, but gets away with it.
Come on.
Keeps
Ooh.
him straight here. Good. 2 jumps.
Beautiful
from
little
her.
rider.
Yes.
Sit up.
Oh!
Ooh,
She almost
and
looked
gets
like
away
she was
with it. She almost committed on,
on the
fall.
4.
What a
Great
super round.
What a pony. Excellent. So that puts her ahead of Anele Ferreira currently, and look at that time. 49.64. So she wasn't much faster than Anele. So Anele wasn't hanging about.
No.
So now we have Amber Burtis, and she rides first 4 horses Ra. So she brings in 8 penalties from the first round.
If she
can keep it at that.
needs to keep it at that to be in the running.
Pressure on. Because we have all the 4 falters to come, and if they have one down, she moves up
in
a
it.
place.
Yeah. Amber also elected to go round there.
Good ride up the hill. Gets a good jump there.
And whoa.
Good job.
Good job.
They all seem to be riding that much better
Yeah.
in the second. Balances up.
Also
Big
again a
breasted
little
jump
rub,
boxer.
but gets away with it.
Good job.
Come on, Amber.
Time is good. Keep this one up. Yes.
Good round. But 5 seconds off the pace of the other 2.
But she
But
was
good job
planning on
keeping
putting
it on
the
8.
pressure.
Absolutely.
Now this is a fast one. She was
Yeah.
fast in the first round. And now we have Felicity Tunison on KEC Spirit.
They are
Set off at a fast pace.
Off
if
the
she
mark.
goes inside, no,
No,
she goes
around.
round.
I think their ground speed is fast enough.
Fast enough.
Sure.
Ah.
Good job.
Careful jump there. Gallops up the hill now.
Gosh, this is a lot of pony. Goodness.
Little standoff, but she's
Just jumped a bit out of her hand there.
now she's got to steady a little bit. She's got to get through this
And
double.
whoa, Felicity. Good ride. Sure. She took a big angle there. Saved herself a lot of space. And whoa, whoa. Gosh.
Did she do 4?
She just canted down on 4 holding.
And a
It was
fast,
an
fast
unbelievable
time.
round.
She was 10 seconds, some 10 seconds faster than
Amber.
Ra.
Yeah. And 4 then faster than old Murta.
So she
Gosh, that was a
she stays on the
blitz.
8. Sorry, I thought she
Right.
was on 4 penalties, but she stays on the 8. This is the first of our... No, this is still an 8 penalty round. This is Regenesit Vet Roygrass L and Zara Papalado, your current South African Open Equitation Pony Rider champ.
Also good ground speed. I love this mare's expression.
Absolutely. She gets really straight for
Yeah,
that.
she went out a little bit, like you say,
Yeah.
straightened out. Whoa, she's a bit deep there. And
Moves
come on,
up.
Zara. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well
Sure,
done.
good job.
Super round. Well,
Putting the pressure on because there's
Felicity
really
flew around.
Felicity flew around. I mean, that time is extraordinary, and I don't know how they're going to catch that. So anyone of the 4 falters that has a rail down, they need to be quick
Absolutely.
to try and stay ahead of Felicity.
So, Jamie's bringing in her first ride. Both her ponies are on 4 penalties, so she's still very much in it. And this is her first ride, which is War Horse Akajowi. See her start at number 1. Good jump.
Sure, good jump.
This is a lovely pony. Jamie, a very good little rider because both her ponies are a little bit different. This one's a bit more hotter and runs a bit, and Scooby is a bit more deliberate with a bigger jump.
Yeah, and she just pilots them around with such grace.
She was very good there. She saw she was going to be a bit close, and she just
Sat up with her body.
Get through that. Now get straight for this. She can jump clear.
Come on, Jamie.
A little bit wider to this brown vertical here. She's clear. Keep it on the 4. 7.
Oh
No! Oh no.
Oh, it's so difficult for us to see what happened there because we're looking.
Yeah, we from our
From the
camera
back
angle,
of the-
we're right behind the jump.
Gosh, what a pity.
She moves on. She's now on the 8. She realizes she has to be fast.
Come on. Unfortunately, her time was a bit slow, so I think she's going to run into time faults.
Pity.
What a pity.
Giving her pony a big pat still.
Miscommunication.
Yeah. Well, the next pony's just galloped into the arena, so I think she's ready to go.
Oh, Jamie, we're just watching the rerun
Oh,
there.
shame. She did well to stay on afterwards.
Absolutely. Oh, that's just heartbreaking.
Okay, and our next pony's on the run, quite literally.
Mia Stain.
Cornerstone Magic. This pair was quite fast in the first round.
Coming in on four penalties.
So at the moment, we have Felicity Tennyson heading the pack. 8 riders have been. She's ahead on 8 penalties with 45.68. So
Absolute lightning time.
if Mia can keep the jumps up, because
Regardless of her time, exactly.
yeah,
She will
'cause
then
I don't think she's
jump
going to
into
be
the lead.
faster,
No.
but if she can keep the jumps up, she will go ahead of Felicity. Make
No,
sure there.
Felicity had already finished her track by
Yeah.
now.
See if she does a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh,
She wanted the 4. She kicked for the 4,
She
but
really
she would have
did.
been safer on the
She
5.
just sat and let it come to her.
Oh no.
What a
So-
pity.
So, Felicity Tennyson stays ahead of the pack on 8 penalties. The 4 falters joining a bunch of 8 penalty riders now. Kiara McFarlane. She had a fantastic first round. She had that unlucky rub at the very last. She just pressed out of the treble just too hard. So Voodoo.
Yeah, she must keep her head and ride a good round, and she can.
Yeah. She trains with Chad Cunningham, so I'm sure he has given
Instilled in her exactly all the
given
right.
it- yeah, the tools to jump around here. Keep her head. Beautiful
Oh, she's
jump.
got a lovely jump.
She's keeping it cool. She's going for the clear.
Very stylish little rider.
Good jump.
Beautifully ridden. She's gone nice and wide and got straight.
Hold him.
Whoa, girl.
Good job. Keep it together. Beautiful run.
Come on, Kira.
Come on, girl. Now hold.
And 5. Come on, wait. Yeah,
Come on.
good round.
Yes.
What a great round.
Great job. There's your new leader, Kiara Madison, McFarlane, and Voodoo.
In fine style. It was like equitation. Okay,
So-
next in we've got Charlouise and Bronwyn Bannett's Juniper.
Juniper was first to go in the first round and gave us a beautiful
Absolutely
round.
beautiful round. So come on, Charlouise.
I think I see Charlouise's number on her jacket, so maybe that's why she came out of order. Because
Been
oh
showing.
no!
No!
No! Oh no! What a pity!
What a disaster.
I wonder if she's just been a bit rushed
Maybe she's
from one
fighting
arena
between
to the
arenas,
next.
exactly.
She looks like she's rushing out again.
Shame, she
Oh,
looks like she's scraping her
shame.
knee. That was sore.
Yep, she's running off to another arena, so I think maybe just a little
what
bit
a
too
pity.
rushed.
What a pity. Like you say, they had the most perfect first
Yeah.
round with a small fault. And it can change in a heartbeat.
What a pity. Okay, one Palomino to the next. I think this could be Bling. And Bling also brings in 4 penalties with Charlotte Kelsey. Okay, Bling's getting a running start here.
It's a lovely type of a pony, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Goes with its head up. There's her bell.
Strong hindquarter.
Which makes one more circle.
Winding up the toy. And off they go.
Off she goes. Charlotte Kelsey and Bling. So now, if Charlotte can keep it on 4, then we have a jump off.
Absolutely. With Kira. See, the shadow on that,
On that
black
jump.
jump's now moved to the back, which I
Yeah.
think, I don't know if that makes it any easier.
And it's got those round...
Exactly, it's fillers in the
Fillers in
front,
the
which
front.
for some reason all the horses seem to look at.
she had like a lucky rub at number 2. Moving up the hill now.
Great canter.
Whoa.
Come on, good ride. He had a little look, there.
at there.
Come on, and squeeze out.
Good
girl. Come on. Sure, that was a lucky ride.
Bling doing his utmost to get over these jumps. All clear. She's 2 from home.
Oh, and set
Still
up
clear.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh,
what a pity.
no!
I think the chip in at the treble bar just sort of
Yeah.
distracted them a bit. What an unfortunate rail.
Shame.
Gosh.
She's going to be gutted.
She's going to be so gutted. She recovered so well and then,
What a pity.
oh.
I don't know why she thought to go on the 4, but maybe she actually thought because I'm deep, I need to ride up on the 5, but she actually didn't need to
No.
ride up that much.
What a pity.
Oh, no.
That was such a beautiful round up until the last.
So, Jamie, if you can keep all the jumps up and you can give us a jump off.
And we're in for an exciting afternoon.
Yes.
Or more exciting. My hands are sweating watching these children.
Scooby's back legs going high over these jumps.
Unbelievable scope, old man.
Oh,
Come on,
what
Jamie.
a clever boy. Her mom screaming at her saying, come on.
And Jamie's like ice cold, just getting her job done.
Scooby says, just hold on. We got
We
this.
got this.
Like, guys, there's still a jump off after this.
Come on, Jamie. Squeeze.
Oh, a lucky rub at the double.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, Jamie.
Nicola's sitting on the side of the arena. She hasn't moved a muscle.
Oh.
I'd be kicking my
Lucky
leg
chip
up.
in me
I'd be
too.
doing all sorts of... Come on.
And 2, 3, 4, 5.
Come on.
And
Yes.
oh, what a great round.
Super job. Scooby was like, guys, that's why.
Yeah, I got this. And Jamie too. She's
Yeah.
like, Mom, I've
She's
done
like,
this plenty at
We just have to
home."
jump clear
It's
and
just
then we go
another course.
fast.
I mean, she's cool as a cucumber.
So, talk about getting a running start. We see Logan Hook getting a running start on his Pony Cornerstone's hot shot. And
Come on, hotshot.
he wants to jump clear and join those 2 girls in the runoff.
Come on, Logan, your bell's gone.
I can hear the pony galloping.
Yeah.
That's it.
Gosh, I'm so nervous for these children. And they're all so deserving. They're all so
Yes.
capable. They're all trying their best. Come on.
I wonder if they feel the pressure or if they just think they're having the best time ever.
I must say, I mean, like I say, I've got 2 kids that are here, and I keep having to remind them that they've got to ride their ponies and actually have to walk their courses. Oh, Logan!
No!
Possibly just fell in a bit there and
Yeah.
then had going in and out. Yeah, these children have been having such fun all week and getting to know all their peers from the different provinces, and it's been such a wonderful show for them. And the show have been so good with having, whoa,
And the last. Pity.
only just getting a bit much up the hill there, and actually deep on the 5.
So he finishes on a score of 16. Did he have 4 poles? Oh no, he brings in the 4.
Yeah,
Plus the 3 from this round, so...
bit of a disappointing
swim over there.
afternoon, but
Yeah.
like you say, that's how it goes.
Rasta is literally rearing to go. She's doing a hell of a job to stay on. She's gonna make sure he's getting going. He's coming now.
Oh, goodness me.
She's a tough cookie.
Oh,
Whoop.
no, Rasta.
Rasta
You need
says,
to come back
but
in."
I've done this already. Well done.
Gosh, and then she doesn't even give him an option. Gallops through and keeps his legs moving.
Gosh.
Little
The
terror.
Crowd giving her a big pat. Okay, Rasta's like, okay, if we're going to
Now
do
we
this,
go.
we're going to do this properly.
Yeah, hold tight.
Okay, guys, ring her bell. Oh, has her bell
I
rung?
hope it's gone.
Oh, gosh, I hope her bell's rung. Okay, in the arena now, we have Amber Buertis, and she rides first for horses Rasta. And they've got
Doing a
off to an
stellar job.
exciting start.
Absolutely.
Sets up for that beautifully.
But also a very stylish rider.
Now she's just got to balance up for this double. She does.
And out.
Good
Good
girl.
girl.
They're going to have to give Rasta a lead into the jump off.
I think so.
Because
Gosh.
yep, you two.
Although she doesn't
jumped
seem to be
from
too
home.
phased.
No, she's like ice in her veins. I would have been like,
And
no,
whoa.
sorry, I'm out. Tomorrow's another day.
Oh, great
there we
ride.
go.
Great ride. So 3 to
We
the jump
have
off so
a
far.
good jump off. The girls holding fort. So we have your 3 riders in the jump off. Kiara is on her 2nd ride now, and with Beach Haven Keegan, she's already in the jump off with Voodoo. So I'm sure she will want to make it 2 for 2. Auntie Rochelle will be watching her at home, I'm sure. Again, she's being a little more cautious with him. I don't know if she's saving her speed for the jump off.
Trying to jump as carefully as possible.
Yes.
Leave all the jumps up.
Good job.
A few of them have looked like they've had a little
Look
look
at
there
that.
at that vertical. And whoa. Keep it together, Kira. Come on.
Gives him a little press there.
Come on.
She can't be too careful, yeah?
Sure.
Well done.
Good
2
job.
for 2 in the jump
Gosh,
off. Brilliant.
What a great place to be in. Beautiful riding.
So there's 2 to go. Your 2 highest qualifiers from the first round and now in the second round. You have Kaylee Ferreira, and she brings in Ebb and Flow Creme de la Creme.
It was quite tight there from 1 to 2. She's got a good canter. Beautifully ridden so far. Come on, Kaylee, keep it together. Whoa, whoa. Sure.
Very positive ride there. Oh, clever pony.
And gets
Left
away with
the
it.
other way, turn the other way.
Oh,
Well, she
come on,
saved it.
Kaylee. She didn't make a circle, so she's not going to incur faults, but I hope now she's not going to be
Too flustered.
too flustered.
Now you got to whoa.
And whoa.
Oh.
What a pity.
So she finishes on 8.
I think turning the wrong way, trying to get your ground
Yeah.
speed up, worrying about time faults, all these things might have just caught up to her.
Oh, that's a pity. So,
Last one to go
your highest ranked rider of the class.
for both rounds, which is quite
Yeah.
a feat in itself.
Sky Kingston, she's won a class here this week already. Beautiful Palomino pony.
And beautiful rider.
Make sure she gets a wide turn to 2. Little close, gets away with it. Coach AJ on the sides giving her some help.
I think jumping every jump with her.
Yes.
Hey. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What a beautiful pony. Voila. Yes. Keep it together.
Sure, beautifully ridden that line. This pony's quite strong.
Yeah. So these kids
Come on,
have come
Sky.
out with so much maturity and just
It's amazing.
held their own here in the second
Whoa,
round.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Come on. Yes.
Oh, what a girl.
Well done.
Beautiful.
She's in the jump off.
Gosh, ice cold.
Nope,
Hey,
absolutely.
Came in here, knocked it out the park.
Absolutely. Thirteen. 11, 13. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for the Pony Rider jump off. There are 4 entrants in the jump off. It's Voodoo and Kiara Madison McFarlane and Sunny Park Stable Scooby-Doo and Jamie Riley. First Force is Rasta, Amber Burtis, and Beach Haven Keegan and Kiara Madison again. So,
And
first
in.
off, we have Voodoo and Kiara. Quick turn from 1 to 2. She's not hanging
Sure,
about.
good ride. She got a bit of,
She forgot
she
the
forgot the
jump.
jump.
Oh no!
So they're going from 11, 13 to 8, and Kiara
8.
forgot 8.
Now the double again. That was in the first
9A
round.
and B, which,
Oh no!
come on, Kiara.
Shame. She's gonna be
4 to
devastated.
5.
She's still quick. Wow!
Come on, Kiara.
That pony turned its body inside out to get over that jump. Oh, what a pity.
Gosh, she's going to kick herself.
She kept it on the 4 though. All the poles stayed up in a time of 37.53. So she wasn't hanging about.
No, and I
But
mean, I guess
she would have been much,
worst case scenario, you're
much
still
quicker.
going to get a prize, but
Yeah.
the way she set off and the round that she delivered, if she'd not forgotten the jump.
What a pity. Okay, cool, calm and collected. Jamie Riley and Sunny Park Stable Scooby-Doo. She sets off. So, Scooby was saving his speed for this class. Let's see what he can do.
And I think he's disconcerting as well because he's got such a
Right.
lopey big step.
And then he can jump one in
2,
there.
3, 4, 5, 6.
6 strides. Keep it together. Whoop. And compress. Good
Sure,
ride.
that was a very good ride.
Good
She
ride.
turned back, she gave her a bit of room, didn't take a pull.
Wow,
there, as well. Come
there
on,
we
Jamie.
go. She saved the speed.
Unbelievable.
26.94. Flying around here.
What a super, super ride.
And Scooby trots out going, that's what I saved it for.
I know my job.
Excellent. Big high five from Mom
Beautiful,
there.
Jamie. Well done.
Okay, we've got Rasta in. He didn't give us a...
No
Any
problems at
troubles
the in
there?
gate.
He's...
Amber not giving him a chance.
No,
She's
she's
setting
already
sail.
flying. I think this is going to be very quick.
Me too.
If she's clear, this is very quick.
Okay, so Jamie did 6 strides from this next jump. Let's see if Amber stays on the 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So like you said, Scooby-Doo with a
3,
big
4, 5,
slopey
6,
canter.
7, 8. Okay, so Jamie did 8 there too. So Jamie
Amy was very tight here. She got a good ride, but I think Amber's slightly quicker. She's clear. Come on.
Come on, Amber. Come on.
And she's faster. There we go. Was she faster?
No, Amber
she's
2
slower.
seconds off the pace.
I think she steadied up there towards the last jump,
Yeah.
and I think that's where Scooby, she was so quick from the double, turn back to the ox.
She just
and the
kept
last.
coming, yeah.
Okay.
And like I say, he kind of looks a bit slow, but he's got
Yes.
this big lopey step, and I think he
Yes.
covers ground quicker than he looks like he is.
So your highest ranked rider.
That was
No,
a very quick change.
This is not Kiara McFarlane. This is Sky Kingston. She's your highest ranked rider. I think they're just giving Kiara some time to get on
Come
her
on,
second
Sky.
pony.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
I can't believe what I've just seen.
Oh no.
I don't know. Do you think that she just
I think she wanted to do the 6 and was on that
a
very
little bit too much of
inside
the angle
line,
to
and I
the
think-
upright
yeah,
of the jump?
Just too tight. Oh no.
What a pity.
She's still clear.
Well, she'll have 4 faults.
Okay, so she's third.
So she's still quicker than Kira, who went the wrong way, but devastating.
Oh. It's amazing how these kids just turn to plan B and they're like,
Yeah, it wasn't.
turn around.
She didn't even.
She's like, I'm still in it.
Yeah.
So we've watched Kira be very careful with her horse in both her rounds in terms of not going too fast. So I wonder
But I guess
what,
also today you've kind of got nothing to lose, you know, at this stage.
Yeah.
You're coming in, you're last to go,
Yeah.
and you got to give it your all.
So she sits in third currently. No. I think they've got the timing equipment's got the two ponies mixed around. Okay, next is Kiara McFarlane, and she rides Beach
Okay,
Haven's
come on,
Keegan.
Kiara, turn.
She's got to be quick.
Come on.
Okay, stay out. Good
On
girl.
the 7 there.
Whoa. Whoa.
And look.
Tight turn back. Oh, Keegan getting
Come
a
on,
bit
come
strong.
on, come on, come on.
Oh.
No.
Shit.
Turned a bit tight there and just was trying so hard to balance, they almost ran out of canter.
Oh, what a pity.
Oh, just getting a bit strong there and having the last down.
So,
Gosh, so what a class.
the Riley family have another South African champion in the household.
Hey, unbelievable.
Jamie Riley kept her cool over the 3 rounds, and she finishes on 26.94 in this third round, followed by Amber Buertis on Rasta, who I thought was flying, but I think Scooby was deceiving, doing the 6 strides there where the others had to
Absolutely,
do 7.
and I think just even his step just around the corners,
Yeah.
he looks slow, but like I keep saying, he actually covers more ground each
Yes.
step.
Yes. Good class.
What a good class. My heart rate is very high. My palms
Very.
are sweating. And
Well
wow, I
done.
can't believe how these children at this young age just tackled this very challenging course in such fine style.
And I must admit, Ryan put up a course that was challenging for them, but again, no, like good jumping. There was very good jumping, no real disasters. There's 1 or 2 huge disappointments just in terms of ponies not going where they needed to go, but all in all, everyone's in one piece.
And that's the sort of joy and heartache with the sport, is that, you know, you've got 2 teammates.
Yeah.
So, you know, the morning you might wake up and it's your day and your pony might not have had a good sleep that night, or they might be feeling a little bit stiffer from the day before.
Absolutely.
And it's extraordinary sport in that instance, that we've always got to remember that, you know, no matter how good we're feeling or what we're feeling, we've got to take into consideration the ponies.
Absolutely.
And yeah, things can change in a heartbeat. You know, just because you've seen the distance or
Yes.
not worried at a certain jump, it doesn't mean that your pony isn't going to be. So
Yes. And we're dealing with animals. Like, they have a mind of their own. It's not a
they have a
tennis
mind of
racket.
their own.
Or,
The kids on top also, it's huge pressure for them. Every single one of them deserves to be a winner here today.
yes.
You know, the ponies also feel the tension, because how you're riding around today isn't necessarily how you rode around yesterday when you
Yes.
didn't have the South African title on the line. So it's a tremendous thing for these young athletes.
So we just take a look at the gate there. Rasta coming in calmly. He knows.
He knows
he's
the
done.
jumping's now done.
He's like, okay, I'll come in. A reserve champion there in Amber Buertis. She'll be chuffed.
Amazing
Putting
achievement.
a winning rug on Jamie Riley's horse Scooby-Doo.
One of many he's won in his long career.
Yep. He's a previous winner of this class, so this is the second time he's won this title. And how special for Nicola to see her daughter win the South African
It's
Championship.
just so wonderful.
Welcome back. As you can see, the prize giving happening now for the Pony Rider South African Championships. There's your winner, Scooby-Doo and Jamie Riley.
The beautiful Western Shop sponsored rug.
Yes.
I think that's going to...
That's a special one.
That's a very special one.
Shame. Second place, Amber Burtis and Rasta. He looks much calmer now in the prize giving.
On his long range,
Yeah.
make outs and...
Third place goes to Sky Kingston.
Unbelievable achievement still to come third in your
Absolutely.
South African Championships, but how disappointing for Sky. He rode such beautiful rounds.
Yeah.
It just was unlucky.
And there we see Voodoo coming in. That pony jumped an outstanding round. It was just a bit unlucky.
Shame. I think she was so concentrated on her turn back and had
Yeah.
such a good ride that she just lost concentration and forgot about that number
Shame.
8, I think.
Also tough going first in this sort
Isn't
of
it?
thing because you've got to kind of set the tone.
Yeah, you're trying to get a good pace. You're trying to remember where you're going. She's probably a bit stressed because she had
Yeah.
two ponies in the class.
Should probably have preferred the ponies to be switched
Yes, I'm
to
sure.
come first on Keegan.
Yeah, it's still a
and
new
then-
combination.
Yeah. There's your
It's still an
lineup.
incredible result, you know. I mean, to get a prize in a South African Championship, especially this one today, took some jumping. It's an incredible achievement for these kids.
Yes, absolutely. All the girls in the lineup, an all-girl lineup.
Yeah.
Brandon, is that the right order? Because I see Voodoo's third. Do we have it wrong? Sky Kingston actually fourth. Now we get a chance to show our support and thanks to the grooms. I'm sure they're going to be asked to come on to the podium. The Western Shop girls there getting ready to hand out the prizes. Again, huge thanks to Western Shop for sponsoring this class and many other classes. Well done to the grooms. There
So
we go.
wonderful for them to be recognised and enjoying some of the success of their
Absolutely.
ponies.
Absolutely. Goodie bags for the grooms.
You see the kids cantering around and the grooms are as nervous and stressed
Yes.
as the parents and the coaches, and they all jump every jump with these kids and love these ponies so much.
Oh, and the grooms are getting medals.
Isn't that so
That's
wonderful?
awesome.
Really does take a team,
Yeah.
and I mean, without them we would really really struggle. I mean, they're the ones
Yeah, up at 5 o'clock, feeding
and
grooming
and
making
turning them
sure
out and keeping them in tip-top
Absolutely.
condition. And often you come out and your groom will give you their take on your round, and 90% of the time
They're
are
right.
100% correct.
At the time, you might not want to hear it, but they're absolutely right.
So they're there with us day in and day out, and so wonderful for that they get recognized and enjoy in the success with their riders.
All our young girls getting up on the...
I think this could be a bit of a
Right.
chaotic lap of honor. There we go, and Sky at least getting the Victor Lorum for the week for her outstanding riding.
Well deserved. Highest qualifier.
Held
She
it
won a
together,
class.
cantered around here with such style.
Exactly. Even after her little oops.
Yeah, and so wonderful that she at least goes home Victor Lorum, which is also a very special award, especially at the South African Championship. She's been so consistent all week and really delivered some incredible results.
There we go. Guys, thank you for joining us. We come to the end now of the Pony Rider South African Championship. They're all about to mount up and do their lap of honor. In the meantime, we want to thank Lara. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for sitting through this class and giving us your input. And I believe you're going to go watch your two kiddies jump in the B arena, and we wish them well.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you for having me, and thanks for
Absolute
for
pleasure.
the opportunity. It's been a privilege to watch this class and wonderful to be a part of it.
Thank you, Lara. Thank you so much. Okay, viewers, we'll be back soon. Welcome back, viewers. We've just witnessed the Pony Rider 110 South African Championship sponsored by Western Shop. And we have Jamie Riley with us. Jamie, congratulations. Scooby-Doo was amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Before we get on to Scooby-Doo, can you tell us a little bit about your other horse, Joey?
Yeah, so Joey, he is like, when at a show, he wants to go and he's quite strong. And he's like kind of hard to ride because you have to get the right striding or else he'll like try to stop.
Well, you made it look very easy because we watched you in both the first round and the second round, and Laura and myself both said, oh wow, what a beautiful pony, and you rode him so well. And then you have Scooby-Doo, and Scooby-Doo we know is not the easiest. It can be spooky sometimes, and especially in the second class, I could see you were just like cool and calm, and you just kind of did it. And we both said on the live streaming that no, you're saving the speed for the jump off, which you did.
Yeah.
So tell me, was there any plan on when you came into the jump off? Did Mom whisper something in your ear?
Well, she just told me that I have to go for it and do tight turns. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, and I saw Mom standing on the side of the arena, not saying much, but do you hear her on the side of the arena? Or?
Yes, I mostly listen to her.
Oh, good. And I saw in the jump off your turn from 2 to 3. You did 6 strides. Was that the plan, or did you just turn to that and take whatever stride you saw?
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
This is your first South African championship?
In 110, yes.
Well done. And you were a previous winner on another pony, a chestnut.
Yes, Pikachu.
Pikachu, that's the one.
Yeah.
So congratulations. And now in your household, there's 2 South African championships, Mom and you.
Yeah.
And what's the plan for Scooby-Doo next?
So maybe he'll stop jumping at the end of the year, or if he's still going strong, we might do a bit more shows. But he is going to retire soon. Yeah.
So was this your last show, or do you have another Pony Rider Championship class on him this year?
I actually don't know, because usually my mom just tells me I'm going
that.
a show in the day before.
You're very good at listening to your mom. Well, Jamie, well done. Congratulations. I'm sure Scooby-Doo has a whole bag of carrots waiting for him there.
Yeah.
Well done, and I'm sure this won't be the first time that we see you sitting here talking to us. Go and enjoy your moment as the new Pony Rider South African champion. Well done.
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome back, viewers. You'll see a familiar face sitting next to me. He's back in co-commentary. He's done his duties for the day. Sten, welcome back.
Thanks, Shayton. I'm a little bit less stressful up here now.
Now that your 110s are done.
Yeah, I was proud of Zara. Nice to get a ticket in that class. I think she was a little disappointed
class.
not to have done better, but yeah, those ponies have had a long show.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately for you, you joined by me now.
No, not unfortunately.
Much less fairer face than
Maybe
Laura
less
Neal.
pretty, but we like having you.
I'm starting to feel like they don't like me. Every time I come on here, Brendan got to commentate with Laura last time. Now you with Laura this time.
Start getting a complex.
I'd like to sit in good company like that one time.
Coming up next, we have a small pony rider class, the 110 championship. There's 7 riders in that class. You'll see it coming up on your screen now. Sten, do you want to take us through the ponies in this class?
Sure. So Anton Hook, coach of the winner of the junior South African champs, his son comes in at number 1, Logan Hook. Amy Cave on the very talented Polika Funnet Plutenhof. Then at number 3, Alexis Rose McLaren. 4, Jonathan De Beer on Chuckleberry Finn. 5, Jamie Lee Kane Berman, Cornerstone Dante, and 6, Hannah Hotz on Elective. Shayton, you look through this list. Amy Cave and Polika, strong combination. Logan, saw him putting on a good show now in the last class. Alexis McLaren has won pony rider titles before. Jamie Lee Kane Berman, also a very talented young rider. Shame a lot of these riders that hasn't been their show, so they'd be looking to they'd be looking to finish on a positive note and end their show on a high. I think some very strong combinations there, so I think we're in for a good class.
Absolutely, and a win's a win, and it's always nice to, like you say, to end the show on a good round. So hopefully all 7 have a good way around. I haven't had a chance to walk the track, but we will talk you through it as we see Logan Hook on Mighty Warrior go first. That's still, as you can see on screen, there's a whole bunch of people walking the track. So this class is followed by the 120 juniors, so they're all walking. The track will stay the same and some of the distances might change a little. So we will wait for the course walk to finish, and then we will give Logan a chance to warm up and welcome our first rider in for the 110 champs.
Guys, just a side note here. If you go onto the YouTube, the Discover Sport YouTube channel, we are a live feed, so it is interactive. You can chat and send us messages. We've seen some messages come through now, so yeah, give us a shout if there's any questions or anything you want to know, anything you want to let us know that we've maybe
missed
said
out on or said wrong,
or something along those lines. You're more than welcome. We'd appreciate it if you let us know. And then I think, Shayton, maybe while we've got a minute, maybe it's worth just having a little look through some of our sponsors that have made this show possible at SA Champs. Some of our headline sponsors: Westown, Boys and Girls Town, Telkom, Western Shop, Krispy Kreme Donuts.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Lucky Horse, E-Pole, Langley Equestrian, and then the list goes on and on. I'm going to just go through them quickly because I think all these sponsors have made this show so worthwhile and really deserve a mention in making the show what it has been. So Lemure Unicorn Tack, Galleria Mall, NMR Ford Pantown, Harriet Cooper Sport Horses, Kincardine, TWK, Ideal Pet Food, Sunny Park Stables, Spurwing, Sightform, Shamborne Equestrian, On Equine, Sealand, Midlands Equestrian Club, A&A Insurance, Bergview Equestrian, Calderhill Equestrian, Coastal Horse Riding Club, Dalman Mining and Civils, Denton Horse Boxes, Nolan Sport to Sport, Equestrian House,
Sure.
Dressage SA, Hello Quality, Seattle Coffee, Hollard Equipage, Amaze Balls, Sealy, Current Vet RX, Choice Carriers, Equestrian Affair, Forging Ahead Mental Skills, Team Fox Equestrian, Midfeeds Tack and Togs, Sport Horse Veterinary Services, Bergview Equestrian, Julie Bennett Equestrian, One Insurance, SNC Carriers, Capital Stud, Claudia Garella, Arco 360, Equifeeds, and Natal Saddlery.
Sorry, Sten, we didn't catch that. I think you might have to start at the top and just work your way down again.
Quite a mouthful, but I mean, really, just a huge shout out to all these sponsors for making the show possible. It's made it amazing for these kids. I haven't seen one child or junior at the show that hasn't said they've had the time of their life here. All the little extras, little spot prizes, fun events for the kids at night. I know tonight's a big night for a lot of them, big party. Apparently you have to be under 18 to get in, so don't try the rest of us. And just a massive shout out for making it such a fun show. Really has been enjoyable for these kids.
Absolutely, and like you say, Sten, not only the sponsors, the show organizers. You said over 700 horses at this show. It takes a village to get this going.
All of that,
So not without its hiccups, I'm sure, but it all in a good day's work, and everyone's happy and hopefully leaves here safe and sound. Okay, the course. Guys, welcome back. We have a small class here of 7 riders in the 110 Championship. Again, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank Discover Sport for bringing you the live streaming for the day. It's a new initiative, and if you go and follow discoversport.com, you'll see a platform that's very exciting for all sorts of sports. And you can stay up to date, so you can visit discoversport.com. You'll see it up on your screens now. A big thank you to Discover Sport for today and what they've done for the youth champs. So our first rider's in. The bell's been rung, and away he goes. Okay, first in we have Cornerstone's Mighty Warrior and Logan Hook. Logan was a busy man in the last class, and now he brings in number 1, Mighty Warrior.
Yeah, as you say, giving a good account of himself in that last class. Logan rides at all the big shows throughout the year. His dad, Anton, is a very busy man with the ponies and the horses. Makes sure his pupils are well mounted and always competitive.
This looks like a lovely pony. Did the 7 up there from 3 to 4 beautifully. The double in a similar place, but not exactly the same place as it was the last class. Jumped quite nicely.
8 to 9 going up the hill now.
And then he's going to make a turn back here, do a double coming down the hill.
Oxer jumping in. 6 strides down the
Easy
hill
6
to
strides.
the finish.
There we go. Clear round.
First horse, first clear. Good round.
Great start.
So, unfortunately, a few of the riders that were on our list as starters, it sounds like they're not going to take part in this event. So it looks like next up we're going to have Jonathan De Beer, Chuckleberry Finn, riding for Susan Sadler. Making sure he's got good rhythm before he comes to number one.
Yeah, it's amazing. I saw that in the previous class with all the ponies. Like, the kids really get going from the start. They get a good canter, and it really shows how they take this really seriously and really positive riding from all of them.
Yeah, learning the basics to start and just really
Yes.
implementing those basics so well, these young riders. Oh,
Had a little look there. There's a big...
big shadow.
yeah.
And I think that's going to sort of take its toll as the afternoon goes on with these riders.
A few of the ponies had a look at that jump when they were jumping it down the hill. And Chuckleberry Finn just having a little look there. Oh, that's an uncharacteristic stop. I thought he got over what was the worst, which is clearly the fillers at 7A.
Gives his ponies some
Oh,
encouragement.
Reassurance there, saying, hey, come on, we're not
Let's
done
get
yet.
going.
Positive ride again. Gets through that.
Oh. Okay, not really loving that water tray. Unfortunately, not their day today.
I think just from him having a look at the double beforehand and having the stop there at the B element, I think he was just a little bit, Jonathan was a little bit cautious there, and I think he kind of
Perhaps, yeah.
expected it to happen and maybe underrode that a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Self-preservation kicking in.
So,
So that looks like that's it for this class. Logan Hook in at number one, clear round,
yeah,
takes the win.
there we go.
1,250 reasons to have jumped that class, and he takes all of them.
All in a good day's work. Look at that.
Possibly not one of the most difficult rosettes that Logan's ever earned,
But he jumped clear,
and a fantastic
so he
clear as well.
deserved it fully.
I mean,
deserved
not
it.
taking anything away from him. That was a good round.
Mighty Warriors looking a little bit tired there. It's been a long week.
Like a few of these ponies, I think I mentioned to you off air, like some of them have jumped 9 or 10 rounds now during the week in different disciplines. So it's been quite a week for these kids. And the ponies, it was quite interesting. I was speaking to Samantha Hardcastle, who works at Farnham riding stables. She was saying they keep looking at their schedule, quite desperate that their kids' classes are going to be before 1 o'clock, because they've got a bunch of little kids, and they say every time their class is at 1 o'clock, just to get the kids motivated enough to walk the track and try and remember 1 to 10 is quite a story.
Laura was on air now, and she just said as well with her 2 kids, she said she had to remind them a few times that we're not here to also just socialize with your friends and play around.
I disagree with
we
Laura.
have
I think that's the
to
main
ride.
reason these kids are here when they're young.
And they're like, yeah, mom, don't worry, we got this. She's like, no, you don't understand. Like, you got to go and get on your pony.
And in their defense, I've watched her kids ride. They do have this. They've got it. They're pretty organized.
Logan gets his rosette and his nice victory lap.
Judge for today, Troy Koenig, giving him his rosette.
And there'll be a small adjustment to the track just because we go from the pony riders now to the juniors. So some of the distances will be lengthened, I'm sure.
All of the distances, probably, I would hope.
Unless Ryan has some tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, I think we're running into a little bit of time pressure here today with this 120 class. So I'm not sure, but
he's getting his picture.
there you go.
now. Don't forget the picture. That's the proof.
Yeah, what's it for the gram?
Yeah,
Need it
that's
for the gram.
That's the proof.
Well done, Logan. I've heard via the grapevine, Logan's quite the dancer. He's got a couple songs and dances that he could do for us later, maybe.
I'm sure we will see him later at the neon party.
There you go.
With his rosette on his chest.
Possibly a sash.
Yeah.
Toe.
He's done for the day. He says, I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we get ourselves ready for the 120 Galeria Mall Championship junior class. This is a big class, the biggest class of today. We have 43 entries.
And remembering that this incorporates the 120 South African team event. So guys, unfortunately, sorry, we're both jumping at the bit here. Unfortunately, not all the riders got the message that they needed to walk the course earlier with the pony riders. So we're going to now let those riders have a moment just to walk the track for the 120 class. Shaitan, maybe we should go through this start list. It's about as long as the sponsors list that I read out just now. 40 odd horses in this.
Yes, this also forms part of the team event for the 120 division. So you'll see some riders coming in for their team, and we will announce that as they come in and try and keep you up to date with the Gauteng, KZN, Western Province, etc.
So just maybe give us the rules of that team event, Shaitan,
so
for those at home.
So basically, this is the only team competition for the week that's incorporated into the actual championship. Most of the team competitions are actually tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure about the actual rules of this, but there are 4 riders per team. You obviously have a drop score. I think with the team horses, all of them will go into a second round, regardless of penalties.
I think unless they're
eliminated or they retire, which hopefully we won't be able to see. And then we will have obviously 2 prize givings at the end of this, 1 individual and 1 team. And there are 6 teams. There is Gauteng, and then you have your KZN team. Then you have your Eastern Cape and Free State team on joint. Then you have Western Cape. And then you have Mpumalanga. And I might be wrong.
I think
that's
there's
it.
No team
5. So there's 5 teams because we've joined the Eastern Cape and Free State team. So
Gauteng, KZN, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape and the Free State, the Western Cape.
Yeah, that's
that.
Yeah. So these riders were selected during the year, and throughout the show, your chef de keep had a chance to watch you all compete. And I think there's possibly 5 riders per team.
Yes, so they would have a reserve team that would have been that would ride today in the class, but
Yes.
would their scores wouldn't be going towards the team event.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think these guys make the team over the whole year. I think a lot of the time selection, when it's the most objective way of doing it, is just looking at the riders' points earned during the year in their grade or in their level. And then obviously they take the top 5 in each level from each province.
Welcome back, everyone. The final class for today, a big class, starts off with your 120 Galeria Mall Championship. And we have the first horse in. This is Trinity and Kellen McLaren. She's having a little trot round while we wait for the judges to get themselves organized. There's 43 entries in the class. So please stay with us. I'm sure there'll be much
Lots
excitement.
of action, yeah. Kellen rides out of the same stable as our pony rider champion earlier,
Yes.
Jamie Lee. Also trained by Nicholas Riley. We'll be expecting a polished performance here,
Yes.
as always. Taking the salute on behalf of the class.
Trinity was bought from Barry Taylor at the Farnham Stables. His daughter Ashley had a few rides on Trinity, and now Kellen has the exciting job to jump this lovely mare.
As you started saying Farnham Stables, I remembered the horse. By Titanic.
Yes, by Titanic, Estelle and Lorette jumped, and I think Barry had a spin.
And I think originally this horse was produced down here in Natal, so it'll also home ground advantage for him.
We're just waiting for our judges to...
Finish their tea and scones,
Yeah,
flick their pages over, and we'll be ready to go.
not as young as the competitors, so just give them a few moments.
Sure. Don't let them hear that. They'll have to remember it for the next time you're asking for a favor to come in out of order or something. Yeah, so by Titanic, out of a Cento mare, 12-year-old. Had a bit of a late start, a sort of late start to her career, did Trinity. On your screen at the moment is Lucia Grief. She'll be coming in at number 2, just letting her horse have a walk around. Sans Dancer.
Both these girls train under Nicholas Riley. There we go. She picks up her canter and off she goes. We'll go through the track with you. First horse, Trinity and Kellen McLaren.
Just a little circle to make sure she's up to speed before she goes to number 1.
She's over number 1, the Westown Oxer. She makes her way down the hill now to jump 2. Nice jump over that. Slips inside that Western Shop Oxer. Oh. There's a terrible shadow on that jump at the
Shayton,
moment.
I mentioned it to you earlier. Jonathan De Beer in the last class, his pony seemed to have a little issue there at that black and white jumping up towards where those shadows are coming. The sun shining down the bank there, and
black and white poles.
Yeah, I think unfortunately with these shadows, this track's really going to take some jumping for these juniors.
We're just waiting for the
jump to be rebuilt.
It's almost there.
The arena party have been amazing this week. They've been so on the ball. I don't think I've seen once where there's been interference or anything by any of the arena party, and the arenas looked immaculate throughout the show. So big ups to them.
Okay, she's off again. This time she comes round the Western Shop. You can see on screen there she just goes around, takes a bit of a wider turn, giving Trinity a bit more time to see the jump. Nope, Trinity says, don't like that one today.
Not enjoying those shadows.
So not the best start.
No, and unfortunate, you know.
I think also maybe she had been hanging around a bit.
Yeah, which is always a little bit off-putting, isn't it?
And now she jumps it.
Of course. Horses.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah.
So maybe, she's been standing around a bit waiting for the course walk. Maybe she got a little cold and her brain switched off a little bit. So she'll be disappointed with that. Next to go, Sans Dancer. So this is the first Gauteng team rider, and we said earlier that all the team riders go through to the second round, barring any retirements or eliminations.
Oof, and we've had one down already. I like how we both automatically say we.
Yeah.
Our province.
I'm
sort of stuck between two places.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I've lived half my life in Natal and half in Gauteng, so I'll just choose whichever team does better.
Also turned inside there to the Callao jump. Oh, pity. You can see that she has a blue numna on representing Gauteng. 5 strides up the hill. She makes her turn back now to the double. Oh, just jumps out of her hand there a bit. 6 strides to the last. Couple of rails.
So finishing on 16 faults, a time of 61.73. So Gauteng will be hoping, I think, that could be their
Drop
drop score.
Yeah. So, a lady that's been busy in this arena this morning and all week is Georgia Scribanti.
Riding for the Piemont stud, Piemont Jack Frost.
And is this not their homebred?
Is that okay?
I think this is
Okay.
their homebred. Old Jack Frost. See what he makes of this course.
First rider for Team KZN.
KZN, you'll see in their traditional black and white numna. Oh no!
Shaitan, another horse cantering towards the shadows, having a little issue there at number 1.
And I think this is a big class, and the shadows are going to get a little bit worse.
I think it might get easier when the sun drops behind that clubhouse, maybe,
Yeah.
possibly.
Yeah.
There we have the stalwart of KZN show jumping, Martin Manette, giving Ryan Sanders a hand there, fixing up the track.
So not the best way to start the class nor start the track for Georgia, but she's experienced and she will put this behind her and I'm sure jump a good round. So here she goes again. Jack had a little look there, didn't like the look of it, but he went.
Oh,
Jack
not
says, "I've had
feeling
enough
it
of it."
today at all. I mean, it just goes to show in this sport, Shaitan. Earlier, we're telling you how amazing this young lady is, and it doesn't take anything away from it. She's a top-class jockey. But producing young horses is tough in this
and
business.
Jack Frost just looking a little green this afternoon
Absolutely.
in the ring, and it just showed a little bit, and beautiful horse.
Absolutely. So from one KZN rider to another. Next up at number 4, Callao Lady Benjamin. With the rider Cameron Nicole Duplessis. Also another rider trained like the previous competitor by Grant Langley out of the Langley Equestrian setup. She's the second rider for the KZN team. They'll be looking to bank a good score here in the with the second rider.
Yeah, Lady Benjamin, bred at Callao Warm Blood Stud, and another Lissabon daughter. And
Big white face like that, who would have guessed?
Exactly, and she's named Lady Benjamin after the late Michael Benjamin. The mother was acquired from Michael Benjamin, so that's where her name originates from. She gets over 3.
For those that don't know, Michael Benjamin rode at the very top of the sport in South Africa. He was a super talent, won many South African titles and World Cups, Grand Prix.
Absolutely. Clears the Callao jump, so that's out the way.
So that's out the way. Always terrible when a Callao horse hits a Callao jump.
Oh, this brown double in the bottom corner, yeah. We might
Doesn't
have
matter
a
which way they've jumped it today. Yeah, you might find these kids having a little bonfire this
later.
evening.
Took
They
the words out of my mouth.
irritated a few of them, hasn't it, today?
Yeah.
Dashed a few of their hopes
Sure.
at a clear
they won't
round.
be missing that jump at the next show.
So riding for her team, she'll be trying to keep this on just the 4, coming down to the last.
Good round.
And leaves on just the 4 penalties. Gets inside the time.
I think the double really is now on a downhill. It's a double of verticals.
With shadow in the shadows, the
shadows.
shadows falling behind it. Yeah, it's going to take some good clean jumping to get through that.
Yeah. So I think we'll see that fall a little bit.
A little bit. A little bit often.
A little bit often.
I think you nailed it. Yeah, that's going to fall. So next up at number 5, riding the glamorous Capital New Star.
Another one. Falling short at jump 1.
Ellen Holland riding for Mpumalanga. New Star, Capital New Star, originally produced by Chris and Leona van der Merwe, then Anne-Marie Esslinger.
Yep. Former winner of the Young Horse Performance Series.
And recently purchased by Ellen Holland. So a new partnership for this young lady. Oh,
Again.
and even an experienced horse like New Star really
Didn't like
not
those
enjoying
fellas.
those shadows, I think, falling on those oxes. Both those fences, number 1 and number 3, heading towards the bank, causing some problems.
I think Ryan might be sitting in his course builder tent there.
I mean, I get that, but I don't.
Thinking he
You know,
got
what
something
can he
wrong.
do?
Yeah.
We've had 10 hours of show jumping to get through today, and we don't have 10 hours of sunlight. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, these guys are going to have to buck up, knuckle down, and kick on.
Very good rider. We saw her in the big junior class earlier this morning on her other mount, Callao Valmery, and now she brings in She's the One. This is Emily Kruger. We said this before. She trains at Farnham with Lorette Knowles-Taylor, and won many classes on this mare. Yeah, we said it earlier today. Emily's riding has come on.
Yeah, and she's riding at the top of her
Tremendous.
game as well, Shades. I mean,
Yeah.
I've watched her this show. She's a confident young lady.
Soft rail at number 6.
Commentator's curse, but yeah, she's a top jockey, and she'll be giving this horse a confident round here. So we see her egging him on.
The horses also have jumped all week. They've had to travel here. It's also a little bit of maybe fatigue, I don't know.
Absolutely, I think absolutely that comes into play.
Riders like Emily had to deal with the pressure of the big class. Maybe she's also feeling
a bit of
mentally
mental
tired.
fatigue. Yeah, absolutely.
So not her best round. She'll be back though. She ends on 12. So Lady Benjamin on 4 faults for Team KZN.
Looking good.
So far, we've had 5 riders.
And the best we've had is 4 faults. Lady Benjamin, 4 faults, 66.95. She sits in pole position. Next up at number 7, SM Callista Luna Z, ridden by Jessica Hindley.
So I think there might be a little bit of yeah.
Oh yeah,
We're looking at Capital Clifton. We're
coming in
missing
a
one
little
or
earlier.
2, coming in a little earlier, and she is Clifton is ridden by Olivia Lyon. Her mom a very good rider. She trains with Dominic Alexander.
Cliffy, as he's more
Cliffy.
affectionately known, quite a character, very playful.
I think he's a conlank out of a Kotoki. I could be wrong.
He is by Capital Conlank out of Kotoki. He's a 10-year-old gelding.
Originally bought off the auction by Kelly O'Connor and produced up the grades, and the family bought him for Livy, and what a partnership he's turned out to be. They won the 120 Gauteng Champs not so long ago in the Bob Charter Arena in Gauteng.
So he'll know all about going in imposing arenas like this. That Bob Charter takes prisoners, so
That double.
yeah, like we said, bonfire this evening
Yeah.
with these kids.
Oh no, Livy's also forgotten her track. I think she didn't realize how quickly that jump with the water tray comes
After the double.
after the double, and maybe having that pole. She just got a little bit sidetracked. Shame.
Coming down to the last.
Steadies up a little bit. Shame, a good round. A pity about the circle. Good for the time, even though she did the circle. She'll be a bit disappointed that she had to add the circle to the 4. But otherwise a good round. And I don't think that she's had much experience, not only at this level, but in this arena.
In this arena, I was going to say, in this arena on Championship Day,
Yeah.
quite a lot.
Yeah.
I remember helping her 2 years ago at this show in the B Arena.
Yeah.
So quite a step up for her.
So, next to go is the first rider for the Eastern Cape Free State team, Velocity.com, with Kelsey van Rooyen.
Velocity, an 11-year-old gelding by Argonaut out of a Noble Thatch mare. So Shaitan, Eastern Cape Free State team. The Eastern Cape and Free State are always very competitive in these team events.
Yep. Oh, she's had another rail at that hollow jump. That jump's
maybe
also
maybe
fallen
I
a
should
lot
just
this
keep
year.
quiet.
This this class.
She gets over that spooky oxer that they've battled a little with.
Nice 7 up the hill. So the viewers might not know, but this class was not in qualifying order, am I right?
Yes.
This is just random draw, so you're seeing a mixed batch here, not necessarily your highest qualified riders coming later.
Yeah.
She steadies up for the double. Ah, bonfire for sure. That one and the Hollard, we were just...
Purple and brown flames this evening.
Yeah.
Purple and brown flames.
5 gets that out the way. That jumped well this whole
Funny, and
day.
it's a jump that these horses have, or that we haven't seen a lot of before. It's a brand new jump. And it really has jumped well.
Steady. Okay, so finishes on the 8th. So far, KZN looking strong with first 3 team riders going, and Lady Benjamin sitting top of the charts there.
4 faults, yeah. So they're a good 8 faults ahead of any of the other teams so far.
Okay, so there was a correction to
that score.
Clifton's score as well. I see they added
7
time.
So time allowed, because that wasn't up just now, the judges were obviously still deciding. Time allowed, 72 seconds flat.
Okay, I think next to go, if we back in program order, is SM Callista Luna Z and Jessica Hindley. It says Marne Lombard.
I think that's correct. Number 10, approved, ridden by Marne Lombard.
Okay, so we're missing 7. Okay, Marne Lombard from Gauteng.
12-year-old mare.
Comes inside there to number 3.
Being mindful of the time.
They're
That's
all
proving
having a
to be
look at
quite
that
difficult.
jump.
I think at the moment it's almost worth flirting with the idea of a time penalty and going around rather from 2 to 3, just to give your horse every
a little bit more
opportunity to
time.
see that fence.
So Marne Lombard is trained by Natasha van Jaarsveld, and correction, she rides out of Krugersdorp. And I spoke to the Gauteng chef de keep earlier, and she said that you can see Marne at all the shows just giving it her best. Still on the 8. We'll see if she runs into time as well.
She needs to get home in 10 seconds to be under that time allowed of 72.
Yeah, I think she's going to get some for time.
She's going to be in for time.
Approved, just getting a little keen now. Steady. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Just
Clean down that last line.
Okay, so
proving quite the track that Ryan Sanders is set for these 120 riders. It's going to take some effort to go clear.
So next to go, if we are following program order, which it looks like we are, is Callao La Luna with Alexis Rose McLaren, so sister to Kellen.
And a real talent, this young lady. She's a superstar. I really think she's got big things ahead of her in her future.
Absolutely.
With her riding.
Another Lissabon in the class. Originally with Ivan van der Sede in Plet. And then sold on. And
so nice to see these young Callao horses making their way in the sport and forming such a nice partnership. I think for you guys, Shayton, it must be also just so nice to see them with talented young jockeys like this that you know are going to bring out the best in them.
Has a little look. Didn't get away with it. No, Sten, absolutely. From our side at Callao, it's always super exciting to follow each horse's journey. It's something that we take, very seriously, but you can breed a good horse, but you need it to be produced and ridden properly as well for it to have
shown
success.
to their full potential.
Yeah. So,
and I think this young lady is a perfect example of someone that's going to really showcase the Luna's talent. Unfortunately, 4 penalties there, but round this track, that's a strong effort.
Yeah.
Alexis also new to horses. So, I think that's a great effort on her behalf.
Am I correct in saying that their mother rode?
Yes. Yes.
And very, very,
Very well.
competitively.
Yes.
Like,
very
good
competitively.
jockey.
I think she has to every now and then go sit in the corner because she gets too excited. I've watched her with Nicola. So next up on track we have Pippa Square riding Kilshane's Tipperary, 10-year-old mare by Fanatic Dane out of a Kilshani Christopher Robin mare.
If I'm not mistaken, the Kilshane stud is an Irish sport horse stud. We saw Pippa earlier today in the 130s on a big grey, and now she's back in the 120s.
Unfortunately, 2 early rails falling. Leaves that grey oxer up.
Jumps that well.
Yeah, jumps really well through that brown double.
Pippa just moves on up there to that oxer.
That water tray comes so quickly.
Yep. Jumps that line beautifully.
That Langley Equestrian Centre, thank you. Big shout out to Langley Equestrian Centre. It's been a jump that given the riders and horses confidence all week. Well, today. They brought it out for the first time today and it's jumped clear a lot.
This round got better and better. Like, it's almost like she settled into herself once she knew she had the poles.
She had those 2 early rails and then really jumped a beautiful round. Well done, Pippa.
So next to go is the first and last of the first riders in the teams. This is Capital Logan and Mia Sheba.
Thank you to Samantha Hudson Peacock. Mia Sheba is from Cape Town and she rides with Amy Baines.
Amy trains a lot of Cape Town riders, and again, this is it's not easy getting here from the Cape. So a lot of effort goes into getting these horses here, and we all appreciate it because this team event is a big deal to a lot of riders. And
yeah, and I mean, if we wanted to mention how this show takes it out of horses, I think none of us closer provinces have anything to whine about, seeing the distances that these Western Cape riders and Eastern Cape riders have travelled. It really is a tremendous feat. So big shout out to their parents and coaches and trainers and grooms for making the trip.
Absolutely.
Really making good sport for these kids. Jumps that brown rustic double clear.
Yeah, gets the bogey out the way. This line has ridden quite well today. Gets that out the way.
I think if the viewers can just see on screen there how that line with the water tray and that spooky filler, the Langley Equestrian jump, are all out against the opposite side of the arena to the shadows, which you can see makes it so much easier for the horses. Everything they've jumped in the sunlight has been good.
Yeah, and 2 early rails and then settled into it, and then a nice clear after that.
For the sake of sounding a bit lame, you watch The Lion King.
Yes.
Everything the sun touches, that's good. But the shadows over there, don't go there.
Someone asked me my favorite movie of all time, I'll tell you The Lion King.
Yeah, but definitely these horses jumping well in the sunlight and battling a little here in the shadows.
Now, number 14, we have Callao Belvini with the new junior South African champion. Divan Bosman brings in his other ride for the show. As I said, Callao Belvini. A lot of viewers might not know that Belvini is by Bolzano de Cairns, and he's ridden in the World Cups and 150 classes with Gareth Neal.
Sure. Wowza.
Yeah.
Now, that's a good advert for Bolzano.
The mother was an Escudo mare that Rene Ferry jumped called Elucada.
Okay.
And now Elucada was purchased off the auction and now in the hands of Karen Coop at Rivendell Stud. Wow.
That's really exciting.
I'm sure she's also watching this with much excitement. Wow.
You can see this horse jumps. I mean, he's still a young horse. Jumps a little loose in front, but really makes up for it by giving the jump some air.
And she's always jumped like this from auction. She's jumped in with this technique, but in a careful way, as you can see. But a masterful production from Anton and Divan, producing this mare off the farm
And I think Shaitan at only 7 years old, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but often that forearm muscle is sort of the last muscle, one of the latest muscles to develop in a horse. So that I still think, I believe that front end technique will always improve as they get older.
And when they're careful, like this one,
it doesn't really matter so much, does it?
There's our clear.
Fantastic. There's our first clear round. Would we expect anything less from our South African champion? No. Very good riding, Divan Bosman. Also just lovely for our viewers at home to see, you know, there he was winning a title class earlier, and here he is, a true horseman, just producing his next one in line for a title.
Yeah.
So next up at number 15, Milani Azevedo, riding Saratoga D'Angelo.
So I don't think the viewers can see from their screen, but this horse is an interesting color. So I think we would call him a buckskin, and it's because his father is a Palomino. A Palomino called Don Gala, if I'm not mistaken. Well, very careful there.
Yep, that's it. Don Color.
Out of a Carrick mare.
Carrick mare, yep, correct. Jeepers, every day next to you is a school day, Shaitan.
No.
Anyone wanting some interesting new facts, learn something every day with Shaitan Hendricks. So that's how that buckskin comes about, a colour stallion to a normal mare.
Oh, shame.
And he gets out clean. Well done.
And Melania is the second line rider for the Gauteng team. You see her in a blue numna there. Keep it together.
Clears the last.
Good
finishes
round.
on the 8 faults.
Finishes on 8.
Next up at number 16, Abby Haynes riding Equifox Convoy. Convoy is an 11-year-old gelding by Consuelo out of a Lindenberg mare. I would venture to say bred by Gail Foxcroft.
Absolutely. You see the prefix there, Equifox. Gail's bred some really good horses out of her yard. I'm big fan of Consuelo.
Yep, Consuelo needs no introduction. He's been one of the most successful breeding stallions in South Africa.
Yeah, the son of Corofino, and like you say, he's been extremely successful in our South African breeding program.
Gets away with a little rub there at number 3. Just touching off the front rail of number 4.
Lovely jump.
Abby looking super organized here. Very stylish rider.
Makes light work of that.
Yeah, good body control, really helping the horse, giving him room. Oh, a lot of room there. Equifox Convoy showing his talent there up that line.
Keep it on the 4. That's it. Now balance down for the 6.
4 faults in a time of 66.05.
A good round.
At the moment, puts her into 2nd place. So clear rounds proving hard to come by.
Yep. So next up we have number 17, the rider Zara Lurie, and a name of a horse that suits our sport.
Money talks.
Money talks.
We won't finish that sentence. 8-year-old gelding by Silvano out of a Giants Causeway mare. Sets off at a good rhythm to number 1. Trains on that arena on the side of a big hill with Charlie Crockett, my neighbours.
Yes.
So they'll be used to some shadows and setting suns or sunsets.
Another one that has a bit of an issue at number 3. Now number 3 fully in the shade. So we'll see. what Money Talk says now when he approaches it for the second time.
Maybe need to mention to Charlie they need to train later in the afternoon, possibly.
I think also what we got to remember is this is the 120 class. So often at big shows, the 120s don't get to be in the main arena. So it's a big,
quite an eye opener for these younger
big
horses.
Big deal for the younger horses to be in the main arena with all the arena settings like the flags, the people. I mean, we're having a braai on the side of the arena there. So it's a lot for them to deal with. But there's nothing like being in this main arena that brings them on more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a privilege. It's a privilege that you earn to compete in this arena, and it takes some getting used to for these horses.
Oh, Money Talks just says this is a bit too
all
much.
A bit much.
Just make sure she jumps one more jump before she goes out. Try and leave it on a
positive note.
Yeah.
So next up, Danielle Mankeys riding Eagles Lagos. 11-year-old gelding by Lassiter out of a Casanova mare. Daniela rides out of the Dyser stables with Liam Stevens. Girl that's really come on in her riding of late. Very stylish jockey. And I must say quite a bubbly personality to go with it. I see the whole family is here supporting, and that's really what these big shows like this are all about.
Lagos, like you said, by Lassiter. And doesn't he canter exactly the same way as his father?
Yeah, really stamped them, Lassiter did.
Yeah, I had the privilege of riding him for a while, not in competition, but
of course,
as the work rider for Sean Henderson.
Yeah.
And Sean had him as a young stallion and produced him into the open grades. Brought in by Eagle Stud, who now no longer exists, but a lot of their progeny successful in sport. Jenny would be, or is very proud, I'm sure, of every one of them that she bred.
Absolutely. I mean, she was so invested in the sport. Probably still is.
Now lives on a farm, and I see all these updates on Facebook of beautiful sunsets and animals on the lawn. And
divine. And I think really nice for her to just see his legacy live on through all his progeny in the arena.
Absolutely.
She'll be looking to
keep it on the
keep
four.
It on the four, Sten. Just keep quiet. Shame. 8 faults is not a bad effort round that track. Really good going. You see Lagos gets a big pat and a stroke by Daniela after the finish. Shame she's finished strong in the prizes this week. She would have been hoping for a little more. But a good round nonetheless.
Okay. Who's next?
Up next should be at number 19, Isabella Sada, State Affair.
I think that's Isabella getting
ready.
Canter going for number 1. Yes.
Brandenburg bred Brandenburg statesman out of an Attila mare, 10-year-old gelding. Or do we have Isabella?
Yeah, she's there. They're just rebuilding jump 10.
On your screen at the moment, Nicholas Deploy waiting his turn. He had an amazing effort out earlier. Third in the Junior South African Championship, first time in that class. Quite some effort. I spoke to Kelly O'Connor earlier, his trainer. She was really ecstatic, yeah. Okay, Isabella Sada.
State Affair. She gets a good canter, wakes him up. Good jump.
Good ride at number 1.
Interesting that jump's fallen a lot
Jumping
more
up
jumping
the hill, jumping down the hill.
down
I
the
mean,
hill, but it's fallen both ways. Jumps 3 beautifully. I still think they look at that big
Hollard board
board.
underneath. Yeah.
I feel her pain. I've hit it a few times. It's cost me the Outdoor Grand Prix once, and yeah, it's a jump that
Almost sounds like you hold a grudge.
it's a jump that I like. Go, "Ah!"
Oh, and rightfully so. So would I.
State
Clear
of Fair
over.
jumping beautifully now.
Yeah, over that water tray. Turns to home, the last 3 fences.
Good jump in. 6 strides down the hill.
Clears the last
Another one
and
on
leaves it
8.
on the 8
She looks
faults.
happy with that.
Chase, are you keeping these scores here for the team?
Yeah. I am.
Just putting you on the spot there in case anyone thinks that it was one of us that's slower off the mark here and we haven't kept the scores. I'm going to leave the blame on you. Although I was definitely trying to do it in my head, it wasn't working. Okay, next up, Nicholas Duploy. Callagher Quartz last. Nicholas riding at the top of his game. We said it earlier, this young man has really come on. Again, that purple hollard fence claims another victim.
This must be a relatively new partnership because I have not seen him on this horse. This is the first time actually. A horse produced by Jade Walsh. Quite keen. I hear Nicholas saying, whoa.
Using his voice to good effect there through that rustic double. He definitely gets them confident in going, Nicholas, doesn't he?
In this sport, confidence breeds confidence.
Yep.
Another one on 8.
So, after 20 horses, we have one clear in the bag, going to our current SA champion, Divan Bosman.
3 on 4.
And a handful of 8 falters. Next up at number 21, Jenna Kirk on the Charmer. 16-year-old gelding by Carrick out of a Cascade mare.
Sten Carrick has also bred a lot of horses. I mean, the stud hails from KZN. He was one of the first imported stallions into the country, I think.
Chayton, your wife had a Carrick in her junior career?
She did, I think called Montego Bay.
That's it.
I could be wrong.
I remember working with him here in Natal.
Yes, and he's bred some really good horses. He had that weird white marking on his neck.
Yes.
And it's so nice to still see some of the progeny still competing now.
Yeah.
Jenna having a good round.
Good round so far. Just that last line.
Come on.
5, 6. Yes.
Oh, super.
Yes. Good riding, Jenna Kirk. Fantastic round. Well done. Gives us our second clear, and we have a jump off official for the individual section of the class.
Absolutely.
Well done, Jenna.
And you know, it just goes to show in the 130 she didn't have the ride she wanted on Almo.
Yeah.
And she retired and she was upset. We saw her
You
leaving
could see
the
her
arena.
visibly upset. Yeah.
And wow.
Comes back to fight.
And then comes back and jumps a clear in the 120 champs.
Absolutely.
So next we have TI Wave Dancer, and this is for the Western Province team with Rebecca Hudson Peacock. If the viewers took a look at how Wave Dancer jumped the first jump, it doesn't look like she or he is going near a fence.
Wave Dancer was bought or purchased from Carl Bunzire. And Rebecca rides with Mandy Masson.
And we see the TI prefix there for Charlton Inner Kruger, the breeders of this horse.
Big thanks to Samantha Hudson-Peacock for that info on the interactive chat.
Can she just stay on there and just help us a bit?
Yeah, we're here all afternoon. Keep us informed. Come on.
One from
It's
home.
a good
Steady,
round.
Steady, steady.
Yes!
Well done.
Leaves it up, and the crowd goes wild. That's quite a favourite, obviously, the Western Province
That's
team
the
out here in
first clear
full
for the
force.
team.
Is that the first clear in the
for
team event?
Yeah.
Fantastic effort. Well done, Rebecca Hudson-Peacock. Smooth riding. Cool as a cucumber.
Kiara Nicholas. She rides Lorena LC for the Mpumalanga team. Oh gosh, I hope
She's gone through her start, Shaitan.
she has a. Oh no.
Yeah. Nope, she has. The clock is running.
So
The
4
clock is
penalties
definitely
already.
running. Oh no, obviously just feeling like everything wasn't quite right there before number one. So sits on 12. Oh, good effort there at jump number 3. Good and clean over that Calaho vertical.
I think the Mpumalanga team would like her to just
Oh.
finish.
Finish strong. Is that what you were going to say?
I was going to say that because
Just
their
before.
first rider didn't get through the finish, and so they need this score. But not Mpumalanga's day today.
Shaitan, yesterday I think I saw with one of the, maybe the 60 or 70 centimeter teams, I think if you have a rider with an elimination, you carry a sort of bogus score of 40 penalties through, if I'm not mistaken. So we had teams finishing on scores of 68 and 64. I thought it was a joke to start, but yep, so unfortunately they will be carrying through one of those eliminations. Next up at number 24, Daniela Sonbuchler, riding Midgard Zaratoga, 10-year-old gelding by another Consuelo out of a Glucks Cup mare. Beautifully turned out for Team Gauteng.
Yeah, we see another Midgard horse, and some viewers might remember, some might not. There was a very good event rider that show jumped for a long time with a Midgard horse called
Glamour, Paige Schiller.
Glucks Cup. So nice to see some Glucks Cup blood still going.
Does she still count as an eventing rider, that show jump? Because she show jumped so magnificently. I'm pretty sure she
She's
counts
a
as a show
jumper
jumper that
events.
evented. Hey?
True.
I would think.
True.
I think you nailed it. She is an eventer who did some show jumping, but she did it so well. I would go as far
Absolutely.
as saying she's a show jumper.
Yeah, I think she was in the top 3 in the Derby more than once.
I think the two disciplines would be fighting over her as their own. I mean, Paige,
Absolutely.
such a professional.
Daniela trains with James White and Kelly Slater on the flat. She's a very successful equitation rider, and she's had a very good show so far, hence why she's on the Gauteng team. Unfortunately on 4, but if she can keep it at that,
Yeah, that'll be a good
That'll be
score to
good.
put towards the team.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, you heard James
Yes.
using his voice for her there and gets through the finish on just the 4 penalties. So that'll be a good score for Team Gauteng. We will see her back in the jump off for the team event. Really good round by Daniela there.
So, next is Lakana Nandi. We spoke about this horse earlier. We spoke about the McLaren sister's mum, and this used to be her horse. And like with most kids, they've taken the ride over and said thanks, but this is mine now.
You and I only have to battle with our actually, you take your wife's horses. I hope Evie's listening. I give my wife horses.
I think Evie gives
Shots
me
fired,
her horses.
Shots fired, shots fired. But yeah, these parents end up often losing their horses. I know the Neils keep telling me that their kids are all lining up which of their horses they want.
Absolutely. And they don't want just the ones that are coming up the grades. They want the 150 one.
Yeah, absolutely. Nandi, no no stranger to speed. I remember watching this horse go with Kellen's mom quite speedily in the 135 classes.
Yes. This horse won a FEI Gold Tour, I'm sure, with the mom. Very careful horse. A light, small horse. Gets up off the ground
Sure.
quite easily. He can't be very young.
No, 16 years old now, but looks like he's loving his job,
A
loving
better
the fresh...
schoolmaster you won't find.
No.
Ah, that Callao jump.
Yeah, coming unstuck a little bit there down that line. Whoa. Sure.
Turned his body inside
Little
out. there
Russian
to try and grab
gymnast.
that.
Yeah, he didn't like touching those earlier rails. Good up over the Langley Equestrian Centre jump.
3 from home. Nicola there, her coach in the background. Nicola looks far too calm for a coach. Even when I was
She is
watching
so
her
relaxed.
with her daughter, like she
But
just
have you
sits on the
seen-
side of the arena.
Have you seen, I mean, it's whether they win or fall off is pretty much the same
Like-
reaction often. Actually, in
daughter-
fact, I thought I saw her smile
Her
earlier.
daughter won the South African Champions and
Yeah.
she slow clapped.
No, but she broke a smile.
She was a very proud mom, yeah, up in the interview with her daughter, videoing the interview.
Yeah, so lovely to see. Next up at number 26, Tanit Williams riding Co-Medicine.
Well done.
Or
There, I think you did good there. For the Eastern
Commodore
Cape
Sam.
Free State team.
thoroughbred horse, 6-year-old gelding by JPEG out of a Western winter mare.
We saw Tanit in the 130s earlier today. The first class of the morning. She's had a long day.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. I mean, a long day, but really it is something worth taking count of. I mean, these kids have been here for nearly a week now.
Yeah.
A lot of mental pressure and stress
Yeah.
on these guys.
And you know, these team riders, you're now not riding just for yourself. You have 3,
There's that-
4 other people that are relying on you to at least get a
Absolutely.
good finish for the team. So
Yeah,
it's even more pressure.
just that added pressure.
Keep it together. Got 3 jumps to go. There we go.
Gives us another clear round. Congrats, Tanit Williams. So another clear round for the Eastern Cape Free State team in the team event. We'll be seeing them back for the jump off. Next up at 27, Nicole Duplessis riding Callao Fortuna. She has that first round with just the 4 faults. She'll be looking to one up on that this round.
Yeah, this horse is the reserve horse for the KZN team, so he's not part of the team. But like she went first on her team horse and sits in a good position still with 4 down. She's with 4 faults. She's still in the top 5. So for KZN, it's a good start.
Ah, Jash rubs off that front rail of the double. Gets through that tricky rustic double, no problems.
Has a lovely expression on his face, this horse. Nicole trains with Grant Langley. Whoa. Just had a big ride in there and didn't shorten.
Sort of showing his length of stride, both doubles battling to back
Yeah.
up a little bit in the
Yeah.
middle. But I know she thinks the world of this horse. I often see their videos of him training lots of
Yes.
grids at home, and now I think I know why. Obviously has a lot of step that they have to work with.
So, next to go, we have number 28. This is Callao Connie Will with Luca Dominic Watson. We saw him in the big junior class earlier. Like we said, he's 14 years old. Well, come on.
Little check on the way to number
Yeah,
one.
gives a
Gets
little
away
kick
with
and
it.
says, come on, wake up.
I'll rub at number 2, but it stays.
Days up. Connie Will also looking a little bit looky today.
Yeah, ears pricked.
Jumped that nicely. A different ride to the horse he has in the big class, Carlson 113. A bit more of a deliberate horse.
Connie takes a little bit more
Yeah.
leg throughout
Yeah.
the track, I think. Especially when she's looking like this, but putting on a good show so far. Yep. Well
Yeah.
ridden.
Connie, a young horse to the arena, not necessarily in age, but not a lot of experience under her belt. Bought off the auction by Lara Neal, produced up to the 130s. I think she did maybe two 130 classes and then sold on to Luca. Keep it together, don't get long.
Yep.
There you go. He worked hard for that because the first 3 jumps wasn't
exactly.
easy.
He really had to get it on his side.
Yeah.
So that gives us our 5th clear round. The percentage is starting to look a little better now for course designer Ryan Sanders. Like I said to you earlier, Shayton, I think once the sun disappears behind that clubhouse, it gets a lot easier.
Yeah.
That short period where the sun is shining through the gaps, it becomes really difficult for these horses.
Absolutely. You can announce the next one, Sten.
Phoebe Garrel, Motel Coeur de Valentine.
Well done. You did a better job than I would.
An 8-year-old mare by Chianti Lolenzi out of a Requiem mare.
Chianti was a fantastic stallion that was brought in by Ryan Harvey. Phoebe rides...
Silver Prince, they used to call him, I think.
Yes. Phoebe giving him a firm talking to there. Didn't like the look of number 3, but he had a look at number 1, or she had a look at number 1 already.
Always
so,
those fences going towards the setting
and I
sun.
think we know from the rest of the class that we've happened to watch 1, 2, and 3
Yeah.
are probably the spookiest
Any of the
jumps on
trainers
the
over
track.
there that might be watching the live stream, let me give you a heads up. Tell your pupils to show their number 1 and number 3. Those are your
Yeah.
important
Yeah.
fences. Because they're definitely causing some trouble around this track.
Phoebe just having to ride a little bit harder now, and therefore getting a little closer to the jumps.
You know, it's such a fine line in giving your horses confidence, but also keeping them careful, giving them time to be careful, and it's such a fine line for these young riders.
Absolutely. Okay, finishes on a score of 30.
That score will go towards the Mpumalanga's team score.
Mpumalanga sadly not looking their best with 2 riders that were eliminated and now 1 on 30. So not their day today at all.
Looking like it's going to take quite some riding to get them onto the podium.
Yeah, I'd say. Next to go, we have Mane Lombard, and she rides Run for the Bowl. She rides for the Gauteng team. You can see there her displaying her blue Namna.
Shayton, just checking, but that R next to Gauteng province, does that mean she would be the reserve rider?
She would.
Quick count here.
Yeah, she should be. So let's see. Is she the reserve?
She's the reserve with that R. Yep. Okay, clear over number 1. This is always where the shifter starts to stress a little. Have they made the right call?
Exactly.
Because this little horse I've seen jump clear round after clear round. And a lady that really knows how to put them in the bag.
Come on.
Yep. Make sure.
Adds 1 there.
Yep. It's gone down. It's gone down. 4A's down.
Yeah. She added a distance there, trying to be a little too careful maybe.
And the second one goes down. We have seen that grey oxer fall a few times this afternoon.
Jumps that nicely. Yep, that line 8 to 9 has ridden beautifully.
In the sun.
Gets over that. Ah, pity. Finishes on 12.
So the chef de keep maybe lives another day, takes a breath.
So, the teams are looking like a little bit of a mixed bag at the moment. But Western Cape have it clear with Wave Dancer. And the Eastern Cape have it clear with Tanit Williams and Comodison. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. And next to go is Ella Mostert.
That's a little easier to pronounce.
Yes. Ella rides beautiful grey gelding called Calaho Cervello. And Calaho Cervello is part of the KZN team. They sit on 4 at the moment. They have their first rider sadly was eliminated, so looking for a good ride here. Ella steadies there, Cervello getting a bit keen.
I think no. Oh, I was about to say no better jockey than Ella to give you that clear, but she's just touched off that B element of the yellow double.
Pity. Cervello looks like he's just getting a bit long and strong.
Beautiful canter that we've become accustomed to with Lissabon in their breeding.
Yeah, and he's got the Carthago dam line, and that's where this one to go is, and keen jumper. That's why she's having to hold him off these jumps. Oh, good boy.
Fancy footwork there.
Good boy.
Clear over the last, leaves them on the 8 faults. Calaho Cervello and Ella Mostert. Proving to take quite some jumping, this track.
So we spoke about the Carthago blood in Cervello, and he was by a stallion called Chiletto, who was a son of Carthago. And we go from one son of Carthago to another. We have MRM Support Calaho Carrado, and this one by Carnival La Silla. You would
a horse that we saw jumping around with your wife so magnificently in the 140s in this very arena. I think, am I right in saying Ivana's first 140?
Yes.
And she jumped the 140 Grand Prix in here even.
Yes.
Outstanding round. So from one Calaho horse to another, Isabella Sand is up next.
And what's interesting about this horse is that Balvenie and this horse are brother and sister. They share the same mother.
Same mare. So Balvenie, the horse that we saw Devon Bosman go clear on earlier, she'll be looking to replicate this. Will Isabella Sanders. Isabella trains with Rogan Askin.
Also, we spoke about the Carthagos being super keen and taking their rider to the fence, as you can see with this young gelding.
In a hackamore combination.
Another one falls
victim to that line coming down the hill. Shaitan, do you think we've seen that oxer fall a little more often as the sun's gone down? That grey ox has moved into the shadows.
It's the first time today that they're jumping it down the hill.
Yep, absolutely.
They jumped it up the hill. The first class was an oxer, and then the championship classes was a triple bar. So
Corrado also a 6-year-old.
Yeah.
So this long show would have taken its toll on his body.
And also Isabella has done the whole production on the horse. So kudos to her. 8 penalties.
A young lady who I mentioned to her trainer earlier. Her round earlier in that class was really, really good. I mean, she's come on leaps and bounds in her riding, and I think got a big future ahead of her in the sport.
Yeah.
Next up at number 33, Tyler Parmenter-Bridger riding Bellator's Conchaco. A 13-year-old gelding by Conthagos out of a Chaco Blue mare. I mean, outstanding pedigree.
You don't get better breeding.
You think he knows it trotting like that, dancing around the arena. Really beautiful looking horse, beautiful type.
The Conthagos are really long-legged, beautiful type horses. There's not many on South African soil. he recently
Sure.
passed away. So I hope they saved a lot of. Getting a little close there. And then out of a Choco Blue dam, like bred in the purple, as we would say.
Absolutely. I was talking to Tyler's father the other day. He mentioned this is all Tyler lives for, riding, show jumping. It's what she loves. She's got plans of going overseas and studying and riding overseas. Just shows you how seriously these young ladies and gentlemen take this sport. She really does look a neat and organized rider.
Yeah, she's getting the hang of this round now.
Yeah.
That early rail maybe taking the pressure off her, and now she seems to have settled into this.
Her father also mentioned to me, Shaitan, she's sort of on the comeback from quite a bad fall, quite a nasty fall, so she's regaining some confidence and just getting settled again in the arena. And as this round's gone on, like you said, just really got better and better.
Good round.
So just the 4 faults, and I think round this stiff track, that's a good effort.
Yep. From
Tyler and Bellator's Conchaco. Next up at number 34, Calaho Valencia and Elavita Castellic.
Yes, this is a little mare by Verdi. A very competitive combination. Produced by a very competitive rider in PE, Charles Roberts, with First for Horses and Diane.
Jeepers, it's amazing how you can be sort of confused. You see a horse with a Charles only about 3'2". He wouldn't mind me saying that. He is an ex-racehorse jockey. This horse all of a sudden looks a bit smaller with the taller young lady on him.
Absolutely.
On her, sorry.
And I will be shot if I get this wrong, but I think the dam line is Calendar.
Nailed it, Shaitan. Here's me with my phone open, looking up all the breeding. Shaitan just rambles his stuff off his tongue.
And Calendar
his father-in-law would disown him if he couldn't.
Calendar brings a lot of rideability and the one-to-one jump. Maybe not the easiest types because they're so keen, but
just so keen to do their job. Often makes the jockey's life a little easier. Yep, clear through that rustic. Shortens her reins. Clear over the water tray.
She trains with Michael Blom in Kailami.
He's got a big following. I've seen him at the show with a lot of kids, and they all ride so well.
Come on.
Clear through the double.
Come on.
Down to the last.
Yes.
Yep. And it's another clear round. Well done, team. Great riding there by Ella. Super jumping, Calo Valencia. Trainer Michael Blom will be very pleased with that.
Absolutely.
He's quite strict on his pupils, Shaitan. I mean, he's an easygoing, cool guy, but he expects a lot of them.
Absolutely.
He's their biggest supporter, but their biggest critic sometimes as well. And I think he really gets the best out of his riders.
And she just delivered that.
Yeah, she'll be getting a high five on the way out there.
Next to go is Swazi Liskar Sella and Emmy Lo de Jong. And Kate Riley, that's the stud prefix there for Kate Riley, Swazi Liskar out of Swaziland. And I hope I get this right. This is a Corinth, produced by Jason Phillips. And goes a little bit in Corinth's way. Silly rub there.
Shaitan, you're right. It is a Corinth out of an Alfonso mare. You're off the hook. You haven't made any mistakes yet. We can't catch you out.
I'll be caught out soon.
Corinth, a really interesting stallion. I think his progeny have really jumped beautifully. I see he's recently back in the ring with Carl.
Yeah. He's had a long time out of the ring due to small little injuries, but now he's back in the ring, and he breeds. Again, a lot of rideability, and he gives a lot of jump on certain. A little look there,
showing some care at that water tray.
We have a Corinth in our stable yard that Paige Gates rides called Corleone, who I think is fantastic.
Yeah, all the jump, all the scope in the world.
Absolutely. And Sten, didn't you just acquire Corinth?
Yeah, on Ronald Gilbert purchased on this recent auction Calaho Corbin. So that's an exciting young horse for me to produce. So always, you know, you watch the progeny a little closer, you get involved a little more. Yeah, it's an exciting horse.
And a Corinth fan, maybe, because you
I am.
underbidder on
Kimberly-
a previous Corinth and you
Karina
train a
Durabel,
Corinth
absolutely.
with Kimberly Williamson.
Kimberly Williamson's mare,
So-
Karina, an absolute out-and-out superstar. So, yeah, I am a Corinth fan. Next up on track 36, Frederick van Rijkersworsel, Rivervale's Bonus Point. Bonus Point being a superstar in the junior ranks in our sport for years now. Frederick, or Freek, as he's more affectionately known by most of us. The
ladies' man.
Yeah, the ladies' man of note. No one can forget him streaking across the Derby Arena in his South African or Springbok Speedo. What a personality this
and
guy.
Frederick trains with Dominic Alexander and competes like very successfully in the dressage. He's the new South African dressage champion. Not only in the big class but also the novice class. So Freek you might want to say he's in his brother's shadow, but no.
Absolutely not. I think he's just playing the game a little bit.
Yeah, he's playing the long game.
Rides in a magnificent way, really good body control. You'd expect nothing less from a
There
pupil
we
of
go.
Dominic Alexander, and
Gauteng
clear.
has their first clear.
Fantastic riding. Big smile from Freek. Great riding, young man. Multi-talent, just like his coach, competes in dressage and jumping. Really, really good shot there. Well done. Next up at 37, Amber Mason, riding Ebb and Flow Corland.
Corland, originally from KZN. He was with the Van Rooyen family. And the Van Rooyens now not riding anymore, and Amber purchased Corland, and he's been an amazing horse for her, and they win a lot of classes. And she rides with AJ Rademacher out of the Ebb and Flow stables. She's had him for 1.5 years now. He's 16 years old, so he's been around the block. She said that this horse is her heart horse, and you can see why.
Shaitan, you mentioned now, who was his previous jockey?
Olivia van Rooyen.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so I rode this horse when he was stabled in Joburg for a little while. That's why he looked familiar.
Yeah,
Amazing, we've
Van
ended
Rooyen.
up riding so many horses in our lives. You see one and you think,
I know that horse.
yeah, he really is a superstar. He's very competitive with Olivia.
Yes. And if the viewers can maybe see, I asked her, like, what's an interesting fact about him? And she said, if you can see it, he sticks his tongue out while he's jumping.
Too cool for school.
Yeah, and this looks like a good... Oh! Yeah! There we go.
Well done. Good
Another
riding.
clear.
Well done, Amber. Another clear. They've come through later on in the class, these
Yep.
clear rounds.
AJ's had a very successful day, I would say.
He's had a successful week.
Yeah.
They're a strong province, the Eastern Cape Riders. They churn out winners after winners after winners. Real successful group. Okay, next up at number 38, Janine Kutsia, riding for Rotoflow team, Rotoflow Capital Hawk. Hawk is a 7-year-old gelding by Capital Hamuris out of a Nabab de Rev mare.
Having a little look there, but Janine saying, nope.
As a younger horse, Shaitan, I remember on the auction and that he was quite spooky and quite looky, always showed really good technique and a fantastic jump. But he's taken some time to sort of develop and grow some confidence. And yep, Janine really does do a great job riding with Charlie Crockett. You'd expect nothing less. Sure, beautiful jump over the Callahoo fence.
Yeah, she's keeping it together.
Gets a little wide here, gives herself space to the brown, that spooky rustic brown double.
She's been a busy lady today.
Jeepers.
She's had multiple rides in almost every class.
I was about to say what it would be like to be fit like them, Shaitan, but you are as fit as them. The only difference is in the evening you feel a bit stiffer than them,
Yeah.
probably, I would imagine.
I need a Mapradol to sleep and they don't. soft rail coming out of the a front rail. I thought he landed on the back rail, but actually it was the front
Just
rail of
jumping
the
into
Oxford
that
jumping
double,
in.
yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
getting a fraction close, Hawk. Lovely expression as he canters off through the arena. This would have been such a show to bring on that horse, that young horse, like you say. Big deal for them to get into this arena.
Yep.
And he really held his own. Next up at number 39, Amber Boerters riding Eagles Cognac.
So, runner-up in the previous class for the Pony Rider South African... No?
Yep, Pony Rider South African Championship. And we've seen a lot of these pony riders sort of wetting their feet in the junior ranks. This this show, really just getting used to horses. It's not an easy progression from the ponies to the horses. It really takes some getting used to for these young kids.
And
And
Amber's
it's
a
been
lucky...
impressive to see how well they've done it. Sorry,
Absolutely. I was about to say she's a lucky girl to have a ride on a horse like this, because this horse has jumped some 150s with Lloyd.
Again, there I am, lost. But yeah, I recognize the horse now. Yeah, Lloyd did an amazing production on this horse.
Lloyd would be missing the party tonight. If there's anything
He's
he
getting
misses
a
about the show.
He's getting a little old for it now, though, isn't he?
There we go.
Another one keeping it tidy so far. 3 from home.
Keep it together, Amber. Come on. Whoa. Excellent.
Talking about going from ponies to horses, what better horse to have in your string and to be able to learn on? I mean, Amber, top jockey in the pony ranks, and proving that this is going to be an easy switch for her.
So, the Eastern Cape looking strong, having 2 clears in their team.
Your maths is going great here, Shay.
So, yeah, well, you got me awake in the beginning of the round. We have 4 riders to go, and they still have 1 more rider to go. So, they've got 2 clears in the bag with 1 rider to go, so it's looking quite strong for them.
On track, we have Ella Murphy, number 41. She's a Cape Town rider, rides with her mom, Jess Faree.
I think we just have a miscommunication here. This is Ella. Ella getting a good tune out of this horse. She's got 3 jumps to go.
Just sitting on the 4 faults so far.
Whoa.
She'll want to leave these up.
Yeah.
Yep. Really hands on to that last fence, makes sure of leaving it on the 4 and does so. So finishes on a score of 4 faults in a time of 62.92. So we move back up the order now to number 40, Duneside Dakota. Riding for KZN, it's Amy Boyd.
Good ride to number 1. You see her riding for KZN. She's the last of the KZN riders. So they have a 4 that they're sitting on, and they have an 8. So I think with their elimination earlier,
This score will need to count.
we need a good round there from Amy.
So ideally they would like to finish on 12 faults if Amy can finish on the clear here.
Yeah.
No pressure, Amy. Looks a super organized young rider.
Oh! She had the right idea there. She wanted a bit of
Little bit of
space going
room.
into the double and almost had a bit too much space.
Was almost just not understanding exactly what she was trying
Yeah.
to achieve there. Oh, and now that's going to be costly, that rail. So that will count for Team KZN. They will finish on a score of 20. 2 8-fault rounds counting and the 4 faults.
So Eastern Cape looking strong. And
at 42, riding for the Eastern Cape team, it's Ryan Martin riding Kadush. I watched this young man ride on day one, trying to place him. You know, often when you see a rider you haven't seen, and he was a really stylish, organized rider, Shaitan.
So he sets up for number 1.
Long legs, not not unlike someone else I know. I suppose everyone has long legs compared to me.
I'm going to stay quiet.
Just the 4 penalties there at number 2. That Hollard fence has taken some jumping.
Okay, so the Eastern Cape have 2 clears in the bag. They're going to have to take this. Nope, they'll take velocity score.
8, so they'll finish on the 8.
They should. Gives this horse a little pat after the...
This horse looking like it's just run out of a bit of steam, you know, over the show, I think.
Yeah.
Keep it together down this last line.
Unfortunately, that'll be the drop score for the Eastern Cape. But like I said, they have 2 clears, so they're sitting in a good position. Do you know if they carry their scores to this? Is there a second round that they carry scores?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. So they'll be looking to jump clear and quick in the jump off, because their penalties will count in the jump off again. Next up at number 43, Layla Hunter, Diamonds Nikita, an 8-year-old mare by numero uno out of a Carrick mare.
And we spoke about Carrick earlier, and we see it again, which is nice.
Oh, just touching off that B element. This track really has taken some jumping. Again, that rustic double, claiming another victim. 4 faults there, jumping out.
Sure, beautiful jump over the Langley question.
Showing good form and technique through the double there. Just getting down that last line a little quick in the 6.
So that was the last horse for the class. But we have the team riders will come back. I'm sure most of them will come back, barring the eliminations.
Yep, so we'll have all the clear rounds, plus those
carrying penalties for the teams, and then obviously your individual riders will come back for their individual jump off for the 120 championship.
I think, guys, we're going to take a quick break while we go over this jump off and get our running list for the next round. And as soon as we have that, we'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back, viewers, for the jump off of our 120 championship sponsored by Galleria Mall. This incorporates the 120 team event. Making her way into the arena to set us off for this jump off is Georgia Scribunti on Piemont's Jack Frost, riding for Team KZN.
So my mistake, because I thought that the eliminations wouldn't come through.
You can go as far as saying our mistake. But anyway,
Yeah, we are.
let's see if Piemont Jack has Jack
Got over
Frost
his fear of number one, yes.
Let me tell you,
little-
Georgia was super competitive and positive there to number one.
got over his fear of two.
That's it.
Okay, we've
So
got
these
one
are
more
all new
out the
fences
bag.
for him.
One more out the bag.
These are all new fences for Jack Frost.
Yes, there we go.
Good riding.
Jack Frost has faced his fears.
Yeah,
Now he's
settling
in it.
in. You see, this is just what a confident jockey can do for the horses. I mean, this is amazing to see this horse that really battled in the first round. Yep, and Georgia just giving him such a nice,
Absolutely.
confident trip around here. Over 13. Yep, just the one down for her. Major comeback, Shayton.
I'd say.
Jeepers, braver lady than me. I mean, he battled earlier in the shadows, so she came back in the dark. So next up on track number 4, Callahoo Lady Benjamin, riding for Team KZN.
Yeah, so Nicole is riding just for the team now. Obviously, she carries the 4 from the first round, so she's not in line for the actual overall 120 champs. So she's now riding for the team. But we're actually going to go to the first round.
Dancer.
Yes.
Lucha Hriev. Clear over number 1. Is she riding for the team, Shayton? No, she had
Yes,
12.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
so
So
for the
she's
team.
riding for
this
the
isn't
team.
as an individual, this is
Yes.
for the team. So she sat on 12 after the first round. She'll be looking to make up on that score here in the jump off.
Come on.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mentioned to you earlier that those shadows cause havoc with these horses and riders earlier on, and almost rides a little better now when the sun has set.
Yeah.
The lighting
Ah.
consistent. Oh, and such an unfortunate rail there at the last. But definitely an improved round, a nice confident round for that combination.
So her time comes into play now. So she was slightly quicker than Georgia. She sits on 37.95. So now we go to Callahoo Lady Benjamin again for the KZN team. She brings 4 from the first round. So she'd like to keep all the jumps up. Oh no.
That
Hollow
whole
jump.
jump.
I think it's got to join the fire.
Nicole finds some room there at number 3, gives the horse nice space to jump up. Unfortunately, just finds that double jumping in.
Yeah, Lady Benjamin just losing a bit of
Impulsion,
Yeah,
almost looking
she
like
looks a
she's
bit flat.
a little bit on reserve here in her fuel tank. Still a big smile and a pat from Nicole there. Next up for the team from Mpumalanga, Ellen Holland riding Capital New Star. See what
Setting up
New
for
Star
jump
can
1.
do here. Yup,
Yeah,
Shoo.
good jump over number 1.
with room to spare.
Gets a little close to number 2, but gets away with it. This is the jump that gave her a bit of grief in the first round. New Star not liking the look of that. In the first round, he didn't want to jump this jump, so I think a little bit of nerves on her part, knowing that
Yeah,
in the first round he struggled with it, and having to do it again, it's a
Quite
bit
tricky.
stressful for
horse
Ellen.
and rider.
There we
Yeah,
go.
well done. 7. Jumps out beautifully out of that yellow double.
Soft rail there. She's got one more jump and she's home. And she can give herself,
So close.
I was going to say she can give herself a pat on the back for getting through the finish.
So close to that finish line. Unfortunately, not their day today. Yep, gets over it. Well done, Helen. Well done.
So I think next up is Velocity.com with Kelsey van Rooyen.
Riding for the Eastern Cape Free State. Yeah.
I think she
Free State.
I think she brings in 16 penalties.
Yep, you did your homework. 16 penalties in that first round.
So she definitely wants to keep it at this.
Unfortunately, a little strong there at number
Not the
1.
start
Has that
she would like. Gets over number 2, chooses to go around the Western shop to this number 3.
I think for those horses that have
Lost
a
her
look at
stirrup.
that number 3, a good call to give themselves a little bit more space there.
Fancy footwork through the double.
Yep, showing some good technique there.
She still hasn't got her stirrup back, but she's doing a good job.
Looking like her lower leg hasn't moved yet.
Now she's lost both stirrups. So taking a bit of a wide.
Not looking too perturbed. Oh, yeah, there you go. No,
that's
she's
the circle.
getting the pedals.
Shame, man.
Always tricky. I mean, this sport is hard enough with 2 stirrupines. Always tricky when you lose one or 2.
So she adds the 12 to the 16. Sten? 28.
54. Yeah.
28 penalties.
28.
So the Eastern Cape now sit on 28 because they've got 2 clears. So this is Capital Logan for the Western Cape and Mia Sheba.
Mia Sheba, yeah.
She carries the 8. Oh, she's on 12. She wants to maybe keep it at that.
Yeah, good over the last.
Yeah.
Keeps it on the 4 penalties from the second round. A good time, 38.80. So this is the first of our individual riders to come through to the jump off.
I don't see him because this is actually Saratoga
the
D'Angelo.
second. So we seem to have moved on to the second of our individual riders for this jump off, Saratoga D'Angelo and Melanie Azevedo.
Oh, she has a rail at the Hollard. Hollard getting a lot of airtime today.
So with an early rail, I think in her case, nothing to lose. I think I would put my foot down, crack on here a little bit, put the pressure on the other riders to go clear and quick, which she does. Leaves the last up. Finishes on a time of 40.29 and 4 penalties. At the moment, that's in the lead of our individual class. Next up, number 14, Divan Bosman, Callao Belveen. Did I say that right?
No, it's
Clayton?
been a long day, Sten, so I'll let you off the hook.
Balvenie?
Balvenie. There we go.
Balvenie.
There we go.
Balvenie.
It's been a long day.
Beautiful mare.
Was
out
our
of
first clear
Bolzano.
round. So he is now riding individually. He wants to be
Amazing
quite
see.
quick.
I was about to say, amazing to see it even put the pressure on a little bit more at jump number 1. You see this horse jump even higher.
Yeah.
Just really nice when the horses know naturally what's expected of them
Yeah.
come the second round. This is quite some bit quicker than Melania was. 36.72 on the 4 penalties. Puts him now in that pole position. His horse gets a big pat. He knows it's been a long week for these young horses. Does Divan Bosman. And at 7 years old, that horse has a long future ahead of her.
Yep. So next to go, Jenna Kirk. She rides the Charmer. Again, another entry in the individual class. Come on. That's it.
Come on, Jenna, clear round here. Puts you in pole position early on in the class, and I think clears are going to be hard to come by. 6, 7. Yeah.
Up, come on, turn. Come on,
Makes
Jenna.
that inside turn, pushes her hand a little bit at him, gets him going.
She's being a little cautious, maybe doing the inside. Yes.
Yep, absolutely, well ridden.
Well done.
You hear her dad here next to us.
Well done.
Cheering her on. The coach Sandy Manas will be super happy with that. Clear round in a time of 34.53, well into the lead, the fastest time we've seen as well. Oh, proud moments here for her father.
So we saw this horse jump a clear round in the first round, TI Wave Dancer, and this is also the first clear round for the Western Cape team.
Sure, really
Wow.
jumped that Hollard fence.
Yeah. Rebecca giving the horse a good ride. A little bit of positivity there.
Strong leg position, getting him going on that landing.
Come on, turn. Oh,
She's gone a little wider,
Wide.
but she is moving.
she may have thought she was jumping the canopy
Yeah.
for a second, but
Time
does
to
the
be
inside.
34.53.
Wow,
She's quick.
she blitzed it.
Lightning quick, 32.52 puts her into the lead, and that's going to take some beating. I think they might be able to go a little tighter after that yellow double, but that was a quick round.
That was fast. Good round.
Sure, big smiles there all round. Fantastic riding, well done. Yeah, the Western Cape team going wild there.
So next to go, we have Lorena LC for the Mpumalanga team with Kiara Nicholas. Lorena looks quite keen.
Yep, a lot of these horses that know how to win know when they come in for their second round that it's time to go.
Not too sure if
I'm not
she
sure if
knows.
Kiara's heard her bell, but it... Lorena has not come back.
Has Lorena
into the
not come
arena
back in?
yet.
Okay, so Lorena didn't come back for the second round. So now we have
On track number
Midgard.
24, Daniela Sonbuchler, Midgard Zaratoga.
and she's
No,
bringing the four.
That's not Shaitan.
That is. They're in the Gauteng team. Namna, the blue Namna.
Yep.
She had 4 from the first round. This is the... We spoke about Glückskap.
Yeah, there you go. And quick.
Come on.
So
has to
quick
do the
even jinxed
inside.
the cameraman there. Oh, one down. And that's the price we pay sometimes for going quick. That was super quick round.
Okay, so she
32.37.
8 penalties forward, but in a very fast time. So that will go towards Team Gauteng.
Sorry, our viewers are going to have to excuse us. These young riders have obviously had a long week, a lot of them battling with their riding order. They're coming on quite muddled up.
Okay, so next to go is Tanit Williams. And Sten, you can help me with the horse's name here.
Commodison,
Well done.
riding for the Eastern Cape Free State team.
And she's the clear for them. So she'll want to be quick here. She's in for the team chance and an individual chance. I wonder what instructions she's got. Turn.
It looks pretty simple to me. Go fast. Another horse maybe just thinking about that turn, putting a toe on the front rail of that grey oxer.
But individually, that should put a third.
Third place,
Yeah.
32.83. So at the moment she sits in third, just behind our 2 clear rounds.
Just a tiny rub there with the back legs. Maybe thinking about that inside turn too quickly. Now we have Callao Connie Will. This is Luca Dominic Watson riding individually. Strong ride at number 1.
Yeah, and doesn't hang about, doesn't go too wide here to number 2, keeps it tight.
Sets up for number 2. Just touches it. Come on, don't slow down. Turn. See if he chooses to go inside.
Does do the inside turn, but it costs him with that front rail of the grey.
8
Oxa.
penalties in 34.90. So if he kept the rails up, he would have put himself in third with that time, but unfortunately he moves down to 9th.
So at the moment in first place we have Rebecca Hudson Peacock on TR Wave Dancer.
Yeah.
And second place the charmer Jenna Kirk. Those are our 2 double clears.
And this is Phoebe Garrell. And she rides for the Mpumalanga team. Another one that falls short at Hollard.
Sure, really makes up for it there at jump number 3.
Good through the double.
Another
got a little
victim of
close
that grey oxer.
Yeah.
I think that colour, as the sun goes down, that colour is becoming more and more difficult to jump that grey oxer like that. Yeah, horse getting a big pat. Shame, she's still very pleased. Nice outing for that horse this afternoon.
So, this young girl rode a brilliant round in the first round with Callao Valencia. And she's riding individually.
Sorry, so as we said, there's been quite a lot of out of order riding, but this is, as Shaitan said, Ella Vita Castellic riding Callao Valencia at a magnificent first round.
So there's her bell. So like I said, she was clear in the first round, so she's riding for an individual spot here.
And a horse produced by Charles Roberts.
So knows speed.
Knows absolute speed.
And she has to beat 32.52.
See how they get on. Shoo, she's not hanging about over number 1.
Close. Hollard.
Hollard, a great insurance company for your horses.
Having a little stumble, but keeps at the turn.
Really using her body to help the horse get away from the front rail of that double.
She's still in it for a podium.
She's also lost a pedal.
stirrup. Come on. Look at the times then, and she She wasn't even trying.
33.05, and she'd sort of slowed down
Down.
after she had number 1 down. I'll tell you, one of the hardest things about losing those stirrup irons is when they bang you on the shin. Really
So
gives
she's
you-
on the podium,
at the moment.
but there's still a handful of riders to come. 3 with clears.
Next up at 36, Freek van Rijkersvorsel on Rivervale's bonus point.
Now Freek's sitting on a clear individually, but he is part of the Gauteng team. So I think he needs to go quick. Come on.
Come on, Freek.
Come on.
Come on, bonus point.
There we go. Keeping his contact. Oh,
Jeepers, I don't know how they need to ride that fence to clear it.
I think we need to speak to Hollard and paint it a different color. Maybe more white would help.
No, Anne-Marie always has some good ideas about the colors of jumps.
Let's just not paint it blue, whatever we do.
Why don't we just make it that little Lucia colored water thing in the grass? Oh, disappointing there, the 4 faults.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure you'll still finish in the prizes with that effort. Time of 37.46.
So now we have Ella Mostert on Calaho Cervello. She comes in with 8 penalties and she's riding for the KZN team. That's it. So her bell is just rung. The 45 seconds is counting down. Ella giving him a good ride at number 1. Gave a huge jump. Ella's coach standing on the side of the arena there, Lynn Piercy, former Derby winner.
She almost looks more nervous watching her jockeys than she did when she rode herself.
Yeah. She's got to get it clear in
Come
the
on,
bag.
squeeze out. Yep.
That's where she had the fault in the first round.
Come on, Ella.
And there, so she's got over that. She's got one more jump. Come on.
One from
KZN
home.
need
Keep
this.
it tidy.
Good
Yeah,
girl.
well
Brilliant
done.
job for your team.
Clear round
Super
at
job.
38.79. That's going to go a long way to helping KZN onto that podium. So we're just waiting on our next junior to make their way down to the arena. They seem to be coming in at their own discretion at the moment.
So, coming into the arena now, we have Ebb and Flow Corland. With Amber Mason. AJ Rademacher, her coach at the gate, gave her a little bit of pep talk.
So on track, number 37, Amber Mason, Ebb and Flow Corland, kicks off at a very forward pace. She means business here.
Okay, she's got to get over this line in the double.
Shaitan, was she clear in the
She was
individual?
clear.
Yep, yep,
So
she was. This is the competition
This is for
proper.
individual. She was second in the warm-up
jumps
class.
right,
Come on.
Jumps right out of that double.
She's got to
sets
do
up
the inside
perfectly.
turn. She's got to do it.
Oh.
Turn,
Great jump there. Come on.
kick. Come on.
She's got
There's
it.
the time.
She's got it.
There.
31.37, Shaitan.
Sure.
Into the lead, Amber Mason. Nah, you
Brilliant.
You hear AJ screaming from the sidelines there. He's one that's known for motivating his riders as they go, and boy, did she answer. Amber moves into the lead in a time 31.37. Take a bow.
Well
Evan Flo
done.
Corland.
Great ride.
And a great score for Western Cape as well.
Okay, so next in, I think
Your
we're
guess
going to
is
be
as good
looking
as
for
mine.
Eagles Cognac to go first. Yeah, Eagles Cognac first, and then it will be Duneside Dakota. So you see Amber there in the maroon jacket getting going.
Busy young lady today.
Yeah,
She's had her work cut out. She was clear in that first round.
she's clear, and she's part of the Eastern Cape Free State team.
So she'll be hunting down that time of 31.37.
Gets over the bogey fence.
Yep. Space and scope. Moves
Good.
up here in the 7.
Get out of this clear. Now you got to go.
And turn and
Go.
go. Turn.
Go, 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 go.
Yeah, Diane
Yeah.
shouting now from the sidelines.
See what she does here. 6 or 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah,
Is
great
she-
shot. And I think,
Ooh.
nope, just out.
slower.
Half a second
just
behind
slower.
Amber. Amber is half a second behind Amber. Moves into second place. What a round. Great, great ride, young lady.
And the Western Cape riders, they're in first and third. So Western Cape looking strong.
Looking strong for a podium finish here this afternoon is Western Cape.
So now we have Duneside Dakota. This is the last rider for the KZN team. And Amy Boyd. So she's not riding for individual. She's riding for the team KZN. So she'll want to keep all the jumps up. More so than the time.
And the time, yes, absolutely. Clear over 1.
You can see she's being a little...
Oh.
Oh, I was going to say she's
You
being
could
a little
see
cautious.
She was really trying to be careful there at that hollard fence. Good over 3. Makes her way up to the double.
Gets out of that.
Really using her upper body to hold the horse
Yeah.
off that oxer.
Still keeping her head and not going
Not
too
getting
fast.
flustered, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, and this time the back rail falls at that grey oxer.
so she takes 8 from this round and 8 in the first. So she's going to finish on 16.
Next up at 41, we have Ella Murphy riding I Am Will.
So Ella Murphy is she's got to have a good round here and then almost secures Western Cape a finish because they've got 2 riders clear sitting in first and third.
She sits on 4 faults after the first
Then
round,
she
so if
can
she can
keep-
leave it all up,
Absolutely, then the
Western Cape have the title.
Exactly. Come on, Ella.
Come on.
Horse jumping well. Doesn't look tired at all.
A young lady that knows how to ride
Come
under
on.
pressure. Yep.
Goes round. Okay, so she's thinking about the clear.
Mature head.
I think we'll hear.
Yeah.
Lucky rub at the
Gets
last.
away. She didn't even want to turn around.
Lucky
She
rub
didn't
at
even
the
want
last.
to look. She didn't even want to look. It does stay up. That leaves her on the clear round in that second round for Team Western Cape.
So I could be wrong with my calculations, but I think the Western Cape take the win in the team. Yep, I think they take clear in the team.
Last to go for the Team Eastern Cape Free State, Ryan Martin riding Kadush.
And I think our individual rankings are done. Corland wins with Amber Mason,
Correct.
followed by Amber Buertzes on Eagles Cognac, and then TI Wave Dancer.
Rounding out our podium.
So Ryan finishing it off for his team here. He's already got 4 in this round.
Had a score of 24 faults in that first round, so he'll be looking, and so far looking good to improve on that score. giving his horse an easier round.
Yeah. Looks like a buzzy, hot horse.
Leads
Here's
the last up to finish on just the 8 faults.
He'll be happy with the second round.
So I think we're going to just take a break while we tally up these scores so we can figure out the team competition. But our unofficial result in the individual class is that Amber Mason on Ebb and Flow Corland takes the win. Eagles Cognac, Amber Boert is in second place. And Rebecca Hudson Peacock on TR Wave Dancer, our unofficial top 3.
Yes.
Give us a minute and we'll be back with you shortly.
Thank you, viewers, for staying with us through this long class, the 120 Championship Junior class, incorporating the teams. It's been a long day. The lights are on in the arena here. But we have a final result for you for the individual class. It will come up on screen shortly. There's the final results. First place, Amber Mason on Ebb and Flow Corland. And, sorry guys, this is actually the provisional results. Followed by Amber Boertis on Eagles Cognac. And third, Rebecca Hudson Peacock and TI Wave Dancer. And all 3 of those riders riding for their team. So that's also brilliant. Jenna Kirk closes out her show with a good 4th place finish in the 120. Ella Murphy on I Am Will. I think Ella Murphy and Ella Mostert carry 4 penalties. I think Elavita Kastelek will come in there at 5th. But like I said, this is your provisional results. We'll wait for confirmation from our judges once they've tallied up the team class.
Shaitan, what a day of jumping. Almost a day and an evening of jumping. We've had some really exciting sport today. Sure,
Absolutely.
what a treat to just watch South Africa's finest at their best today. Just on my part, I think a huge congratulations to all our winners, to all our competitors today.
Yeah, it's been a long week for all of them. And
Absolutely.
all the horses jumped well, riders rode well. I think the depth in our young riders is amazing.
Yeah, our sport is strong.
It's growing, and yeah, the young ones are not being left behind by any means.
Just again, while they tally up those final results, I think maybe a chance just to thank Discover Sport again for bringing this broadcast to our viewers at home. It's been a lovely day. We've enjoyed ourselves here. It's been great competition, and I think fantastic for everyone at home to be able to get involved and watch.
Absolutely. It makes it so much easier for people out of province that aren't able to travel to the shows. So yeah, big thanks to Discover Sport, and we are about to get our confirmation of our teams as well as individual.
Well, they just finished doing the maths there with that. I think we're going to take a breath as the sun sets. We're going to take a little break and just get those results proper in for you, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Viewers, welcome back. We've just finished a long day of show jumping here, and you see the teams lining up for the team prizes. Unofficially, I haven't had the official results yet, but unofficially the Western Cape come out tops. 2 of their riders placing 1st and 3rd in the individual classes. So Western Cape looks like they come out tops.
Second place looks like Gauteng, and rounding out that podium, I think, is Team KZN.
Absolutely. So
great performance by all these riders here today.
Exactly.
Our judge for the day, Troy Koenig, handing out all the rosettes. She needs a spotlight soon, I'm sure, to be able to see her way through the dark.
Western Cape grooms looking very smart, carrying their flag proudly.
Some men there that look like they hit the gym more often than you and I, Shades.
So at the moment we are looking at the team prize giving for the 120 championship. Like Sten said, 2nd place going to Team Gauteng. Gauteng is Frederick the only boy? No, yes, the only boy in the lineup there. Right where he wants to be.
Right in the middle of all the ladies. Well done, Frick. Good day. Lovely scenes from this prize giving. Always so much fun to be part of a team event. Really fun riding. Adds a extra level of pressure to the show jumping. Shaitan, you and I were both involved in that team event for the adults that we had recently. Lovely event to ride in. Prize money is always amazing. Just a real
champagne and champagne showers.
Just a real treat of an event, and I think it's so nice for these young riders to learn to ride as a team early in their careers, because it becomes the norm going forward.
Absolutely. And I see to our left here, they're setting up the neon party for all the riders.
I might go home, have a shave, and come back, Shaitan. You got a flight to catch, but I think I might sneak in as under 18.
I think you need a sash to get in, Sten.
Yeah, okay, that I don't have.
Yeah, I think you need a sash. You need to speak to Divan or.
And I think honing in on 40 years old, I'm a bit past my sell-by date for that event.
Divan and Hamza have a few to go around.
Jeepers,
so they can give you one.
To share.
Yeah.
Luckily, they can share with their mates. They can all get one tonight.
So we're just finishing up the team prize giving, and then we will move on to the individual prize giving for the 120 Junior Championships, sponsored by Galleria Mall. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. First place 2,000 Rand, second 1,200. Nice pocket money, yeah? And let's not forget, today is not the last day for these horses. Tomorrow is still some team competition. So you see in the background the course being prepped for some of tomorrow's classes.
Yeah, I think our main team events in the show jumping are here in the main ring tomorrow. And then we have quite a few of the smaller grades, the younger riders and ponies in that B arena, in the debutante arena tomorrow, have their championship classes. So still action-packed day for these kids tomorrow before they finish the show.
It's been a long week.
I know I'll be here till the second last pony of the Pony Rider 90s tomorrow. It's been just amazing sport this week. I must say, to see our sport so strong, so well supported, all these parents that have made the trip, these kids have been backed by family members and friends throughout the week, really has just been a treat.
You can see there from the shot on screen that the lights are on. We're heading into darkness soon.
We were heading into darkness soon half an hour ago.
There's your official results.
So Western Cape finish on 4 faults, Gauteng in second on 24 faults, Eastern Cape and Free State third on 28 faults, KwaZulu-Natal fourth on 32 faults.
And Mpumalanga not having a good day today at all. But that's the sport.
Yep, they'll be back to fight another day tomorrow.
You see your graphics on screen there, discoversport.com. Go check it out. It's an exciting new platform. They brought us all the action today, so thank you very much to them. There goes your teams on their lap of honor.
I thought they might have a little subdued canter round. Nope.
Yeah.
Western Cape having a good gallop. Elle is no stranger to fun. She's enjoying her moment. And they actually were quite some way ahead of the rest of the riders, Western Cape.
Yeah. They had 2 in the top 3 with fast clears.
Yep. Fantastic riding.
So I think we'll welcome back the individual prize winners now.
So our official results are in.
Yes.
Our winner of the class, like you said, Shaitan, Amber Mason, Ebb and Flow Corland. Second, Amber Boerters, riding Eagles Cognac. Third, Rebecca Hudson Peacock, riding T.I. Wave Dancer. Fourth, Jenna Kirk on the Charmer. Brilliant round from her. Tanit Williams in fifth on Commodusson. In sixth place, Calaho Valencia, Elavita Kostelic. Seventh place, Callao
Belveny.
Belveny with Divan Bosman in 8th place. Rivervale's Bonus Point, Frederick van Rijkersworsel. 9th place, Callao Connie Will, Luca Dominic Watson. 10th place, Callao Lady Benjamin,
Yes.
ridden by Nicole Cameron Duplessis. And then tied with that 10th place, Alexis Rose McLaren, Abby Haynes, Daniela Sonbuchler, Tyler Parmenter Bridger, Janine Kutsia, and Ella Murphy, all tied 10th on the 4 faults.
So now we wait. Amber gets off there so she can put on the winning rug for her 120 championship. She's had a good
rug
class.
there. Yeah, well-deserved rug and needed in this colder weather that seems to be setting in here as the sun goes down at Shongweni.
Charmer getting very excited there.
So lovely to see when the horses know that they've done well, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we started the day and we had to wait for the sun to rise, and now the sun is set on a very good day of show jumping. Sten, thank you for being in co-commentary with me most of the day. I wanted to thank Discover Sport again for having both of us, bringing the action to everyone at home. And we are going to officially sign off. I've got a flight to catch. You still have a big day ahead of you tomorrow.
Full day of children competing, truck driving. Yeah, a big day ahead tomorrow. But Shaitan, thanks so much for having me. Discover Sport, your team has been incredible. Thank you so much for bringing the show jumping to our community. Those watching on the live stream, it's been a great day. We've been treated to some real good sport. Congrats to all our winners.
Absolutely.
And Discover Sport, thank you so much for everything.